In a recent press interview, President Joe Biden confirmed that United States men and women would fight to defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion. This prompted immediate outrage from China, who claimed the U.S. was violating its own One China policy. In response, President Biden ordered U.S. and Canadian warships to sail through the Taiwan Strait. For decades, the U.S. operated under a strategic ambiguity in regards to Taiwan, never truly committing to its defense, but strongly hinting that it would oppose a Chinese invasion with military force of its own. This had served as a diplomatic lubricant between the U.S. and China, as China sees reunification with Taiwan as a matter of not just national pride but of survival for the Chinese Communist Party. A free and independent Taiwan is a direct affront to Chinese attempts to become a global superpower, something it has yet to achieve. If the nation can't neutralize one renegade province right off its own shores, it'll never be able to be a credible global power. For the CCP, Taiwan's democracy is an existential threat on their own grip on Chinese power. Now, President Biden has said the quiet part out loud, and China can expect to face U.S. forces if it attempts to invade Taiwan. But just what would the U.S. do in case of an invasion? A Chinese invasion of Taiwan could only take place during the 2 or 3 week window in either spring or fall, when the tides are favorable. Chinese forces could also only land on a limited number of beaches suitable for the offloading of infantry and vehicles, and all of these are highly defended and booby-trapped in advance. Further, an invasion would take months to prepare, giving Taiwan ample warning and allowing its Navy time to mine the Taiwan Strait. It would be the most costly military operation in terms of life and resources since the great battles of World War II, and even without the U.S. aid, China is unlikely to succeed despite its overwhelming size advantage. Much like the Greeks at Thermopylae, Taiwan is in a strategically superior position that allows its smaller forces to fend off China's hordes. In case of war, the U.S. response would be by air and sea, and it's unlikely the U.S. ground forces would come into play at all in the fighting. However, it's not impossible that U.S. Marine and Army forces could be committed to the defense of the small island in small numbers to bolster Taiwan's defenders. The first thing that would happen in case of a war is American submarines would begin their deadly work of decimating Chinese vessels. Despite an increasing capability in anti-submarine warfare, China's ASW abilities are still lacking, and U.S. submarines are very good at remaining hidden. The American Silent Service would be tasked with ambushing Chinese vessels attempting to navigate the Taiwan Strait, striking with surgical precision at troop transports and support ships, which would be more valuable kills given their limited numbers than actual warships. If China can't move troops and equipment across the strait, it can't invade after all. The Taiwan Strait would be a perilous place for any vessel to operate in, and U.S. submarine losses would occur, but losses on the Chinese side would be significantly higher. Up north, just south of Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula, a single American Ohio-class submarine converted to carry cruise missiles would launch a devastating attack against the oil pipeline connecting China to Russia. This would leave China with only one route for oil to take over land into the nation, throttling down China's oil supply. Oil would be the key to victory, as any modern economy requires it to function. China, however, is extremely vulnerable to trade disruption. This is largely the reason that the U.S. has paid little heed to China's threats. Approximately 60% of China's trade, including oil, travels by the sea, and this is China's Achilles heel. The nation might have the world's largest navy, but largest doesn't mean most capable, and China's navy has some serious deficiencies. For starters, its numbers are greatly inflated by smaller missile boats, and it lacks the logistical or defensive capabilities to send its ships far from its own shores. This means that while China's navy could operate around Taiwan's territorial waters, sending them much farther out to sea than that would be a deadly mistake. This is a situation that China has tried to rectify by expanding its influence in the South China Sea via artificial islands. These man-made floating airfields are packed to the brim with long-range missiles and attack aircraft, but they simply can't do enough to protect China's overseas trade. That's because any ship bringing oil to China must pass through the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean, giving the United States 2 choke points to strangle China to death economically. Even before hostilities broke out, U.S. naval forces would be moving toward the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. American warships stationed right outside the Gulf of Oman would act as a first line of denial to Chinese oil shipping. To the east, the Straits of Malacca would be cut off to Chinese ships by the U.S. Pacific Fleet. The end result is a near-total oil embargo on China that would leave it reliant on its own western overland pipes from Russia, which are, for the moment, out of reach of U.S. weapons. However, it's not unthinkable that in case of war, the U.S. wouldn't fly B-2 stealth bombers north through India to strike at these connections with standoff munitions. With very frosty relations between India and China, India is very likely to allow U.S. bombers to operate in its airspace for the mission. Even without striking these oil pipelines, though, China's oil imports would be reduced to a trickle, having immediate repercussions for its economy that would only worsen over time. If you've ever wondered why China hasn't actually invaded Taiwan yet, it's largely because the United States Navy has its foot on China's throat, and it would require minimal pressure to choke the country to death economically. U.S. carriers would doubtlessly join the fight in the skies over Taiwan, although to be honest, U.S. forces never need engage China, they simply carry out a blockade strategy. The only reason U.S. Air Forces would engage Chinese forces would be to carry out America's chief objectives in case of a war with China, the destruction of its air and naval forces so as to neutralize it as a future threat. Flying from airfields in South Korea and Japan, U.S. Air Force fighters could join the fight over Taiwan with the aid of aerial tankers, and operating out of aircraft carriers in the Pacific, U.S. Navy aviators would also be on the front lines against Chinese forces. However, American carriers would be under serious threat from Chinese ballistic missile attack, and that's why the U.S. Navy is working to greatly expand the combat radius of its fighters. The Navy's next-generation fighter, already in development, has a strict requirement of a combat range increase of up to 50%. Meaning the airframe will have to be significantly larger than the current F-18 Hornet or F-35. However, in the meantime, the Navy's also developing a fleet of drone tanker aircraft that can accompany fighters and top them off right before entering combat ranges. This would help put U.S. ships out of range of most, but not all, of China's long-range missiles. But it's at best a stopgap measure, as missile technology will continue to evolve, giving the weapons longer and longer ranges. Yet the U.S. remains confident it can operate its carriers in the Pacific in case of war. Fleet air defense vessels such as the Aegis cruisers can take on ballistic missiles with their complement of SM-3 missiles, which intercept ballistic missiles outside of Earth's atmosphere. To aid in their own defense, U.S. carriers are fast, very fast vessels for their size, with a publicly listed top speed of 35 miles per hour. However, it's a well-known fact that American supercarriers can move significantly faster than this when required, with a top speed that's classified. 35 miles an hour might not sound like much, but when you're targeting a vessel hundreds of miles from your launch site, this means that by the time your weapon nears the vessel's original coordinates, it's long gone. This is why modern long-range munitions require very robust surveillance, tracking, and targeting capabilities in the form of drones, AWACS aircraft, undersea sensors, and satellites, amongst others. Each of these assets forms one link in a long kill chain where platforms feed targeting data to an incoming missile. While China has made great leaps and bounds in its ability to hit U.S. ships at sea, it remains to be seen if China's kill chains can survive hostile contact with the U.S. forces. This by no means U.S. supercarriers are safe, and the platform is likely an outdated concept that we should very strongly consider scrapping in favor of more smaller carriers that leave the U.S. Navy less vulnerable to overwhelming losses from a single attack. Once American fighters are in the air, China will find itself facing the most advanced aerospace forces in the world. But this does not make U.S. planes invulnerable. In fact, China fields a longer-range air-to-air missile than the U.S. currently does, the PL-15. This missile has a slightly greater range than the American AIM-120D AMRAAM, giving Chinese fighters the advantage in a first-look, first-shoot confrontation. This is set to change in the next few years as the U.S. fields the AIM-260, which has a classified range but is believed to reach at least 186 miles, which is the range China's own next-generation missile, the PL-21, is expected to have. However, to actually hit U.S. fighters, China must detect them first, and this is why the U.S. spearhead will be its fleet of fifth-generation stealth aircraft. While not invisible to enemy radar, China's frontline fighters currently can't target American F-35s and F-22s until they're within approximately 35 miles, which eliminates China's slight edge in long-range air-to-air missiles. American fighters would be opening fire well before China's knew they were there. But stealth comes with a serious vulnerability, a lack of payload capacity. Flying in stealth configuration, a US F-35 is limited to 4 AIM-120s and 2 Sidewinders. This does not bode well given the fact that China would be committing dozens of aircraft at a time to the fight. While US stealth fighters would be able to knock out China's front fighter screens, it's unlikely they'd be able to penetrate deep enough to strike at Chinese bombers, launching devastating standoff attacks against Taiwanese targets. To do so, US fighters would have to fly in murder configuration, fully loaded with missiles on wing pylons and thus destroying their stealth signature. China has its own stealth fighters for the US to worry about. The Chengdu J-20 is an inferior fifth-generation fighter, the bottom of the pile when compared to the F-22, F-35, and Russia's Su-57. It has decidedly non-stealthy features such as canards and engine outlets, and it's believed that it uses inferior radar-absorbent materials in its construction. To boot, China operates only about 150 of these aircraft, meaning they're in limited supply. Yet even inferior stealth is still stealth. and Chinese J-20s would pose a serious threat to American air support assets, such as tankers and AWACS, both critical platforms badly needed for modern air campaigns. Armed with long-range PL-15s, J-20s could easily stay out of detection of American AWACS and fire their missiles, all but certainly bringing these valuable air assets down. To date, the US does not have a firm solution to this problem, which would be magnified by the fact that Chinese aircraft would be operating so close to home and thus within easy range of ground and naval-based air defenses. The battle in the sky over Taiwan would turn to one of attrition, which the US would inevitably win over time, but not without taking significant losses of even its precious fifth-generation fighters. The sooner the American public accepts that the F-22 and F-35 are not invulnerable, the better position America will be to accept combat losses and continue to muster the will to fight, because China would be looking to knock the US out of the fight not by military might, but by eroding public support for the war. After 20 years of disastrous adventurism in the Middle East, the American people have little stomach for yet another protracted military campaign against a foe that isn't necessarily threatening them directly. It's China's hope that it can cut the knees out from under America by inflicting large losses and shocking the American people. Yet, defending Taiwan is of critical national defense importance to the United States. Allowing the island nation to fall to China would severely undermine U.S. dominance of the Pacific, as it would give China the ability to break what's known as the First Island Chain of Containment. This is a chain of islands that hems China in from Japan down to the Philippines and has served as a barrier to Chinese naval expansion into the Pacific. Taiwan, however, is important to the U.S. and to the entire free world for another reason. Right now, the island nation supplies much of the world's supply of microchips and other computer components. Allowing this manufacturing capability to fall into the hands of the Chinese means that along with its own production capability, China would become the largest global supplier of these components critical to modern industry and militaries both. The Taiwanese embargo alone was a crippling blow to Russia's ability to manufacture new precision munitions. With China in control of the world's computer component manufacturing, it would effectively give the nation the ability to blackmail any other nation in the world and bully it into doing its bidding. This includes even the US. Do what China wants or else you get cut off from the critical supplies needed to keep your modern economy working. This is a strategic threat so great that even European powers have pledged some amount of support for Taiwan's continued independence. Luckily for Taiwan, though, the world's response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine has put a serious damper on China's ambition to conquer Taiwan. The unprecedented response from the West has shown China the lengths it's willing to go to in order to counter the aggression of authoritarian governments against free nations. Rumors swirl that China was actually planning to take military action this fall, but the Russian invasion of Ukraine completely derailed those plans. The last thing that China wants is to become a second global pariah, especially as its own economy faces some very serious internal disasters in the very near future. Coconut trees, mangoes, and precision bombers. These are just a few things the Philippines brings to the table if China invades Taiwan. The Filipino and United States governments have come to an agreement that will allow the U.S. to expand its military presence to the northern islands of the Philippines. This deals a huge blow to any plans Beijing might have for invading Taiwan. But the Philippines isn't just a vital strategic location to launch a military mission against China from, it also offers several other advantages. There are over 7,000 islands in the Philippines, and China should be nervous about each and every one. The United States has 5 treaty allies in the Indo-Pacific: Australia, South Korea, Japan, Thailand, and the Philippines. However, if a conflict between China and Taiwan arose, the Philippines would be a stone's throw away from the front lines, as its northernmost island is only 118 miles or 190 kilometers away from Taiwan. And if Beijing decided to go full-blown Russia and invade a sovereign nation, the Philippines will almost certainly play a major role in the conflict in several ways. The Philippines would react almost immediately to an invasion of Taiwan, not because they necessarily want to protect the island, but because there are an estimated 200,000 Filipino nationals living and working there. The contingency plans are already being formed on how to bring every Filipino home if China invades Taiwan. But Philippine involvement in a conflict in the South China Sea doesn't stop there. In recent months, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. and his administration have been strengthening ties with the U.S. in case China tries to move on Taiwan. In fact, during a visit to Manila on February 2, 2023, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin declared that American commitment to the defense of the Philippines is ironclad. Our alliance makes both of our democracies more secure and helps uphold a free and open Indo-Pacific. This announcement was a major cause for concern in Beijing, and it came as little surprise when Mao Ning, a spokesperson for China's foreign ministry, responded to Austin's statement and the expansion of U.S. bases in the Philippines. Mao stated this is an act that escalates tensions in the region and endangers regional peace and stability. Regional countries should remain vigilant about this and avoid being used by the U.S. This rhetoric of destabilization whenever China feels threatened or needs to voice its displeasure over the actions of the U.S. is common. However, rather than blatantly stating that this new agreement between the Philippines and the U.S. is a way to keep Beijing in check and act as a deterrent to their aggression towards Taiwan, both countries state that military bases in the Philippines are just a continuation of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement signed in 2014. This agreement was put in place to allow for combined training exercises and joint operations that were put on hold during President Rodrigo Duterte's administration, when there were discussions of reducing the Philippines' reliance on the United States and forging closer ties with China. It's clear today that Bongbong Marcos wants to return to the days where the Philippines had a stronger alliance with the U.S. We'll dive deeper into the complex relationship between the U.S. and the Philippines later on. However, it's important to remember that the U.S. colonized the Philippines in 1898, and by its very nature, colonization led to the exploitation of the Filipino people and unethical power structures being put in place. But unfortunately, the Philippines has a long history of being colonized by different outside forces, which is one of the reasons why they've kept such a close eye on the situation developing with Taiwan. If China were to attack and seize the island nation, the Philippines could be next, or at the very least, be forced to become submissive to the growing influence of the Chinese government. But this also goes the other way. Beijing has been keeping a close eye on the Philippines, as its islands and close ties to the U.S. may pose a serious risk to their future plans. Let's break down the 4 reasons why the Philippines is complicating China's plans to invade Taiwan and examine how this might prevent World War III from breaking out. Reason 1. Military intervention. If China ever does invade Taiwan, it'll be a difficult battle to win. This is because the island nation has been building up its military and preparing for the possibility of invasion for decades. However, if China launched the full might of its military against Taiwan and no other countries intervened, they would likely be able to capture the island given enough time. That being said, the invasion would be incredibly costly in terms of lives lost and resources expended, but the sheer size of the People's Liberation Army would allow China to eventually break Taiwan's defenses and secure the island. However, an invasion of Taiwan will not happen in a vacuum, and this is where the Philippines is becoming a major problem for China. The Philippine military itself is not the most formidable force in the world. It only has around 100,000 active members, which is significantly less than the approximately 2 million active personnel that the PLA has. The Philippines Air Force consists mostly of cargo planes, with only around 25 attack-type aircraft at its disposal, which would have no effect against the almost 1,200 fighters China has. The Philippine Navy is mostly composed of patrol ships, 2 frigates, and a corvette. China, on the other hand, has the largest navy in the world, with around 50 destroyers and 2 aircraft carriers at its disposal. So China is not worried about the Philippines military intervening in their plans to invade Taiwan. What they are afraid of is the fact that the recent agreement between the U.S. and the Philippines will allow the U.S. military to operate more effectively in the region. And if the People's Liberation Army went head-to-head with the U.S., they would lose every time. Therefore, the Philippines and its proximity to Taiwan may be one of the biggest complications in any future plans Beijing has for invading the island. The United States now has 9 bases in the Philippines thanks to the new agreement, which would greatly improve its ability to deploy aircraft and naval vessels to the South China Sea and the Strait of Taiwan. This will improve American resupply and operational capabilities in the region. It's suspected the U.S. forces will immediately begin using these bases for training and equipment storage while simultaneously improving their infrastructure. New runways are being built along with other facilities necessary to strengthen the U.S.'s position. With each new base, China's hopes of securing Taiwan without American intervention is slipping away. There are 3 main advantages that the new bases in the Philippines give the United States, which are 3 causes for concern in China. The first is the U.S. military will be able to increase the amount of training they can conduct in the region. It also means that other U.S. allies like Australia, Japan, and South Korea may also be able to join in more training missions as well. The more preparation and exercises the U.S. and its allies are able to conduct in the region, the more effective their forces will be in a conflict. Being able to practice maneuvers and tactics in the very location where a conflict might arise gives U.S. forces a huge advantage, and this is all thanks to the Philippines. This factor is particularly important for the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Marine Corps Aviation, which will now be able to easily conduct exercises utilizing tactical air formations necessary to be effective in an East Asian conflict. The Philippine bases will allow more frequent training, and although there's no real substitute for actual combat, U.S. military personnel now have the ability to train in the actual environment they would be fighting in if China ever invaded Taiwan. The experience in Asian combat environments that U.S. troops are now gaining is making Beijing incredibly nervous and putting a real damper on any future plans they had of invading Taiwan. The second reason the bases in the Philippines are a major complication for China is that the U.S. can use them as forward operation bases to project power into the South China Sea. The facilities in the Philippines will allow the U.S. military to procure supplies, conduct repairs, and carry out maintenance on its ships and aircraft. This will provide the U.S. with the opportunity to always have a fully functional force ready to strike at any given moment. One of the things that China previously had going for it, if they decided to invade Taiwan, was that the U.S. was on the other side of the Pacific and their bases in the region were some distance away from Taiwan. Now, however, the United States has several bases just over 100 miles from the island, and as the infrastructure is modernized, it could lead to U.S. forces being able to stay fully equipped and operational throughout a prolonged conflict. By allowing the United States military to operate freely and have 9 bases in the Philippines, Manila has provided the means for the U.S. forces to grow exponentially in the region. This has not only angered China but has them terrified. Beijing knows that it cannot win a war against the U.S., which is why they've been using gray zone tactics to weaken Taiwan and bring the island under its sphere of influence. However, this may no longer be enough, and any immediate plans to take Taiwan are now under serious threat because of the Philippines and the U.S. bases there. The third and most obvious reason why the U.S. military presence in the Philippines is complicating China's future plans is that the new bases will allow U.S. forces to launch attacks across the South China Sea and target Chinese forces on the mainland. This would only happen if a full-scale war broke out, but it's the fact that the Philippines will act as a launchpad for combat operations that really has China scared. What it comes down to is that China is concerned about the continuously encroaching presence of the United States military in East Asia. Filipino and U.S. forces have already conducted joint combat exercises and disaster training in the Luzon Strait, the body of water that separates the Philippines and Taiwan. But now these exercises come with a new threat for China. The Filipino and U.S. militaries are clearly planning to defend Taiwan, which will be much easier with new bases in the northern Philippine Islands. However, it's worth noting that the Philippine construction prohibits the basing of nuclear weapons within its borders, so at least that's one thing China doesn't have to worry about for the time being. Reason 2. Economic opportunity. It's no secret that China has spread its influence around the world through trade agreements, shipping, and investment in foreign infrastructure projects. Beijing has been able to manipulate leaders, influence decisions, and sway international sentiment thanks to its rapidly growing economy. China's economic might is its main tool for spreading its power across the planet. However, nations that have closely allied themselves with the U.S., especially in Asia, are a thorn in Beijing's side. The Philippines definitely falls into that category. Over the past decade, China's been the largest foreign investor in the Philippines. However, Chinese companies are still nowhere near as dominant as U.S. companies are in the country. American companies continue to be the top taxpayers in the Philippines and have contributed more over the years than any other nation to its development. That being said, many U.S. companies take advantage of the cheap labor and loose regulations in the Philippines. But just in terms of economic impact, U.S. companies have more invested than China does. During the Duterte administration, China hoped to weaken U.S. influence over the Philippines and control the country through economic means, as it's done with so many other nations. Unfortunately for China, they did not succeed in this endeavor. China still has companies and major investments in the Philippines, but the new administration is clearly looking to strengthen economic ties with the U.S. Manila and Cebu are 2 major trading centers in the region, and there are huge profits to be made by foreign players who utilize those ports. China is now worried that on top of its military expansion, the United States could use the Philippines to further its economic influence over East Asia. The U.S. has allocated more than $82 million for infrastructure improvements in the Philippines to enhance the access to resources and the capabilities of their bases. This is a huge investment that'll bring jobs and economic growth to communities around the military facilities in the Philippines. This is exactly what China has done in other parts of the world with growing economies. It's allowed them to hold power over other governments and influence their decisions. Unfortunately for Beijing, the Philippines will not be another one of its puppets. China invested heavily in the Philippines over the last decade, and now with a renewed alliance with the United States, their investments won't yield the results they had hoped. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Beijing expected one day to control the Filipino government through trade agreements and debt. Perhaps then China could have swayed Manila to support its claims that Taiwan was its territory. At the very least, Beijing hoped that its economic influence would keep the Philippines out of any conflict that arose in the South China Sea. However, this tactic has clearly not worked, which has the Chinese leadership worried. Reason 3. The Philippines is in a unique position to provide humanitarian aid to Taiwan. In the event that a conflict does erupt in the South China Sea, the Philippines will likely see an influx of refugees. This is not ideal for China's plans, as Beijing likely wants to subjugate the Taiwanese people so that the manufacturing capabilities of the island can be maintained once the invasion is complete. Taiwan manufactures over 60% of all semiconductors in the world. This has resulted in the small island becoming an economic powerhouse. However, the fact that the Philippines is so close to Taiwan and Manila has shown in the past that they're willing to take in refugees, Beijing may be nervous that unless they can blockade the entire island of Taiwan, huge amounts of talent and manpower will flee to the Philippines. If China attacks, there will be a mass exodus of Filipino nationals back to their homeland. With them will also come millions of refugees. Taiwan has a population of around 23.35 million people. It's very likely that much of that population who tries to flee will escape to the Philippines. There's also the fact that the United States military will be stationed in the Philippines to help with the refugee crisis and offer aid, housing, and services to those fleeing the Chinese invasion. The fact that the Philippines is in a unique position to aid the Taiwanese people by taking them in during an invasion is probably an annoyance for Beijing. The whole point of their gray zone tactics is to isolate and alienate Taiwan from the rest of the world. However, knowing that the Philippines and the U.S. forces stationed there would be willing and able to help the people of Taiwan as they fled for safety is just another complication for China's plans. Reason 4. The Philippines could threaten China's influence in the region. This is probably at the bottom of China's list of worries, but it is worth noting that the Philippines' economy is growing fast. In the last 2 decades, the GDP of the Philippines has jumped from $94 billion to $394 billion. That's an average growth of around $15 billion annually. Over the last several decades, the Philippines' GDP growth rate has been around 5.7%, which is much higher than most countries around the world. However, China's annual GDP change has averaged around 8.7%. Even still, the Philippines' economy appears to be growing at a steady pace with no signs of slowing down. The economic success likely put the Philippines on China's radar in terms of countries to watch out for. Any threat to Beijing's power and influence in the region is not to be taken lightly. A rapidly modernizing Philippines is not something China is happy about, since Manila is so closely allied with the U.S. As of right now, China is more concerned about the military aspect of the Philippines-American agreement. However, in the future, the economic implications of a growing Filipino economy may be an additional cause for concern. Now let's dive into the history of the Philippines and how the U.S. ended up with so many military bases on its islands. Unfortunately, the Filipino people have been mistreated by a number of nations when colonized, including the Spanish, Japanese, Americans, and even China. However, understanding the past can also help us better understand the power dynamics at play today. It'll also provide a glimpse into why Beijing is so concerned with how things in the Philippines are unfolding. In April of 1898, the Spanish-American War broke out. After only months of fighting, the United States Navy destroyed the Spanish fleet stationed in Manila Bay, causing Spain to cede the Philippines to the U.S. It was at this point that the United States declared military rule and the American colonization of the Philippines began. The following year, General Aguinaldo declared the island should be free of foreign control and renamed the First Philippine Republic. He waged war against the American colonizers, leading to the Philippine-American War. After 3 years of fighting, the U.S. forces were victorious and the war ended. A U.S. civil government was installed. In 1935, political movements led to the establishment of the Commonwealth of the Philippines. The United States promised the country full independence within 10 years. Unfortunately, this freedom never came, as in 1941, a new colonizer took control of the nation. World War II was in full swing. Japanese forces invaded the Philippines and seized the northern islands. Atrocities occurred, including the massacre of entire towns and villages. It's estimated that as many as 1 million Filipino civilians died during the Japanese occupation. By 1944, U.S. forces reclaimed the island, and in 1946, the Republic of the Philippines was granted full independence. However, the U.S. military never really left the islands. In 1947, the United States was officially granted military basing rights throughout the Philippines. Over time, most of the bases were abandoned, and the U.S. military presence did eventually dwindle. However, in March of 1996, China fired a number of unarmed ballistic missiles across the Taiwan Strait, which splashed down just off the coast of Taiwan. The United States deployed 2 carrier battle groups to the waters around Taiwan to signal to Beijing to stand down and that an attack on Taipei would not be tolerated. It was this incident that led to the United States renewing its alliance with the Philippines and to begin strengthening its position in the region. In 1998, the Visiting Forces Agreement was signed, and the number of American troops stationed in the Philippines increased. The United States and the Philippines began collaborating on fighting the War on Terror. Radical Islamist groups had begun operating in the southernmost sections of Mindanao. These terrorists claimed to have ties to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. However, in 2012, an incident led to Filipino and American forces refocusing their attention on China. A confrontation between Philippine and Chinese naval vessels arose along the Scarborough Shoal Reef in the South China Sea. Both nations claimed the reef belonged to them, as large reserves of oil and gas were found to be located in the area. Nothing came of the conflict other than the Philippines bringing the dispute before an international court, which ruled in their favor. Beijing refused to acknowledge the legitimacy of the trial, and tensions over the Scarborough Shoal Reef continued. In 2016, Rodrigo Duterte was elected president and suggested the Philippines rely less heavily on the U.S. and look towards China for the future. In hindsight, that wasn't a complete surprise. Duterte ruled over the Philippines using draconian methods and an iron fist to punish anyone found with drugs of any kind. Thousands of Filipinos were arrested and killed as a result of his policies. Duterte took more of an authoritarian stance than a democratic one, which might have been why he sought closer ties to Beijing. However, in March 2022, when an invasion of Ukraine by Russia seemed all but inevitable, Duterte came running back to the United States for protection. The concern was that if Russia was willing to invade its neighbor, then China might be thinking about expanding its own borders by attacking Taiwan. The concern was that after Taiwan, the Philippines could be Beijing's next target. Talks began, and it appeared the Philippines would allow the U.S. to resume operations at their previous base at Subic Bay and the nearby Clark Air Base. When Bongbong Marcos took over, the alliance was expanded to include 9 bases in total. It was at this point that China began to recognize the major role the Philippines would play in hindering its future plans for the region. It is worth noting that not all the Filipinos are on board with the deployment of American troops within their borders. The older generations remember stories of colonization and what it was like to try to build a country after centuries of foreign powers ravishing their lands and oppressing the Filipino people. It was in 1992 that the last American-controlled military base in the Philippines was shut down. American troops still operated in the country on joint training missions, but there were no longer United States bases on Philippine soil. The reason for this was that many felt like having U.S.-controlled bases in the Philippines brought into question the true sovereignty of the nation. These same feelings are once again rising. The International League of People's Struggle is an anti-imperialist movement that seeks to warn people about the dangers of allowing foreign powers to have a military presence in sovereign nations and educate the world about the atrocities that happened due to colonization. They also voice concerns that in the past and present, U.S. troops perpetrated crimes against Filipino women and the LGBTQ community. This has included soldiers being tried and convicted of murder, sexual assault, and violation of human rights. However, in those cases, the American troops were almost always sent back to the U.S., where they were never held accountable for their crimes. Regardless of how the Filipino people feel, the government believes that having a U.S. military presence in the Philippines is vital to maintaining the status quo in the region. China knows that the Philippines poses a threat to its power and influence now that the U.S.-Filipino alliance has been repaired and new U.S. bases have been set up in the region. Marcos Jr.'s administration has stated the Philippines would stand by and assist the United States in any armed conflict that arose with Taiwan and China. The reality is that the Philippines was likely always going to be in danger if China invaded Taiwan due to its proximity to the conflict. The Philippines decided to take a proactive approach to this threat and allied itself with the United States for additional protection, money, and resources in the years to come. This has left Beijing furious, and it's clear they now see the Philippines as a major thorn in their side. 2027. That's the date predicted by many senior American defense officials for a war with China. The conflict is seen by many as inevitable. and the U.S. has been preparing for its eventuality since President Obama announced the U.S.'s pivot to the Pacific during his second term. Since then, the majority of U.S. naval power has been either repositioned to the Pacific or within easy reach of it, and the U.S. Air Force remains ready to rapidly deploy across an ever-expanding network of bases in the region from which to take the war to China directly. At the heart of the conflict is Taiwan, which could prove to be the most important nation of the 21st century. The island nation is smaller than California, but ranks 21st in GDP worldwide. It's a flourishing democracy situated just 80 miles from one of the most hostile states to global democracies anywhere in the world, and one with the power to challenge Taiwan and anyone who tries to defend it. But the fate of Taiwan isn't just a clash of deals between authoritarianism and democracy, though that too is increasingly important. Since the mid-2010s, the world has been steadily pivoting toward an increasing autocratic bent, thanks to the influence of Russia and China. Both powers who know that the continued survival of their autocratic ruling leaders depends entirely on them recreating the post-World War II liberal world order led by the United States, but with them at the helm. For the Chinese Communist Party, facing increasing criticism both at home and abroad, for everything from the genocide of the Uyghur minority to the stripping away of Chinese personal freedoms, reshaping the world in its own authoritarian image is its only guarantee of survival. To that end, Taiwan is a stumbling block that must be removed. The island democracy sits right off its own shore, and its deep economic and cultural ties to China is an avenue for the spread of pro-democratic sentiments amongst the Chinese people. The island has significant strategic value for both economic and military reasons, though. As most know by now, Taiwan is the world's leading manufacturer of advanced computer microchips, something referred to as Taiwan's Silicon Shield. After the United States began seeking ways to produce chips abroad more cheaply in the latter part of the Cold War and ended most of its domestic production, Taiwan saw an opportunity, and today the nation produces most of the world's microchips and nearly all of the most advanced chips. These chips are as important to modern economies as the trade of spices once was to the global powers in the past ages. It's not just extremely lucrative, but a modern technological economy literally depends on them. Without access to Taiwan's advanced microchips, a nation's economy would be severely impacted. One only need to look to Russia for the effects. The nation has only two companies capable of mass-producing processors, MCST and Baikal Electronics. Both companies worked closely with Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company, producing 28 and more modern 16-nanometer chips, though the 16-nanometer chips never hit mass production. Baikal had plans to introduce next-generation processors inside Russia starting in 2023, but with Taiwan following the lead of Western sanctions against Russia, the effort never materialized. Now Russia is only able to produce the much older, less capable microprocessors and specialized processors for use in military applications. The end result is Russia has been locked out of access to modern microchips, and the small amount it's able to smuggle through sanction-busting efforts or with the help of China is not enough to sustain Russian efforts to remain competitive against modern information-driven economies. The effect is also devastating for the Russian defense sector, with its efforts to develop an advanced AI crippled due to a lack of access to advanced microchips. Even if the nation's able to somehow develop homegrown capabilities, an extreme unlikelihood given that Russia's always lagged behind the West in microchip design, it still faces issues with the import of materials needed to create the microchips. In early 2023, Rostec announced it would begin producing its own 150mm and 200mm silicon wafers, yet being cut off from access to the polycrystalline silicon it once purchased from the West resulted in it being unclear by the end of the year when Rostec would actually begin production. China, as a state hostile to Taiwan's existence, is already feeling the pinch of losing access to advanced microchips. President Joe Biden, in conjunction with Japan and the Netherlands, instituted a microchip ban to significantly limit the export of advanced microchips and machining tools to China in an effort to slow its development of advanced AI. China currently produces 7nm and 5nm chips domestically, but mostly using foreign equipment that it does not own and whose use could be revoked at any time. South Korea, for example, had to seek U.S. permission to continue production of microchips inside of China, or suffer the effect of secondary sanctions against it. At the moment, though, China does not have access to 3nm chips, the world's most advanced, and critical to efforts to develop artificial intelligence. Only Taiwan is currently producing these chips, though President Biden has negotiated the expansion of Taiwan's manufacturing of those chips to mainland US. Taiwan was extremely reluctant to do so, because so far its ability to produce these chips at home has worked to both fend off the Chinese aggression and ensure US defense. Seizing Taiwan's microchip production facilities is of paramount importance to China in case of invasion, and it's just as important to the United States that China not gain control of those facilities. With an iron grip on the production of the world's most advanced microchips, China would gain massive economic leverage over the entire world. Leverage that it could, and given its history would use, to coerce nations to behave how it wants them to, or to give in to Chinese demands. For the US, this isn't just an economic threat, but a threat to the entire rules-based liberal world order. It also threatens to cripple US efforts to build advanced new technologies while fueling Chinese development. Taiwan is important for a third reason, though, and this is far more practical. Today, the island nation sits right in the middle of what's called the First Island Chain. The FIC is a line drawn between Japan, Taiwan, and the Philippines and represents the single greatest deterrent to Chinese aggression. With friendly nations making up the First Island Chain, the US and its allies can easily contain the Chinese Navy, and thus its military. Any attempt to deploy Chinese fleets out of the South China Sea in a time of war would see them under attack from multiple directions, and China's ability to utilize its submarine fleet would also be severely constrained by the defenses of the FIC. Currently, Chinese subs must run a gauntlet of underwater sensors, friendly air patrols, and allied submarines on the hunt, and it is very limited on just where China can move its submarines with any hope of remaining undetected. For the entirety of the Cold War and into the modern age, the First Island Chain has contained communist powers in Asia, while preventing them from projecting military power far from home. For this reason, taking Taiwan is of critical importance to the Chinese Communist Party, as it would allow them to effectively sever the First Island Chain. With a steep drop-off from Taiwan's east coast, which sits near the edge of the continental shelf into the depths of the Pacific, Chinese submarines could evade detection as they slip unseen into the Pacific. This places all American and Allied fleets and even land-based targets under threat thanks to an expanding fleet of ballistic missile submarines that can carry conventional cruise missiles. Of greatest concern, though, is the ability for China's nuclear-armed subs to patrol unseen and thus threaten a surprise nuclear strike against America or her allies. Can China really take Taiwan, though? And what will the US do if it does? Historically speaking, China's had no hope of taking Taiwan. During the Third Taiwan Strait crisis in the mid-1990s, the United States sailed a carrier strike group through the Taiwan Strait as a show of force. The Chinese military was utterly humiliated, knowing it could do nothing to counter the threat posed by even a single American strike group sailing just 24 miles off its own shore. The Chinese Communist Party vowed to never be humiliated again, and in the years after undertook a massive modernization and armament effort that's lasted to this day. Today, China officially controls the world's largest navy, though it still lags significantly behind the United States in sheer tonnage, at just over half the total tonnage of the US. In fact, China is not a blue water navy with the ability to deploy far from home shores. Its lack of aircraft carriers and naval aircraft, as well as marine expeditionary forces and support ships, make it impossible for China to threaten anywhere in the world that it's not already given free access to. But it doesn't really have to have a blue water navy to win in Taiwan, and it doesn't need to outweigh the US Navy either. A war for Taiwan would take place close to home for China, within easy reach of its large air force, which would make up for its abysmal lack of naval aviation. Those aircraft would also operate under the safety of both shore and sea-based air defenses, presenting an incredibly prickly problem for the US and its allies to deal with in a war over the skies of Taiwan. China's larger fleet of cruisers and smaller hulls would be well suited for the shallower waters of the Taiwan Strait itself, which would likely be entirely too dangerous for the US submarines to operate in. Shore-based anti-ship defenses also promise to make it almost impossible for the US to operate major surface platforms anywhere close to the Chinese coast for at least the first few months of the war, at least until China's supply of anti-ship missiles begins to run out. There is thus a very real possibility that China's smaller, nimbler navy is more than capable of defeating the US Navy in a battle for Taiwan. And that's without accounting for the fact that the United States is not able to bring the entirety of its naval forces into the fight in the first place. Global security commitments mean that the U.S. can only supplement its Pacific Fleet with a limited number of ships and aviation from other global theaters. A lapse in U.S. presence in the Middle East, for example, could encourage Iran to take action against Saudi Arabia or even Israel, potentially leading to a global crisis. The one area other than naval aviation that China's been lacking in for a successful invasion of Taiwan, though, is its amphibious assault capabilities. China has 72 older landing ships currently in service, along with 8 amphibious transport docks and 3 landing helicopter dock ships. It's expanding its fleet of amphibious assault ships with new modern designs, and by 2027 it's estimated to at last have the capacity to move large enough amounts of men, equipment, and supplies for a successful landing in Taiwan. A successful landing does not guarantee victory, but it does allow China to begin to seize airfields and ports that can then be used to grow its foothold on the island. China's rapid expansion of its military has put a ticking clock on the invasion of Taiwan, and many see it as an alarm clock and not a possibility. Taiwan is a silent humiliation for the CCP, which claims to be a global superpower and yet is unable to annex a breakaway island nation right off its own shore. With a population bomb already exploding and a massive decline down to 900 million expected, with subsequent economic fallout, China's ability to take Taiwan comes with an expiration date, and so does the CCP itself if it fails to resolve the Taiwan question. Currently, the United States is confident that it and its allies can defend Taiwan. But what if they fail? Already, America's insulating itself against the possibility of a fall of Taiwan. President Biden's negotiation to move 3-nanometer chip manufacturing to the U.S. ensures that America will continue to produce advanced microchips even if Taiwanese facilities are seized by the CCP or destroyed in the fighting. Further, President Biden has invested considerably into domestic efforts to produce microchips and the rare earth minerals that China currently has a stranglehold on in the global economy. This is making America resilient versus the effects of both war with China and a failure to defend Taiwan. The second biggest issue for the U.S. in a post-successful invasion of Taiwan is the matter of containment of Chinese forces. With the first island chain broken, the Chinese Navy would largely be free to project Chinese power globally and would significantly complicate future wars against China. The vastness of the Pacific Ocean makes it difficult to track Chinese submarines, though space-based assets can easily locate, identify, and track major surface action groups. Locating them, though, is different from destroying them, especially if Chinese naval expansion continues at breakneck speed, while the U.S. faces a significant shortage of critical materials for replenishment of advanced weapon systems. The U.S. is already creating what it's deemed a ghost fleet. The American Navy aims to create a large fleet of unmanned vessels, specifically made to counter China's expanding numbers and the possibility of the collapse of the first island chain. As of the making of this video, 2 unmanned ships are currently undergoing trials in the Pacific alongside manned ships, and the goal is to expand the Ghost Fleet to 100 or more vessels. These ships will do everything from anti-submarine warfare, reconnaissance, and even serve as mobile batteries full of missiles to supplement manned ships. The second island chain serves as a fallback position from which to contain the Chinese Navy. The chain stretches from Japan's Bonin Islands down to Guam and Western New Guinea. In the event of a Chinese victory in Taiwan, the United States, Japan, the Philippines, and Australia would look to bolster the defenses and resiliency of the second island chain. It's likely that an additional defensive chain currently proposed would be adopted, this time stretching from Lakshadweep to Diego Garcia and toward the Persian Gulf, from which Chinese oil trade could be threatened. The U.S. is already building a strong relationship with India, and this relationship will be strengthened further if Taiwan falls. While the U.S. and India have never been particularly close, this relationship has seen a dramatic shift in recent years. Historically, India has been far more closely aligned with Russia and the Soviet Union before it. However, the war in Ukraine drove a wedge in that relationship, helped by the revelation of how poorly Russian weapons were performing against even small amounts of Western arms. As a major buyer of Russian weapons, India's confidence was deeply shaken by the failure of Russian missiles, aircraft, and tanks. And as it looks toward its border with China that is rapidly modernizing and today outclasses India militarily, the nation switched allegiances and now looks to the United States for a new source of arms. In particular, the failure of the Su-57 program helped convince India that it needed to look elsewhere for the technology to counter China's increasingly sophisticated air force. India was originally a partner in the development of the Su-57, but pulled completely out of the program when it realized that the Su-57 would fall significantly short of the aircraft it was being designed to compete with, the F-22 Raptor. This dealt a crippling blow to Russia's ability to produce the Su-57, given its financial woes, and to date the nation has produced nothing more than a token force of mostly demonstration aircraft. The fall of Taiwan would hasten the warming of relations between the US and India, as it would place India in a very precarious situation. With the US and its allies no longer containing Chinese fleets, they would be free to enter the Straits of Malacca and the Indian Ocean beyond. This would place Chinese warships off the coast of India, a precarious situation for the two rivals. The fall of Taiwan, however, would present other major problems for India and the rest of Southeast Asia, as it would significantly diminish US influence in the region. Without faith that America could deter Chinese aggression, let alone defend them in case of a war, many Southeast Asian nations would quickly fall in line with the Chinese Communist Party. Suddenly, India would find itself with China-aligned Pakistan on one flank, China to the north, and new Chinese partners on its eastern flank. Increasing partnerships between the Indian and American militaries aimed to counter this threat, and the US would invest heavily into improving its partnership. Currently, India is not set to ever host US forces on its soil, but the fall of Taiwan and the collapse of its neighbors to Chinese influence could prompt wider Indian-American military cooperation that could see American forces being sent to India to help defend the nation and keep the Indian Ocean clear of Chinese fleets. Ultimately, the fall of Taiwan would threaten the entire global world order that's created the calmest stretch of time in all of human history. The best preparation that America and its allies can undertake for a fall of Taiwan is to ensure that it never falls in the first place. Day 1. Xi Jinping sits in his office flanked by his top military advisors. Among them is Wang Hubin, the leader of the People's Liberation Army or PLA's rocket force. That group will prove crucial to the day's events, as it's the rocket force missiles that Xi will rely upon to conduct a quick-fire smash-and-grab raid on an island nation that he has claimed as China's ever since he came to power. Taiwan will finally be under Chinese control. His strategy starts with a two-pronged attack. China will use its missiles to attack the Quemoy, along with several other small islands close to the Taiwanese mainland, at the same time that it strikes the Penghu Islands. Quemoy, also known as Kinmen, is the priority. The island's small beaches are still covered in anti-landing spikes, with anti-aircraft batteries lying beyond their dunes. The houses beyond those beaches still carry the bullet holes of an attempted invasion in 1949, again by China, that ultimately failed. Though the PLA managed to push inland on Quemoy, it quickly ran out of food and munitions, resulting in the deaths and capture of the entire invading force. Xi understands this historic humiliation well. It's one of the reasons why he spent his entire tenure as China's president engineering rapid modernization and growth of his nation's military. The PLA that'll invade today is far stronger than the PLA that attempted to take Taiwan in 1949. Quemoy is different, too. It's now home to a host of Taiwanese stations and bases that collectively host 55,000 troops, about a quarter of Taiwan's active military. These stations are scattered on 12 islands that sit on the southeastern coast of the Fujian province. Beyond those islands lies about 170 miles of the Taiwan Strait, upon which Xi will rely to transport his ground forces into Taiwan once he's taken the islands. As for the Penghu Islands, they're more a difficult prospect. This collection of 64 islands is within the Taiwan Strait and already jointly administered by Taiwan and China. Xi's target here is Penghu, an offshore island that's home to one of Taiwan's 6 Skybow missile bases. Its surface-to-air defenses will prove problematic for the PLA and its air force if left unchecked, so it needs to be taken out quickly to ensure safer passage to the Taiwanese mainland. Xi already has his strategy in place, a missile barrage. China has the world's largest ground-based missile force in the world, and it'll use that advantage to its fullest while attacking Quemoy and the Penghu missile base. Xi gives the signal to start the attack. Ground-launched cruise missiles accompany short-range ballistic missiles, all fired from recently expanded military airfields that sit inside China's Fujian province. Longtian, Jiangsu, and Hui'an will prove vital to the attack, with each sitting within 200 miles of Taipei. Those bases are also the launching points for China's fleet of Shenyang J-16 and Sukhoi Su-30 multi-role fighter jets, each equipped with missiles that'll be used to conduct more targeted attacks on Penghu and Quemoy. When the initial missile barrage is over, China makes heavy use of its stockpile of HN-2 missiles, the only cruise missiles that are in its army's arsenal, to follow up on the ballistic missile attacks. HN-2s remain within the Earth's atmosphere after launch, making them more difficult for Taiwanese anti-air defenses to detect. Even when these ballistic missiles are shot out of the sky, they still hit their targets to devastate Taiwanese defenses. But there's more. A naval formation led by the Shandong aircraft carrier sails within Chinese waters on the country's side of the Davis Line. This line has served as a theoretical border between China and Taiwan within the strait for many years. Today, Xi crossed that line. But the ships don't cross immediately. Instead, Shandong provides another launching point for China's Air Force, with the ships and submarines that accompany it also launching missiles at Beijing's two main targets. Collectively, the fleet moves in tight formation. Each ship's crew has been training for just this moment, with China's repeated military operations in the Taiwan Strait revealing just how far they could push without forcing a Taiwanese response. Once Penghu and Quemoy are captured, these will be the first ships that China uses to form a barrier around Taiwan, fencing the island nation in, and hopefully for Xi, helping him provide safe passage for his troops to the Taiwanese mainland. Missile after missile strikes. Penghu's anti-air defenses are overwhelmed, with the missiles it fires in response rarely hitting targets. Even those that make it through are mostly shot down by anti-air defenses fitted into the 3 coastal bases China has spent the last few years building. Quemoy faces an even worse fate. China's missile barrage is too much for the 55,000 troops scattered around its islands to face. Towns are devastated. The old defenses lining island coasts prove useless as there's no Chinese landing. Just missile after missile, slowly chipping away and wreaking havoc. The initial barrage is over. Taiwan's first and second lines of defense have been decimated, clearing the way for Xi to start landing troops onto the destroyed islands. Day 2. Taiwan's president, Tsai Ing-wen, has spent her morning assessing the damage caused by China's sneak attack. She knew an attack was coming. President Xi hadn't been shy about expressing his thoughts about Taiwan needing to be reunified with China sooner rather than later. Nevertheless, the attack was devastating. PLA troops have started to land on Quemoy and Penghu. The Taiwanese troops fighting on those islands commit to their cause valiantly, but they'll be overrun quickly. President Tsai has to accept these islands as lost and focus instead on the Taiwanese mainland. Though China has taken several tactically important islands, Tsai knows that Taiwan has many natural defenses playing in its favor. She knows that China isn't likely to risk an invasion via Taiwan's east coast. While its navy is more than capable of sailing around the island nation, and will do so to create a naval blockade, any invading force has to deal with the massive cliffs that line almost the entirety of Taiwan's eastern border. Scaling those cliffs isn't impossible. Their gradients are at least 15%, which doesn't make them impossible, but climbing them while facing a constant barrage from Taiwanese troops would lead to massive casualties for the PLA. Plus, any PLA forces that try to take advantage of the passes and their tunnels that Taiwan has built into the cliffs to provide access to Taiwan's major population centers will be met with fierce resistance. They'll be forced into choke points, with Taiwan's troops able to pick them off at will. As a last resort, Tsai can always order the destruction of those passes and tunnels to prevent Chinese incursion. Still, she orders the troops on the east coast to be on alert. China may try its luck. Taiwan has to show that the cliff-lined coast is a no-go for the PLA. Instead, Tsai's immediate response focuses on Taiwan's west coast, which is closest to China. There are advantages there too. Taiwan has 15 major ports and harbors, though only 4 deep-water ports handle international maritime trade. Those ports would be likely landing and docking points for China's navy, so she can't allow them to fall into enemy hands. She orders their destruction. The ports can always be rebuilt, and China's naval blockade will prevent Taiwan's partners from ferrying goods onto the island anyway. She makes this choice because she knows that destroying the ports will make it much harder for the Chinese troops to land, affording Taiwan more time to prepare its internal defenses. Still, China can and likely will land via the beaches that line Taiwan's west coast. There's little that Tsai can do about that beyond ensuring those beaches are heavily fortified. And again, she can take advantage of Taiwan's geography. In many cases, the waters that lead into those beaches are shallow, often being less than 50 feet deep, meaning China can't deliver troops using large ships. Instead, they'll have to take an approach akin to the D-Day landings of the Second World War. Troops can be transported en masse up to a point, but then must be ferried onto the beaches in smaller vessels. All the while, Taiwan can bombard China's vessels with long-range missiles and air attacks, not only slowing down China's invasion, but hopefully destroying boats that contain stockpiles of food and ammunition that would keep any invading ground forces running once they reach Taiwan. Tsai's goal is simple: turn China's invasion into a war of attrition that will slowly sap the PLA's strength and force them to turn back. But to make that strategy work in the face of constant missile barrages and the PLA's sheer size, she'll need the help of an ally. Tsai makes a call to the President of the United States. Day 3. President Joe Biden contemplates his next move. The United States has long been an ally of Taiwan. He strengthened that relationship further in August 2023 when he approved $80 million in foreign military financing paid for by the American taxpayer to go straight to Taiwan as part of the Taiwan Relations Act. China wasn't happy about that move. Its foreign ministry said as much, comparing the grant to an arms sale that harmed China's sovereignty and security interests, while undermining the peace throughout the Taiwan Strait. Biden can't help but consider that this move had prompted the Chinese invasion, though he tried to dispel that thought from his mind. Xi had been talking about this for years. It's why the US delivered so much money and weapons to Taiwan in the first place. Still, he couldn't get the words that had come from the Chinese Defense Ministry in the wake of his announcement out of his mind. We will take all necessary measures to resolutely counter this. Perhaps this invasion was the necessary measure. Either way, Biden now has a choice. China's naval blockade is already having an impact on trade. If it's allowed to continue, it'll affect practically every American industry because Taiwan's responsible for producing around 60% of the world's semiconductors. Supply chains are grinding to a halt, and worse yet, a Chinese victory places those semiconductors in Beijing's hands. Bad news for Western business. He also has to think about the American people's wishes. More of them would support American deployments in support of Taiwan now than in 2015. Then 28% said America should support the island nation if China made a move. As recently as 2021, that support has risen to 52%. And of course, Biden knows he's made several comments in the past suggesting he'll send in troops. Back in September 2021, he claimed that the US has a commitment to doing just that, rather than simply a commitment to provide Taiwan with the means to defend itself. That was a blunder, but it also highlights his real feelings on the subject. While the American people might be split down the middle, Biden simply can't afford to allow China to take Taiwan. It's not just semiconductor trade. China succeeding in its invasion would be a propaganda nightmare, with Beijing achieving a major military victory that can prop up Xi's claims that he's upsetting global geopolitics for years to come. It's better to fight back now and solve that problem before China gets any more big ideas. But America isn't going to be able to do it alone. China's naval blockade might not have the sheer tonnage of America's Navy, but it is strong enough to put up a good fight. Besides, the US will need somewhere to prepare before it pushes into the Taiwan Strait. Thankfully, America has developed a trilateral security agreement with South Korea and Japan for situations just like this. He picks up the phone and calls the Japanese Prime Minister, Fumio Kishida. Biden's job is to convince Japan that fighting the Chinese invasion now is in Japan's best interests. Otherwise, a strengthened China could seriously threaten Japan's sovereignty. Day 4. Xi is satisfied so far. The quick-fire missile attacks on Penghu and Quemoy were successful. China has essentially taken control of both islands, though its troops are still involved in sporadic fighting. The Taiwanese are as dedicated to their nationalism as their rhetoric claims. But Xi knows the two islands that were his first targets don't have the numbers to defend themselves successfully. For the next few days, he'll focus on consolidating his position in preparation for a full ground assault. He's already ordered his rocket force to pepper the mainland with precision missile strikes, but he is holding back. Even though China has the largest missile stockpile in the world, he doesn't want to burn through the whole lot now in case he gets drawn into a longer conflict. He doesn't want to be left without usable missiles at a critical juncture. For now, the priorities are to clear the Taiwan Strait and surround the island so that aid can't come in. Xi's Navy, supported by his Air Force, is meticulous in its endeavors. Jets launch from China's 3 renewed bases at regular intervals, conducting flyby attacks on any Taiwanese vessels found in the Taiwan Strait. Those smash-and-grab attacks are aided by the Shandong aircraft carrier, which provides a landing base for those craft to refuel and get back into the fight. Xi uses his fleet of 62 submarines, though not all at once, to scour the strait and surrounding waters for signs of the 4 submarines that Taiwan's Navy has. Those subs aren't a major threat, but getting them out of the way now is better so they can't create gaps in Xi's blockade. Speaking of which, Xi already has ships forming a perimeter around Taiwan with 49 destroyers, 72 corvettes, 42 frigates, and over 150 patrol vessels in his navy. Xi has plenty to choose from. Most won't be needed for the perimeter, giving Xi enough leftover naval assets to continue proper defenses along the Chinese coast. In a few more days, China will be ready for the next stage of the assault, attacking the mainland. Days 10 to 30. The Taiwan Strait is clear. It took a little longer than she anticipated. Taiwan commissioned its first and second mine-laying squads in 2022 and sowed ship-sinking mines throughout the strait. But this was a fairly new strategy for Taiwan, and the mines laid weren't so numerous that the PLA's navy couldn't handle them. Beijing lost a few ships, but she anticipated the mines and deployed minesweeping vessels equipped with special wires to cut the tethers attaching the mines to the seabed, allowing China's navy to destroy most of what was there. At the very least, she has several clear routes to the mainland. He'll take advantage of all of them. She knows that invading from the east is almost impossible. Taiwan's cliffs are well fortified. Still, he'll send some troops to the slaughter, if only to force Taiwan to destroy valuable passages and access routes into its major cities. What's the loss of a few thousand people when you have over 2 million of your active military and another 510,000 in reserve? The attempted incursions on the east can serve as a distraction. She's focus is on one of Taiwan's red beaches, Guanyin Beach, located on the northwest coast of Taiwan. The beach is around 31 miles away from Taipei, Taiwan's capital, and just over 10 miles away from the country's main international airport. Securing the beach will provide the most efficient route into Taipei and allow the PLA to capture an important strategic position. He just has to get the PLA to the beach. China can't use Taiwan's deep-water ports to conduct a landing or transport massive amounts of troops all at once. Tsai destroyed them immediately after Xi's missile barrage, a move the Chinese president hoped Tsai wouldn't take. But she was prepared for it. Instead, in the next few weeks, she will send dozens of transport ships toward Guanyin, each loaded with thousands of soldiers. These ships will bring his troops as close to the coastline as possible before smaller vessels take them the rest of the way. It won't be easy. Taiwan has mines in the shallow waters leading to the beach. It's also invested heavily in anti-landing spikes, preventing Xi from sending tanks until he secures the beach and can start removing the spikes. The beaches are probably already laced with mines too, and Taiwan's mobile missile launchers will batter the ships he sends, though Xi can rely on his air force to distract and destroy those launchers. Still, the landing could lead to the loss of many of the PLA's larger naval vessels. So instead of using them as transport ships, he'll call on fleets of civilian vessels to do the job. At best, those ships can carry the troops to the beach. At worst, they'll serve as distractions, draining Taiwan's munitions until it cannot defend the beach anymore. Over the next 2 weeks, China constantly sends troops to Guanyin Beach. As Xi anticipated, he loses thousands of soldiers and dozens of boats to mobile missile strikes. But he's able to respond with missiles of his own, courtesy his fighter jets, and China eventually establishes a secure route onto the beach. It's now free to land troops at will, though each crossing of the Taiwan Strait takes several hours and leaves his ships exposed to 141 F-16 fighter jets. Xi's J-16s and Su-30s are tasked with keeping those jets occupied and shooting as many out of the skies as possible, as China transports more and more troops to Guanyin Beach. Days 31 to 40. Tsai anticipated almost all of this. She knew that Guanyin Beach would fall, but she made sure the defenses lining the beach caused as much damage to the PLA as possible. Eventually, she also had to order the collapse of the passes and access ways running through the eastern cliffs, as the PLA kept sending troops. Again anticipated, though unfortunate. She needs to keep them at bay until help arrives. Taiwan's terrain will help them there. To get to Taipei, Chinese troops must pass through mountainous land, including Yongmingshan National Park. Practically all the districts surrounding Taipei present difficult marching conditions for Chinese troops. The terrain is rough. That buys more time for Taipei, which essentially sits at the bottom of a crater surrounded by mountainous land. These mountains are also an advantage for another reason. Taiwanese troops know them. The Chinese, despite their claims of ownership, don't. Taiwan's army has trained to fight in those mountains for decades, with Tsai knowing that she could trust her soldiers to hide out and wage a campaign of guerrilla warfare against China. She knows that China has sheer numbers, almost 10 times the ground troops in fact, but the mountains make it harder for planes to fly over Taipei, with the terrain making it extremely difficult for tanks and other military vehicles to travel. Add to that small pockets of hidden troops conducting sneak attacks when China's patrols least expect it, and she's confident she can put another big dent in the PLA before it reaches Taiwan. Still, she knows the numbers are overwhelming. Her troops set up choke points at every route leading into the city. Some of those choke points will be busier than others. China has yet to land troops in the south, and it would take several days for them to travel toward Taipei if they did, allowing Tsai to focus her efforts on the arriving force from the northwest. The idea is to fortify the city, creating layers of defense that China has to break before it can seize Taipei. Along the way, Tsai might have to destroy tunnels and highways leading to the city, cutting Chinese troops off from one another and forcing them to engage in small, street-level skirmishes. Same goes for Taipei's port, which runs along the Tamsui River. Destroying that while blockading the river itself prevents China's navy from encroaching. It's all about buying time. Days 45 to 59. It didn't take long for Biden to convince Kishida of the importance of directly supporting Taiwan. This isn't like the situation in Ukraine, where the US can rely on its European allies to continue funneling money to support the war effort. Taiwan is cut off by a naval blockade. The US, with help from Japan, needs to break that blockade and disrupt the flow of troops to Taiwan's mainland. Over the last few weeks, the US has been sending ships to its bases in Japan, supplementing the equipment there and the 53,000 troops it already has stationed in the country. Its bases such as Okinawa are its focus. That's where a joint naval and air force attack will launch. The US knows that China has more boats in its navy, but it also knows that many of those boats are weak patrol vessels. America has the advantage of sheer tonnage and attack power. At 4.5 million tons, the US Navy displaces around twice the amount of water as China's. Its ships are better, they hit harder, and with the support of ships from the Japanese self-defense forces, Biden is confident that he can cripple the naval assets China has in the Taiwan Strait. The naval counterattack begins. A fleet that includes submarines, destroyers, and 2 of America's 11 aircraft carriers sails toward the Taiwan Strait. Japan ships don't attack directly. Instead, they offer support via their fleet of 36 JMSDF destroyers, each equipped with RIM 162 Evolved Sea Sparrow missiles, or ESSMs, that have a 31-mile range and can move at speeds up to Mach 4, ideal for shooting down Chinese fighters and missiles aimed toward the American fleet. America loses some ships along the way in small skirmishes, but with much of China's naval firepower focused on the Taiwan Strait, it isn't until the United States reaches that patch of water that the naval battle intensifies. American destroyers focus on the smaller patrol vessels that make up much of the Chinese Navy and its blockade, while its submarines infiltrate the waters to engage in underwater battle with China's fleet. Slowly, America's sheer tonnage overwhelms the blockade, creating an opening that enables portions of its fleet to reach the routes that China has established into Taiwan. China can't risk launching missiles against America's ships. It might hit its own transports, killing thousands of its troops in the process. Instead, it becomes engulfed in a combined naval and air battle, its forces equally matched with the US. The objective for the US isn't a complete victory, it's a disruption. Cut off the flow of troops to Taiwan and allow Tsai to execute her plan within the country. Day 60. Tsai knows the American Navy is in play. Reports from scouts observing Guanyin Beach have told her that the flow of troops into the mainland is faltering massively. That is great news for Tsai. China's missile barrages have slowed down as well, likely due to the combined issues of lower supply and those missiles now being dedicated to attacking the US Navy. With a little more time, China may be unable to deliver more troops to the Taiwanese mainland. That'll leave those who have landed, numbering in the tens of thousands, to fight against the nearly 150,000-strong defensive force. Again, Tsai has prepared for this. Her guerrilla fighters in the mountains have done their jobs, picking away at Chinese troops as they advance. Access into Taipei became a choke point, and though the Chinese eventually broke through, they lost thousands of soldiers doing so. Now the next part of the strategy, urban warfare. Taiwan has been conducting mock urban street battles for years, with Taiwanese troops simulating China's likely strategies so that counterforces can practice using the city's terrain against them. All of that practice comes to the forefront now. Sandbag barricades have been erected. Munitions to deal with Chinese tanks and military vehicles are prepared. Tsai's army is so well drilled that it knows how to use the city's houses and commercial buildings as cover to launch sneak attacks on Chinese troops unfamiliar with the city's layout. All streets have been evacuated. The frequent drills, including those reported on by Reuters in July 2023, have led to much of the city being evacuated quickly and easily, with Taipei citizens traveling to the relative safety of Taoyuan, Hsinchu County, and Miaoli County. Those who remained have found shelter in the subways or in their own homes. Fighting begins in Taipei itself. The combat takes place street by street. China can't rely on overwhelming numbers here. Frankly, it doesn't have them, thanks to the many obstacles Taiwan put in its way and the Americans doing such a good job of cutting off its route into Guanyin Beach. Chinese troops are also exhausted from the long trek and the constant stress of attacks by guerrilla forces as they attempt to negotiate the mountainous terrain into Taipei. And it's not just the Taiwanese military with which they have to contend. Thousands of civilians have stayed behind in Taipei to join the fight. Many have military training thanks to Taiwan's mandatory military service. Most have a year of active service under their belts. Younger members of the population have trained for 18 months. Fueled by national pride, they engage Chinese troops along with members of Taiwan's active military. Day 90. The fighting draws out the war far beyond China's expectations. 3 months have passed and Taiwan, aided by the Americans and Japanese, has defended itself well. America has succeeded in cutting off troops and supplies to the Taiwanese mainland, leaving Beijing to rely on the members of the PLA who managed to get into Taiwan. Those numbers are rapidly dwindling. Around 100,000 troops made it across before the U.S. Navy got involved. They face similar numbers of troops in Taiwan, along with numbers of trained citizens, and the prospect of America bringing troops to the island is a real possibility. Xi places his head in his hands. His invasion has failed. He underestimated the will of the Taiwanese people and didn't account for the U.S. sending such a strong counterforce. He doesn't even have the nuclear option at his disposal. He wants to control Taiwan, not destroy it. Faced with no other option, Xi is forced to call a ceasefire and withdraw his troops. He retreats to lick his wounds, but he can take solace in the fact that he's weakened Taiwan, as well as depleted American resources, and now he knows what mistakes to avoid if he wants to make a future invasion successful. The United States, the world's premier military power. China, a rising power that may one day be able to challenge the US's own, but today cannot. What if these two military giants went head-to-head though, and the conflict played out on China's own shores? What if the United States decided it needed to invade China? Could China defend from a US invasion? First though, is conflict between the two even probable? The short answer is yes, and the possibility is frighteningly real and seemingly only growing more realistic by the day. Today, these two great powers find themselves locked in what historians have come to term Thucydides' trap. Thucydides was an ancient Greek historian who commented on the rise of Athens and the fall of Sparta. For a long time, Sparta was the reigning power of the Greek world, until the city-state of Athens began to rival it in terms of economy, wealth, and military power. The end result was an inevitable war between the two city-states and their allies, as one side, Sparta, sought to hold on to its spot as the #1 power, and Athens sought to dislodge it. If you think that's ancient history, then consider that out of 16 instances in just the last 500 years alone of a rising power supplanting a pre-existing power, war broke out 12 out of 16 times. Clearly, the odds are not good that the US and China can avoid war. To make matters worse, the seeds of conflict between the two nations already exist in a variety of potential flashpoints. The biggest of these are Taiwan's continued independence and China's aggressive and illegal expansion into the South Pacific. Eventually, most likely due to the matter of Taiwan, a conflict between the US and China is likely, especially if China wants to prove it really is a great power. As long as the US Navy reigns supreme in the South Pacific, China cannot claim to be a great power and cannot influence its neighbors the way it wishes to. For China, conflict with the US is all but inevitable, not just a matter of national pride, but one of continued political survival for a communist party that finds itself increasingly isolated from the outside world by growing democratic movements along its borders. So what if the worst came to worse? Could the US successfully invade China? The US's greatest asset is the presence of its forces all around the world thanks to defense agreements with partners and allies. This is a mutually beneficial agreement as it provides a boost to the hosting nation's economy and ensures its continued defense in the case of a war. For the US, though, it has the added benefit of allowing it to stage forces all around the world and quickly react to a conflict. American forces, with their wide network of military installations and partnerships with nations all over the globe, allow them a degree of flexibility and mobility that no other nation can even come close to matching. In a war against China, the US would rely on its Pacific bases to prosecute the conflict. Spurred on by China's growing aggressiveness against its neighbors in the South Pacific, President Obama launched a strategy of encirclement, much like that employed so successfully against the Soviet Union during the Cold War. Today, this means that US forces are deployed or can deploy from bases in Japan, the Philippines, Guam, South Korea, Singapore, Australia, and even Thailand. Plotted on a map, this clearly shows how American military power is posed to contain China, no matter in which direction it attempts to move its own military. The reverse is also true. The wide dispersion of US power in the South Pacific allows it to use military force against China from multiple avenues of approach, forcing Chinese defenses to spread out amongst a host of potential threat vectors. However, the primary purpose of US encirclement is not to start hostilities, but rather to respond to them or prevent them altogether. China's chief strategic problem is that it relies on overseas routes for most of its trade, with up to 60% of all Chinese trade passing through the South Pacific. Current U.S. force predisposition has the foot in the U.S. military poised straight on the jugular of Chinese trade, and it would not take much pressure to shut that trade off and send China into an economic collapse. In case of war, this is exactly what would happen. U.S. forces would immediately begin a naval and air blockade of all Chinese trade, boxing in the Chinese Navy all the way from the Malacca Straits to the Sea of Japan. While the Chinese Navy now for the first time in history outnumbers the U.S.'s own Navy, it largely lacks a capability to operate far from its own shores and is best suited for coastal defense. This would make it impossible for China to send a naval expeditionary force to the Malacca Straits and secure them for its trade ships. Then there's the added complication of U.S. allies and partners in the area who would indubitably join the U.S. side in the conflict. Chinese ships trying to leave their territorial waters would find themselves threatened on all sides, on top of having to deal with the formidable American Pacific Fleet. At the same time that the U.S. ships are blocking off Chinese trade, though, the People's Liberation Army rocket force would saturate U.S. bases in Guam, South Korea, Japan, and possibly even the Philippines. These attacks would overwhelm American missile defenses and cause considerable damage, requiring weeks of repair to bring them back into operational status. This huge missile volley would greatly delay U.S. offensive operations by both its air and naval fleets, not to mention the preparation of any sort of invasion force. However, it would also greatly anger the nations that host U.S. forces, as missiles like the DF-21 ballistic missile have a margin of error that can be as much as several hundred meters. Missiles would be destroying not just U.S. forces but also Japanese, South Korean, and Filipino military assets and even civilians. This would further cement support for U.S. action against China. The Chinese missile stockpile numbers in the thousands, but it is ultimately finite, and military facilities can always be repaired faster than missile stockpile can be replenished. Not to mention that long before a second volley can be fired, U.S. forces would have moved to heavily damage China's command and control assets. In the opening of the war, American stealth bombers would strike at Chinese long-range surveillance radar, command and control nodes, and precision military systems deep inside the country. These attacks would be mirrored by a missile barrage nearly as large as China's own being launched by America's large submarine fleet, most of which are capable of carrying long-range land attack cruise missiles. While China may be able to hold the U.S. surface navy at bay with its rocket forces for a few weeks, possibly even a few months, the U.S. submarine force would be impossible to target with those same rocket forces. And given China's extreme lack of anti-submarine warfare assets, the American Silent Service would all but have the run of China's coast. American stealth aircraft and submarine forces would continue striking deep into China, destroying air defense networks, satellite communication nodes, and other vital facilities for coordinating China's ability to threaten the American Navy. U.S. stealth bomber losses would no doubt be very high, potentially knocking the entire fleet of 20 U.S. B-2 bombers out of commission within the first few weeks. Air attacks would then have to rely on unmanned drones, supplemented by submarine cruise missile strikes, but eventually Chinese defenses would be eroded enough to allow B-1 and even B-52 strategic bombers to begin to soften up Chinese coastal defenses. Going any further inland would likely be fatal for B-1 and B-52s, even at this stage of the war, with the Chinese Air Force suppressed but very much still capable. Escorting those non-stealthy bombers, however, would be American F-22 Raptors and F-35s, which would operate from repaired facilities in Japan and South Korea. While the U.S. would suffer losses to both its F-22 and F-35 fleets, the loss ratio would be extremely favorable. After a few weeks of air operations, enough of China's air defenses and most of its formidable fighter aircraft would have been thinned out to allow non-stealthy U.S. Air Force F-15s and Navy F-18s to join the fight, considerably boosting the presence of American combat aircraft. American air forces are not just more capable than China's, but considerably larger as well, with 13,264 total aircraft versus China's 3,210. Of those aircraft, the U.S. operates nearly double as many combat aircraft as China, at 2,085 versus 1,232. To make matters worse for China, U.S. aircraft are overwhelmingly more modern and capable, and its pilots more experienced. China may have the home field advantage, but the U.S. would dominate the air and sea war within a few months, putting a stranglehold on China economically. In the real world, this is the limit of the U.S.'s plans for a war with China: destroy its Navy and Air Force and strangle it economically into submission. In today's scenario, though, we're taking this a step further. preparation for an invasion of China would take many months and require the mustering of most of the U.S.'s amphibious forces. If the U.S. wanted to gather an invasion force and maintain its global commitments as they stand today, it would need to institute a national draft, which could potentially see it add up to 145 million additional personnel to its military. However, China's 1.3 billion strong population could muster up a defensive force of 753 million. Though with its much smaller military budget, a floundering economy due to the U.S.'s stranglehold on its trade, and damage on its infrastructure caused by American air and naval attacks, China would only realistically be able to train up and equip a small percentage of this number. Likewise, the U.S. would only be able to equip a small percentage of its own reservists, leaving the numbers advantage firmly in Chinese hands. The U.S. has always had the capability to move forces around in large numbers relatively fast, but in recent years it's greatly increased its expeditionary capabilities, adding a number of mobile landing platforms, afloat forward staging bases, and amphibious assault ships. Today, the U.S. maintains 3 Marine Expeditionary Forces, its primary force dedicated to kicking down the door on hostile beaches all over the world. Each force can bring to an enemy's shore between 20,000 and 90,000 Marines and sailors. These would quickly be supplemented by U.S. Army Expeditionary Forces, though they would require longer to assemble, prepare, and transport to a hostile Chinese beach. Initially, the American Marines would be forced to hold the beach alone, though they would not be able to land in their full numbers all at the same time. Not wishing to spread themselves too thin, and with U.S. air and naval power only capable of carving out a very small slice of safety on hostile Chinese beaches, U.S. forces may at best approach the numbers of the amphibious assault in Normandy, averaging between 15,000 and 20,000 personnel per day. This would require a full 3.5 days for an entire Marine Expeditionary Force to make the beach. This would leave 20,000 Marines with the unenviable task of holding a narrow strip of beach against a People's Liberation Army of around 975,000, not counting reservists and conscripts. Even with air superiority achieved, U.S. and Allied aircraft could not hope to hold at bay the vast number of Chinese ground troops, and it's likely that even before the first Marine Expeditionary Force could completely offload onto the beach, the Marines holding them would have been thrown back out into the ocean. Sheer numbers alone make an invasion of the Chinese mainland completely impossible for even the technologically superior U.S., and it would require the unloading of an entire Marine Expeditionary Force in one single landing to secure a foothold against the vast numbers of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. This is precisely why the United States has no plans of invading China, and instead plans on simply destroying the Chinese Navy and Air Force while blockading it economically in the case of war. Not allies, but better than allies. This is how the Chinese describe their relationship with Russia. A statement meant to show mutual support and cooperation speaks far more about the divides between the two nations. The truth is, Russia and China have as much in common as they have in opposition, and it could spark a war. There are multiple points of contention in the China-Russia relationship. Both are autocratic dictatorships. Only China has at least given up the pretense of democracy. Both nations are seen as unfriendly to the current Western-led world order. Both nations suffer internationally for that. It would seem as if the two nations should be best friends, especially when their chief rivals are the United States of America and its extensive network of friends and allies. Yet differences that threaten war run deep, and if the two went at it, it might not end the way you think. Historically speaking, China has been the junior partner. After the triumph of communism in China post-World War II, the Soviet Union was quick to become a sponsor of the nation. However, ideological rifts soon led to outright border clashes, and just 2 decades later, the BFFs were on the splits, with China cozying up to the United States of all places. The US-China relationship would soon turn adversarial, however, and China re-gravitated back toward the Soviet Union. By the time this happened, though, the Soviets were on the verge of collapse, and the balance of power between the two nations changed dramatically after the end of the Soviet Union. While the Soviets had been the far superior power during the Cold War, China's rapid modernization during the 90s, Russia's loss of much of their former Soviet territory, and industrial and intellectual capacity led to a more even balance of power between the two countries. But Russia was always on the declining side of the scale, as its economic development focused on reactivating former Soviet capabilities while China was building brand new ones. Russia was annoyed at the fact that the former client state was now very much an equal partner, and as the balance of power continued to become more askew, with China's economy growing to over 3.5 times the size of Russia's. A new ideological divide has sprung between the two nations, with the Russians resenting that it's now the junior partner, and China reveling in their current superiority over the Russian nation. But there are very real material reasons for a decisive souring of relations between the two states. Russia has long resented the fact that the Russian Far East region is increasingly becoming, in the words of the Russian politicians, Chinese. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, there's been a major depopulation of the Russian Far East, made even worse by the fact that the new Russian state has failed to significantly increase infrastructure investments in the region. Illegal Chinese and Korean immigrants, meanwhile, have flocked to the region, along with a great number of very legal Chinese immigrants, alongside a lot of Chinese investment. The situation for Russia looks increasingly dire as Chinese firms pour money into the area, with the nation admitting that it has no other recourse but to accept the Chinese money. There's now a very real fear in the minds of Russian politicians that the Russian Far East will soon be lost to Southern Asian powers like China. Not necessarily militarily, but economically, as foreign control over the region's developed energy supplies is growing year by year via investments. Culturally, the region is also starting to swing toward China as more and more immigration and investment comes from that nation. With such a weak government, military, and economic presence in the region, it's not outside the scope of imagination that in a few decades, the Russian Far East may push for independence and absorption by China. China clearly has a reason to manipulate events and ensure this happens, as the Russian Far East remains very resource-rich. For energy-hungry China, whose economy has only recently begun to slow down, securing energy supplies is of critical economic importance. But it's a necessity for an altogether different reason as well. China currently has a massive Achilles heel that ensures it will not be able to militarily challenge the United States, and that's the fact that it imports most of its oil via sea trade routes that the U.S. Navy can easily disrupt. Secure landlocked energy resources that the U.S. cannot interrupt frees up the Chinese Communist Party to more directly challenge the U.S., even militarily if need be. To this end, China has been fiercely competing with Russia for control over the energy resources of Central Asia, exerting massive influence and swinging smaller nations away from Russia. However, there is one final point of contention that is deeply souring the Sino-Russian relationship. For decades, China was a dependable and loyal client for the sale of Soviet and then Russian weapons. With no modern defense industry to speak of, China bought most of its equipment from Russia. However, as China has modernized, so too did its defense industry, decreasing its reliance on foreign suppliers. But Chinese modernization has come at the expense of Russian trade secrets, with Chinese agents being caught red-handed multiple times, stealing or attempting to steal classified Russian technology. China has also violated the tenets of some of its licensing agreements with Russia, especially regarding its fighter aircraft. Multiple Soviet and then Russian fighter designs were approved for license manufacture in China, on the condition that China still purchase Russian engines and electronics for those aircraft, the two areas that China remains weak in. However, Chinese engineers began to reverse engineer Russian components and build their own copies of Russian engines and avionics. This greatly angered Russia. However, the nation was so cash-strapped that it had no other option but to continue allowing licensing of its fighter designs. China's maturing defense sector, however, means it has little need to continue licensing Russian designs. This is most evident by the development of the J-20, which is inferior to U.S. fifth-generation aircraft, but superior to Russia's own Su-57. To add insult to injury, Russia believes that China stole much of the technology that went into the J-20, driving an even deeper divide between the two nations. With egos, control over energy infrastructure and supplies, and increasing Russian desperation for recognition on the world stage, who would win if the two nations went to war? Since the end of the Cold War, Russia's military power has kept it firmly in the number 2 spot globally. However, estimates of Russian basic competency, availability of equipment, and effectiveness of their weapon system have proven to be severely overblown. Russia, it turns out, is utterly incapable of facing off against a modern military force and is best suited for minor conflicts against much weaker powers like Syrian rebels. Up against even a very small amount of NATO hardware, Russia has failed horribly in Ukraine, and the times it did go directly up against NATO weapons, its losses were catastrophic. Safe to say, Russia is no longer the world's second-best military. This leaves China as the world's second military power after the US, but the revelations about the Russian military has put China's own military power into serious doubt. China has historically struggled to clearly define its military doctrine. Despite being the far superior power, China was still militarily defeated by the much smaller and war-exhausted Vietnam in 1979. China claimed victory, yet failed to achieve its strategic objectives of preventing Vietnam from overthrowing Pol Pot from Cambodia, leaving no question to who really won the conflict. A lot of Chinese military doctrine was based on Soviet doctrine, and this only began to change in 1991 as the United States absolutely trashed much more numerous Iraqi forces. Themselves deeply entrenched in Soviet doctrine, Beijing went into a state of panic. In the first direct confrontation between US and Soviet doctrine, the US was not just proven the winner, but Soviet military doctrine was proven to be vastly inferior. US doctrines of air-land battle and deep strikes using smaller number of more technologically sophisticated forces to sever lines of communication and disrupt enemy operations was so effective that in Moscow it was said that the only way to stop a US offensive was with nuclear weapons. Russia failed to learn this historical lesson, but China was an eager student. However, modernizing warfighting doctrine is not something easy for a nation deeply entrenched in the old Soviet order and dealing with massive amounts of corruption. Today, China has attempted to emulate the US combined arms operations within its own military, but while it's likely the superior emulator of US tactics, there's serious questions of just how good it really is. For starters, China's corruption problem might be as deep and systemic as Russia's has proven to be, severely eroding China's warfighting capabilities. It wasn't until Xi Jinping's anti-corruption purges in the late 2010s that China took any meaningful steps toward correcting a rampant and out-of-control culture of corruption across its armed services. But as many observers have pointed out, these anti-corruption purges might have been just as much political tools to eliminate rivals as they were tools to make actual progress on changing Chinese military culture, leaving the efficacy of the purges and real Chinese competency in serious doubt. The problem may still be as systemic as Russia's. For generations, the Chinese military operated on a tradition of gifting, where junior officers gave gifts to their superiors in exchange for promotions. This places little value on actual experience and capability, putting incompetent officers in command. Another serious question to Chinese capabilities is the fact that China is yet to prove that it can actually carry out modern combat operations of high intensity. For years, China refused to send its troops on UN peacekeeping missions for fear of being embarrassed by their performance. Even more telling, however, is the fact that China only recently modernized its military with a joint operations command structure similar to America's, allowing for its various military services to more easily operate together in combat and allow for real combined arms warfare. As encouraging as this news may be, though, China has also a very long precedent of insufficient or very low-quality training for its troops, with many of them being used for physical labor by their commanders in local infrastructure projects and training exercises being neither frequent nor realistic. To top it all off, it's important to remember that China has also never fought a modern conflict. So what would happen if the two powers went to war? If a war broke out between the two today, China would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Mongolia would become an unwitting avenue of attack for the Chinese forces, pushing into the very soft underbelly of the Russian Central and Far East districts. Historically, Russia has kept significant forces in the region to deter such an attack, but as the war in Ukraine drags on, men and equipment are being increasingly relocated to Ukraine. China, meanwhile, has no such commitments nor borders with potentially hostile nations, save for India. But the Chinese-Indian border is too mountainous for any serious land invasion to occur there. Chinese forces would be able to concentrate in the region, and with Mongolia largely doing whatever China tells it to, they'd have clear travel routes to the Russian border. The Russian Air Force would be integral in defending from a Chinese attack in the region, and here Russia does have a significant advantage. While the Chinese fighter fleet is more numerous at 1,200 aircraft versus Russia's 772, China still has a significant number of very old aircraft in its inventory, which would not fare well against Russia's one clear and decisive advantage: ground-based air defenses. Having prepared for decades to fight against the superior U.S. Air Force, Russia decided to not compete with the U.S. in the sky, but rather deny the sky to it by investing in air defense systems. Russia's S-300 and S-400, and now the S-500, are some of the best air defense systems in the world, even if they have trouble shooting slower HIMARS rockets down. With the air defense batteries already in the Central and Far East regions, Chinese air power would be seriously threatened if it tried to operate near the front lines, allowing Russia's Air Force to operate much more freely and directly threaten Chinese ground forces in a way China couldn't reciprocate. To add to China's difficulties, it would have to rapidly build up expeditionary airfields in Mongolia closer to the front lines due to its limited number of tanker aircraft and fighter aircraft capable of mid-air refueling. In terms of technology, the two militaries are likely at a healthy level of parity, but Russia is at a disadvantage due to the ongoing war in Ukraine and the effect of international sanctions. Predicting a victor and how such a war would play out becomes nearly impossible, given that the extent of Russian corruption and incompetence on the battlefield so far makes it questionable if it would ever be able to confront a near peer to the US such as China. But while Russian deficiencies are in full display in Ukraine, China's own deficiencies are as well hidden today as Russia's were on February 23rd of 2022. One day before the invasion of Ukraine, Russia was believed to be a formidable and capable military power who would steamroll a much smaller nation armed almost exclusively with legacy Soviet-era equipment. China, likewise, is today believed to be a modern and capable power, who's considered to be a near-peer adversary to the US. There are many indicators that China's own incompetency is as well hidden as Russia's was. The United States, meanwhile, has proven in various modern conflicts that its forces are extremely capable, even against significant threats. China has had no such opportunity. In all likelihood, a war between China and Russia today would devolve into a drag-down fight as both nations struggle to use modern doctrine alongside their high-tech weapons. The only conclusion we're comfortable making, however, is that in the case of war, the Chinese would likely neutralize Kamchatka and rout the Russian Navy. While China is still incapable of providing support for major naval operations far from home, Kamchatka is near enough to China and Russian defenses are light enough that the Chinese PLAN would likely emerge victorious. Once Kamchatka is secured, Chinese forces could begin a serious push for the Russian Far East, and while it's unlikely they would be able to threaten much of central Russia, the Far East region would likely fall to Chinese control and be annexed. With a great amount of energy resources there, even at a staggeringly high military cost, China would come out the winner. Here, we get to the crux of the problem, as Russia would inevitably use nuclear weapons once its territorial integrity was threatened. Without its own nuclear retaliation, Chinese forces would be annihilated, meaning that in order for there to be any victor in a serious Sino-Russian war, nuclear weapons would have to be used. With Russia hogging all the negative press lately, you might have missed Chinese President Xi Jinping's adamant proclamation that Taiwan will be reunited with the mainland. And he is not ruling out military force to accomplish this goal. But with the vast majority of Taiwanese citizens wanting nothing to do with mainland communist China and American President Joe Biden promising that the US would come to Taiwan's aid, World War III is looking more likely, and it won't be starting in Europe. How is China going to defeat the US and its allies? And more importantly, why does Taiwan matter so much that the US is willing to fight to keep it free and independent? China wants Taiwan, and the US wants Taiwan to remain free. Both sides have their various reasons, but there are some significant overlaps. For China, Taiwan is both a matter of national prestige and a national defense priority. The island is home to the Chinese nationalists who fled after losing the war against the communists after World War II. And given the difficulty of an invasion plus the support of the United States, reunifying this breakaway province by force has not been an option for China. It's only recently, with China's vast modernization of its military and steadily expanding amphibious assault capabilities, that the dream of taking over Taiwan is approaching fruition. But as long as Taiwan remains fiercely independent and refuses to bow to Beijing, China cannot be taken seriously as a global military power. After all, why should anyone fear your military when it can't even pacify an island sitting right off your own shores? For the Chinese Communist Party, Taiwan represents an existential threat, though. The nation began as a dictatorship but gradually became a liberal and open democracy. Today, it's amongst the most successful democracies in the world, and that's a big problem for the CCP. As long as Taiwan remains independent, it remains a symbol for the Chinese people of what life could be like for them if they were no longer under the thumb of the CCP. After the extreme measures enacted by President Xi during and after COVID, disillusionment with China's government and the very society it's built around has skyrocketed amongst the youth. To many of them, the democracy lurking right off their own shore is a more appealing choice, and as long as Taiwan remains independent, it'll continue singing its siren song of democracy to the Chinese people. However, there are two very real and very significant strategic reasons for China to want to take Taiwan back and for the US to want it to remain independent. First is a Western strategy known as the First Island Chain. This is a chain of pro-Western friendly nations that ring the shores of China and Russia both. During the Cold War, it acted as a physical barrier to communist navies in case of war, who would be hemmed in and unable to operate in open waters without being destroyed attempting to break to the open sea. The First Island Chain also allows friendly navies to operate very close to enemy shores by having resupply and repair facilities readily available and not relying on far-flung bases, which would limit loiter time for friendly ships and aircraft. Today, the First Island Chain strategy no longer hems in the Soviet Union and its allies and instead acts as a barrier to Chinese expansionism. China has attempted to break the First Island Chain by illegally building artificial islands in the South China Sea, and while the threat they pose is significant, it still doesn't allow the Chinese Navy to break the defenses of the First Island Chain completely, and it doesn't allow them to push hostile navies far enough away that Chinese shipping can continue to keep the nation supplied with the vital petroleum and natural gas it needs. Another strategic reason to want reunification with Taiwan could potentially impact the entire world, though. Today, Taiwan is the world's largest manufacturer of computer chips and semiconductors, wielding such significant clout that its embargo of Russia has all but crippled the nation's ability to build modern weapons. Taiwan's contribution to the global technology market is so significant that as the Chinese threat over the island grows, the United States has passed emergency funding for computer chip manufacturing plants to be built inside of America once more. If China were to seize Taiwan, it would in effect be in control of nearly all the world's supply of advanced electronic components and be able to threaten embargoes to nations that don't toe the CCP's line. A nation would have a simple choice: have its economy crippled or do as President Xi says. So how can China achieve its goals, even if it means launching World War III, and come out on top? China has already prepared extensively for conflict against the superior U.S. Navy, and has done a really good job of it too. The surface combat ships are still no match for American vessels, with China having approximately 2/3 of the total battle force missiles that the U.S. Navy has. Its Air Force is similarly outclassed by the U.S. Air Force, which not only outnumbers China's, but has far better capabilities in all but one department: long-range air-to-air missiles, where the Chinese PL-15 enjoys a significant advantage over the American AIM-120 in terms of range. However, the U.S. is fast-tracking an upgrade called the AIM-260 Joint Advanced Tactical Missile to not just close the gap, but exceed it once more. U.S. air and naval power won't matter, though, if it can't bring all that might close to Chinese shores, which is why China has invested heavily into developing a strategy known as Anti-Access Area Denial, or A2AD. The goal is simple: keep American ships and special mission aircraft such as AWACS and tankers away from Chinese shores so the People's Liberation Navy can operate with impunity. At the core of the strategy is the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, or PLARF. PLARF might sound like something you do after a bad burrito, but it's the gravest threat the U.S. Navy has faced since the end of the Cold War, and it might be good enough to keep the U.S. ships out of the Western Pacific for good. A ballistic missile force, this branch of the Chinese military is dedicated to China's vast stockpile of both nuclear and non-nuclear ballistic missiles. China was never subject to the Intermediate Range Force Treaty, or INF, and thus, unlike the Soviet Union and the U.S., China developed an extensive stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles. Today, China fields about 1,400 ballistic missiles alongside hundreds of cruise missiles. Most of these are older, shorter-range missiles which we could expect to see deployed against Taiwanese infrastructure, but hundreds have ranges capable of hitting U.S. bases in Japan and South Korea. A small but unknown number can even hit the all-important U.S. base in Guam. The PLARF would be critical in the opening days of World War III. Both the U.S. and China hold serious counterforce power, and the advantage would go to whoever fires first. A war between the two powers would almost certainly be a bolt-out-of-the-blue attack, an unexpected first strike using hundreds of ballistic missiles. The targets would be U.S. bases in the region, with a priority target being Guam. However, this comes with certain risk, as striking U.S. bases in Japan and South Korea would threaten dragging those two nations into the conflict. South Korea may be disinclined to join the conflict out of fear of North Korea taking advantage of the situation. In fact, for China to win, it would be in its best interest to precede a war in the Pacific with ramped-up antics from North Korea, enough to rattle South Korea without actually crossing the line over into war. Fears of North Korean aggression would be likely enough to prevent South Korea from doing anything other than voicing public support for its American allies. Japan would be a different story. The two nations are famous rivals, and there's still a lot of bad blood between China and Japan. What's more, Japan agrees with the U.S. that China presents a threat to democracies around the world. Losing a fellow democracy like Taiwan to China could represent a larger global shift toward authoritarianism. China, being the dominant regional power, is also greatly disadvantageous to Japan, whose all-important trade routes pass by close enough to China to be intercepted by its navy should Taiwan fall and the first island chain be broken. Thus, it's almost a foregone conclusion that Japan would join the war anyway, no matter what China ends up doing. The rewriting of its constitution allows the expeditionary deployment of its military, bucking the self-defense pacifist ideology of the past, and it's proof that Japan is actively preparing to send ships, troops, and planes to aid the U.S. and Taiwan. This is a serious problem for China because Japan provides a convenient staging ground for both the U.S. naval and air forces. A significant number of ballistic missiles would have to be dedicated to striking Japanese air bases and harbors in order to deny both to the U.S. military. Chinese military doctrine states that the PLARF is to be used in a swift, precise, and overwhelming strike against an enemy force. This means eliminating the greatest threat to Chinese ambitions in the region, the United States Navy. It's not enough to shut down U.S. bases and airfields. America has a huge expeditionary capability and lots of friends from where they could stage ships and planes. Winning the war in the Pacific means beating the U.S. Navy black and blue. China is counting on the US's public aversion to military casualties to win the war the moment it starts. To achieve it, it needs to score huge losses to the US at the onset of the war in terms of both men and material. That's why US aircraft carrier strike groups are China's #1 priority. Not only do American supercarriers threaten all Chinese naval shipping, but the loss of even a single carrier would result in the death of thousands of American sailors. This is something China hopes it can use to shock and awe the American public into not supporting a protracted war. Because China cannot win a long-term conflict against the US, it simply lacks the material and ability to protect its trade overseas, while it can do nothing to threaten American global trade. With US carriers kept at bay with ballistic missiles and friendly airfields destroyed, China would have a week or two to achieve its objective of capturing Taiwan. However, China faces 3 critical problems with its war plans. The first is that any invasion of Taiwan would take weeks to coordinate. Ships would have to be restationed to nearby harbors. Hundreds of thousands of troops would have to be moved from various military districts to the eastern one in preparation of boarding. Supplies like food, water, and medicine would have to be gathered in the millions of tons and prepared for shipping across the strait. Hundreds of aircraft would have to be moved to nearby airfields. Basically, an invasion of Taiwan would be anything but a bolt out of the blue. It would be a very publicly broadcast event that would have months of warning. The United States would use this time to gather global support for either painful political and economic measures against China or to build a national military coalition like it did in Desert Storm. In an unprecedented move, European NATO partners have been sending ships to the South Pacific in the last 6 months. These routine patrols are meant to signal one thing to China: Europe stands with the US and against an invasion of Taiwan. Invading Taiwan would mean taking on an international coalition. And there's no ready answer to this daunting problem for China, who enjoys few meaningful alliances and 0 who would support it in war against what would in effect be a global force. The second problem China faces is that though its ballistic missile force is a deadly threat to US forces, it might not be able to effectively deter US naval operations the way China hopes it will. Hitting a stationary airbase with a ballistic missile from thousands of miles away is relatively easy. China has reduced the circular probability of error from 100 to just 5 or 10 meters for its modern missiles. However, hitting a fast-moving warship in the middle of the ocean is a different challenge altogether. Ballistic missiles and other standoff weapons need good tracking data to hit a moving target. This means that a ship must be first discovered, properly identified, and then finally fixed. China has greatly improved both its ground-based and satellite-based long-range radar capabilities, but this type of radar can only tell you a ship is out there with an approximate distance. Accuracy of satellites, however, is greater, though they provide only a temporary track as they orbit the Earth. In order to properly identify and then provide a good track, you need a much better sensor technology, and it's unknown if China can foot the bill there. A vast investment in drones and AWACS aircraft means that China potentially has the tools to get the job done, but these airborne assets have to face the threat of the most capable air force in the world. China does enjoy an advantage here because the US would have to operate aircraft at extremely long ranges. But a decided uptick in both the purchase of air and sea drones by the US military, as well as a new tanker drone, means that the reach of America's weapons is being steadily and greatly increased. Even if China can overcome the difficulties in hitting moving targets, there's still one Achilles heel it has no solution for, neither today nor in the projected future. China depends on overseas trade for the majority of its oil and natural gas imports. It does have 2 land-based connections to Russia, but one of these, the pipeline from Sakhalin, would make an easy target for a cruise missile strike via submarine. That would leave only one inflow of oil and natural gas in the far west out of US reach. This would basically be a trickle compared to China's current fossil fuel supply, and within weeks the nation would run out of oil altogether. Its military could fight on for a few months at most due to the strategic reserves, but its economy would come crashing to a halt as the civilian sector becomes energy-starved. To add insult to injury, over 60% of Chinese trade comes via the ocean. Except it wouldn't in case of war, thanks to the US Navy. Even if its ballistic missile forces are effective at keeping the US Navy at bay, ballistic missiles can't stop the huge US attack submarine fleet. Surface task forces could also easily choke off China at multiple traffic choke points for maritime trade, including the Malacca Straits, the Gulf of Oman, and the Panama Canal. China is attempting to secure ports and airfields outside of the country so it can base forces near these strategically important waterways, but so far has only succeeded in gaining the use of a small base at Djibouti, only miles from a much bigger American base. With the bulk of the world on the US's ideological side and the vast network of friends and partners the US can use to leverage pressure on anyone contemplating allowing China to build military bases on their territory, it's not predicted that China's forward-deployed military forces will grow in any significant amount. The Chinese Navy may be the largest in the world today, but most of these ships are smaller vessels meant to act as missile boats or harass the fishing vessels and oil-exploring ships of neighboring nations, not attempting to dislodge a U.S. carrier strike group from a vital trade artery. For all its planning, there's nothing China can do about this situation in the current or even long term, though it is steadily working at building a blue water navy capable of operations far from home shores. It still has a significant way to go to get there, however, and even the U.S. remains firmly in the lead. Early in its invasion of Ukraine, when the world turned a collective cold shoulder to it, Russia claimed that the Russian-Chinese partnership was one of no limits. Not long after, the Chinese were quick to rectify the sentiment and make it clear that there were indeed limits to this relationship, with its only real friends being Iran and North Korea. If Russia wants to win the war in Ukraine, it desperately needs China's support, but China has other plans, and it would like nothing better than if Russia lost this war. And not just any loss, the more catastrophic the better. Russia's war to defeat Russia by invading Ukraine is putting the nation in an increasingly tough position as the conflict enters the 18-month mark. Initially, sanctions against the country barely made a dent on its economy, thanks to booming energy revenues as the Western world bought up vast reserves of Russian energy in order to shore up for looming sanctions. But the boom times are over, and now Western price caps on Russian energy are gutting government revenues. These price caps allow Russia just enough leeway to keep selling oil and gas and thus avoid a global energy crisis, but not enough for Russia to turn a profit. In effect, Russia's greatest source of revenue has been reduced to a break-even state, even as the country taxes oil income according to the price of Brent crude rather than its own. This is cannibalizing its own energy industry just to continue financing the costly war in Ukraine. Even worse, as Russia switched to sell oil to India, they tried to make up its losses of Western business, and the Indian government demanded that all sales be made in rupees instead of rubles. This has left Russia with a massive quantity of Indian rupees, which have very limited use on the international market as most nations trade in either dollars or euro. Russia also doesn't need much of what India is willing to export, meaning it can't use those rupees to buy the Indian goods it might need. This growing stockpile of rupees is effectively worthless to Russia unless the world suddenly switches to the rupee as the global reserve currency in the near future. On top of income woes, Russia is dealing with a catastrophic shortage of badly needed products for the manufacture of advanced weapons. Sanctions on semiconductor sales to Russia have reduced its military to scrounging for chips from consumer goods like dishwashers, and it's being forced to buy drones from countries like Iran under deals that heavily favor Iran. In the wake of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, the world learned that while Russia is a huge arms exporter, it was extremely reliant on advanced components from around the world to actually produce sophisticated arms. Without those components, the Russian defense industry can only manage to chug out a few advanced weapon systems per month, an estimated 20 tanks per month, for example, and in a questionable state of modernity to boot. China has helped alleviate some of the pressure that Russia is currently under. It has greatly expanded its import of Russian energy in the wake of Western sanctions and allows Russia to use its own financial institutions to undertake some transactions and evade Western restrictions. Further, there's good intelligence announced by the Americans that Chinese defense firms have been providing vital equipment to the Russian war effort. It was long feared that China would announce their full-blown support for Russia in a similar style as Ukraine enjoys from the West. Everything from Chinese tanks to artillery and especially missiles were feared to be crossing the border into Russia, replenishing its stockpiles and significantly expanding Russia's ability to continue waging this war. Despite Ukraine's many successes, it remains outgunned and outmanned by the vastly larger Russian military, which has the good fortune of access to vast stocks of Cold War equipment that still enjoys some battlefield utility. But those stocks are increasingly running out, and China was feared to be the key to replenishing Russian shortages. So far, there's been no sign of heavy equipment being transferred to Russia, despite President Vladimir Putin doubtlessly asking for it during his meetings with China's Xi Jinping. What we do know is that there is increasing evidence that the Chinese government is actively aiding Russia in evading sanctions, transferring large amounts of dual-use hardware like drones and computer chips to feed its ever-hungry defense industry. Chinese state-owned defense companies have shipped everything from badly needed spare parts for combat jets to navigation equipment. And just between March and July of 2023, Chinese companies sold Russia over $12 million in drones and drone parts. For their part, the Chinese have claimed that they're not selling Russia any weapons, which so far seems to be true. However, they also claim that any dual-use items being transferred to Russia are, quote, above board. This is objectively false, given that it took U.S. intelligence and third-party researchers to begin to discover the scope of what China is supplying to Russia. But it's not just parts that could be used in military drones that China is sneaking into Russia. China is now the largest importer of Russian oil in the world, dethroning India for that title in March of 2023. While Russia's not been able to make up all it lost in sales to the West, China now imports twice the amount of liquefied petroleum gas than it did in 2021, and crude oil imports are around 1.65 million barrels a day. One of the most painful blows to the Russian economy was sanctions by the West, which forbade Western insurance agencies from insuring any ship used to transport Russian oil. This meant that Russia didn't just lose access to European tanker fleets, but to international fleets insured by European companies. That left it with few options with which to ship oil, given that pipelines to alternate markets are few and so specialized that only very specific products could be sent through them anyway. But here too, China's helping Russia out by providing its own supertankers and granting insurance to third-party tankers transferring Russian energy goods. According to an anonymous Chinese executive, China provided 18 supertankers and insured a further 16 third-party vessels in 2023, shipping 15 million metric tons of crude oil. It looks like, short of providing Russia with weapons, China's doing everything it can to help Russia win. But on closer inspection, this is far from the truth, because the truth is, China is only interested in China, and even its aid to Russia is completely in its own interest, and it comes at an increasingly high cost to Russia's continued independence. Now, that last part is not a flaw, it's a feature of Chinese aid. China's been accused of using its Belt and Road Economic Initiative to spread what some have called, quote, debt trap diplomacy. There's varying levels of truth to this, but when looking at China's alleged support for Russia, it's hard to not see how China has its own interests front and center, to the great detriment of the Russians. Firstly, most of the transactions between Russia and China are now being conducted with the Chinese yuan, with the amount of total Russian exports conducted in yuan increasing from half a percentage point pre-war to 14% today. This is both a reflection of Russia's increasing shift toward Chinese markets and the Chinese demanding that trade be conducted in their own currency, strengthening the Chinese yuan directly. For the first time in history, the Chinese yuan is the most used currency inside of China itself for cross-border transactions. Globally, the yuan, or renminbi, rose to 2.7% of global foreign exchange reserves in 2022. This is good news for China, but bad news for Russia, since, like its situation with India, it's now left with huge cash reserves of a currency that only a very small amount of global trade is undertaken with. At least China's more sophisticated economy is able to offer Russia more of the goods and services it needs, and thus provide a chance to use those yuan reserves, but it can't provide everything, still leaving Russia with significant yuan reserves it cannot do much with. But the bigger picture overall is one where Russia's effectively forced to sell its energy for two currencies that the vast majority of the world doesn't do business with, meaning that the longer Russia is left under sanctions, the more dependent it becomes on India and China, since those are the only two currencies it has left in significant reserves, and nobody else wants them. China's political support is likewise completely self-serving. When Russia announced its no-limits partnership, China was quick to correct the record in order to not offend the West, where it has significant investments. To date, Chinese support has been tepid at best, with the nation calling for a, quote, equitable peace for both sides. What exactly that entails remains ambiguous, with China careful to word its 12-point peace plan in a way that leaves it completely unclear as to how it views a valid resolution to the war in Ukraine. In point number 1, China calls for both parties to observe the sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity of all countries, but this peace plan was presented after Russia annexed eastern Ukraine. So, does China support returning Ukrainian sovereignty to the annexed provinces, or does it support Russian claims of sovereignty? Nobody but the Chinese know, leaving their position pleasantly ambiguous, to their own benefit and to the detriment of Russia. With most of the world not recognizing its annexation of Ukrainian territory, Russia needs a significant world power to recognize its claims, or it'll lose them entirely. But as the world becomes increasingly polarized between liberal democracies and authoritarian dictatorships, why would China not fully embrace a like-minded authoritarian state? Why, in reality, does China want Russia to lose the war in Ukraine? It all comes down to what China needs in order to continue prospering and pursue its ultimate goal of dethroning the US as the sole global superpower. And Russia has everything China needs to accomplish this. Relations between the two states have varied wildly, from warm friendship during the first part of the Cold War to mutual distrust, and even outright border conflicts in the second half. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia was still the big boy on the block and China the junior partner. But the Chinese dragon has completely overtaken the Russian bear, with China now dwarfing it not just economically but politically and militarily as well. Russia's only remaining advantage over China is its nuclear arsenal, but with the state of the military on full display in Ukraine, there are serious questions as to the efficacy of an arsenal even bigger than that of the US. China's working to close that gap too, with massive investment in nuclear weapons in recent years, much to the world's detriment. China has a long memory of its treatment as a junior partner by the Soviet Union superpower, and continued by Russia until recently. It also remembers the territories stolen from it by the Russian Empire in 1858 under a set of humiliating treaties forced upon the Qin dynasty by the Russians. Russian Manchuria now includes the Amur Oblast and the southern half of the Khabarovsky Krai. It's not just national pride at stake, though, as Russian Manchuria happens to not just be strategically important, but also rich in energy resources and, most importantly, water. With China experiencing significant droughts, water shortages have put huge pressure on the nation, and the territory stolen from it by the Russian Empire happens to have two of the resources it needs most today. Russian Manchuria is only the tip of Chinese ambitions, though, because the greater prize is the entire Russian Far East. The RFE contains massive quantities of energy and other resources that remain largely unexplored and untapped. It is exactly these resources China is eyeing hungrily. Not only would it dramatically bolster the Chinese economy, but having access to those energy stockpiles would create a secure overland energy supply route directly to China. This is of significant concern when today China faces the very real prospect of having the US Navy completely blockade its sea-based trade, which accounts for approximately 60% of its energy imports. Without the ability to challenge the US Navy far from its own shores, having a vast supply of energy delivered via secure land routes would suddenly give China a lot of freedom to pursue some of its most aggressive foreign policy goals that the United States currently keeps in check, such as invading and annexing Taiwan. For its part, Russia has not helped Chinese ambitions in the region much. In 2014, Russia launched its Arctic Development Plan and did not include any Chinese involvement, nor did they make any mention of plans to prioritize Chinese energy needs. That's all changed as Russia has turned to China to finance significant infrastructure and energy exploration in the region. For the Russian political elite in Moscow, the situation is increasingly alarming. Not only are Russia's energy resources in its most far-flung region being financed by the Chinese, but China's own investments into the Russian Far East overall vastly outstrip its investments by the Russian federal government. Immigration, both legal and illegal, is creating a population that is increasingly more Chinese than Russian. In 20 to 30 years, it's feared that there will be more ethnic Chinese in the RFE than Russians. A concerning situation given the 113 million Chinese are sitting right across the border in neighboring Chinese provinces. Tensions between local Russians and Chinese populations are already nearing a boiling point. There's a deep resentment over the growing crowds of Chinese tourists who are said to be rude and patronize only Chinese businesses. In 2019, tensions came to a fever pitch over a Chinese-owned bottling plant on Lake Baikal, which is the world's deepest lake and holds 20% of the global freshwater supply. This Chinese plant would not only block local access to the water supply, but ship that water to China, where it's desperately needed. The Russian outrage was so pronounced that plans to build the plant were deemed illegal in Russian court. China's not done much to ease tensions and in fact seems to have signaled intentions to eventually retake Russian Manchuria. In 2023, Beijing approved the creation of official maps which showed the territories surrendered under the Qin dynasty under Chinese control and with their old Chinese names. The statement was clear: China wants what Russia has. And this is why China needs Russia to lose this war. And the worse it loses, the better. Russia's unlikely to simply allow demographics to shift ownership of the RFE from itself to China, even as a growing Chinese population creates an opportunity for an independence movement or an annexation by China. It is ironically exactly how Russia claimed justification for invading Ukraine: the protection of Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine. In another decade or two, China will have this exact same justification to move to annex the RFE, a region that's not just increasingly ethnically Chinese, but financially too. While China could absolutely defeat Russia in a conventional war, Russia is unlikely to let the RFE go peacefully and could resort to nuclear weapons to defend its territory. This is where a crippling loss in Ukraine would be to China's advantage, as such a loss would likely come with significant political upheaval, exactly the type of chaos China could use to make a move on the RFE, consolidating its hold before a fractured Russian state could properly react. In the end, it'd be a fitting fate for Russia to have its own territory annexed by a belligerent neighbor, but it would be a significant setback for the liberal world order, which has relied on the US Navy's ability to control Chinese trade to keep its worst ambitions in check. Imagine the scene. It's July 2023. In a meeting, Vietnam's Minister for Culture, Sports and Tourism is furious, his face twisted into a picture of superlative disgust. Behind him on a large screen is an image of a pretty blonde American lady decked out in a smart button-up dress. "I want this movie banned," he snarls. "I want every single image, digital, paper, or even printed on a little girl's knapsack removed from this country and dumped into the trash can of fake history." He's talking about Barbie. A blockbuster movie that has divided the West on socio-cultural grounds, but one that's angered and offended Vietnam on a much higher level. Why? Because Barbie, as some people have said, is an assault on men, or according to another critic, is a flaming piece of dog poop, a Death Star-sized piece of drack that teaches children all the wrong things. No is the answer. Vietnam could give a rat's behind about polarizing Western world issues. What's incensed the country is an image that appeared in a Barbie scene we just mentioned featuring China's perhaps indelicate 9-dash line. In fact, the Barbie movie is not the first film that Vietnam has banned over this line. 9 highly offensive dark dashes demarcating what critics say is China's brazen territorial claim. Malaysia and the Philippines have also banned American movies over 9 dashes, a problem for Hollywood's bottom line, but a feather in the cap for China. The issue of that now infamous line has been heating up lately. It doesn't look like this story will have anything close to a Hollywood happy ending. Rather, violence is probably on the not-too-distant horizon, which, as you'll see later, has many citizens of Asian nations worried. The USA plays a major role in this existential concern, of course. We'll come back to the present scraps and squabbles soon, but first, we need to look at how this line came into being in the first place. We must ask ourselves, how can China be so bold as to claim so much of this area as its own? Are its long territory-grabbing fingers acting within their rights, or is China being the schoolyard bully of the South China Sea? First, you must understand some history to understand China's rather big claim. As some of you know, for centuries, China was quite an isolated nation. It was very advanced, though, so when those first Europeans went there and marveled at various Chinese inventions, the Chinese would often refer to those Westerners as uncivilized barbarians. When those enterprising Europeans started to exploit the world's natural resources, sailing around the world to do business and often kill and conquest, China still remained mostly isolated. During the height of the European Industrial Revolution in 1820, despite the British and the rest of Western Europe churning out newfangled money-making industrial machinery, China easily had the world's largest economy. That year, the country's economy was about 6 times bigger than Britain's, which was the largest economy in Europe. China's economy at the time also dwarfed the USA by about 20 times. In fact, China and India at that point together made up 49% of the world's GDP. The British went on to govern India, 1858 to 1947. Some say rob India blind, but getting to China's wealth became a different kind of ballgame. Presently, China will waste no time telling the world about its superpower prowess in those days, but the country also believes the imperialists robbed it at a time when those imperialists were getting very good at making weapons. It's important to understand this widespread conviction in China when trying to understand the country's present territorial claims. In a nutshell, the Europeans weren't happy about China's isolationism. They wanted to do business. The Brits, through the East India Company, especially didn't like China snubbing trade. The Brits hated the fact that China would only sell its very popular products, such as tea and silk, in exchange for British silver. This created a trade imbalance, and one way to get around that was by illegally selling opium from British India to China. As effectively the first large drug trafficking cartel in history, the Brits went from selling 200 chests of opium a year in 1729 to 10,000 chests per year between 1820 and 1830. In 1838, Britain was selling about 40,000 chests, helped along by very dodgy Chinese officials and drug dealers in the port of Canton. Meanwhile, China had an opiate crisis on its hands that makes the US opiate crisis today look like an opiate triviality. The British were acting kinda like a big pharma/Sinaloa cartel of the 1800s. Millions of Chinese were addicted to this old-school OxyContin. A UN report said at the height of the crisis, 1 in 4 Chinese adults were spending their days nodding out on opium. Not good for society at all. In short, the Chinese fought back by burning a huge amount of British opium, and after some more incidents, the two countries ended up going to war. The Europeans, with their new technologies, were certainly very advanced. Barbarians maybe, but barbarians that could easily outclass China in a fight. The Brits by then had far superior battleships and weapons. China was riddled with corruption, official misinformation got back to Beijing, and so the Brits easily won what's now called the First Opium War. For the next century or thereabouts, Western European powers as well as Japan, Russia, and the US to some extent beat China up in a series of wars and conflicts that ended with brutal treaties now known as unequal treaties, and the superpower China gradually turned into what was called the sick man of Asia. It lost so much, including lots of territory, China was carved up and plundered. Imperialism is ferocious, Chairman Mao Zedong said years later, even if he was a tyrant of the highest order. China now calls this the century of humiliation, and often you'll hear political rhetoric in China telling people never again. For you to appreciate the present beef over these 9 dashes, you have to understand that bit of history. We only gave you a small snapshot, but it'll do for now. China claims that its 9-dash line, which encompasses close to 90% of the 3 million square kilometers in the South China Sea, is its own blue national soil. The country claims indisputable sovereignty over this area based on its days as a powerhouse in the region before it started losing parts of the territory to the likes of Britain, Japan, and France. Nonetheless, you'd be within your rights to ask why China gets this territory when indeed the South China Sea is surrounded by many countries, including Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, and Taiwan. You need to know something about the latter. Taiwan, aka the Republic of China, ROC, was annexed in 1683 by China's Qing dynasty, only to lose it to the Emperor of Japan in 1895 as part of the Treaty of Shimonoseki. This was another one of those so-called unequal treaties that China doesn't look so fondly upon. In 1945, the war ended and Allied China retook control of Taiwan, but this time under the ROC. The ROC had overthrown the Qing dynasty in 1911. After World War II, China, being one of the main allies, was judged deserving of a bit of territory. There were no real big squabbles when in 1947, a Chinese cartographer named Yang Huaren drew a line in the sand, or should we say the sea. It didn't really concern the West back then. China had just lost 15 to 20 million people, second only to the Soviet Union in terms of World War II deaths. This was an 11-dash line, not a 9-dash line. The reason for the 2 missing dashes is because of the infamous Mao Zedong, who in 1952 abandoned China's claim to the area known as the Gulf of Tonkin. The reason why Mao was in power then is that Mao's forces had defeated the ROC, which the nationalist Chiang Kai-shek headed. At the end of this brutal civil war, the nationalists, military, governance, and civilians retreated to Taiwan in their millions, an act known as the Great Retreat. They thought about coming back to reclaim China, but this plan, named Project National Glory, never came to fruition. The People's Republic of China, PRC, was staying, even if it was later weakened after Mao's crazy development plans, aka Great Leap Forward, and his bloody oppression, aka Cultural Revolution, that together cost tens of millions of Chinese lives. So there were 2 competing claims to China, but we should remember that it was the nationalist Yang Huaren who drew the map. When the nationalists skipped off to Taiwan, they still claimed the territory that lied within the 11 dashes that they'd drawn. Mao had nothing to do with the map when it was created. So, you might ask, how did China, the nationalists or the communists, think they could lay claim to all that territory? Surely you can't just draw a map and, well, that's that. Well, China might respond, that's exactly what we did. Often Chinese scholars like to point out that it was only doing what the imperialists in the West had done for centuries. And as you now know, China in its heyday was indeed the regional hegemon. It now says it claimed these territories during that period of strength. China says there's plenty of evidence regarding its historical claims. The country was never really a seafaring nation, unlike Britain and France, but China said it did do a fair bit of moving around the South China Sea. More so, it says, than the other countries currently claiming space in the water. There are the Spratly Islands, a 164,000 square mile area named after 19th century British sea captain named Richard Spratly. Right now, there's a military presence on the 100 or so reefs and atolls, not only from the PRC but also Malaysia, Taiwan, the Philippines, and Vietnam. Let's now take a look at China's claim. The country says long before the British named this area, in the 2nd century BC, it named them the Nansha Islands, which became the Changsha when the Tang and Song dynasties were around in 618 to 1279. China claims it was the first country to develop some of those islands. It also says in the Guangzhou records written by the Jin dynasty, there's talk about Chinese fishermen in this area. China maintains that the Ming and Qing dynasties in 1368 to 1911 wrote about the Hainan Island fishermen in the area, and later they wrote about fixed shipping lanes there. China also likes to remind people that the British Navy Sea Guide once stated Hainan fishermen dotted on every island live on sea cucumbers and shellfish. Some of them also inhabit the islands. Then in 1933, a French newspaper says China reported between Annam and the Philippine Islands is a group of coral islands dotted with sandbanks and submerged reefs which voyagers see as perilous and not dare enter rashly. There's also thick growth of grass, and some Chinese people from Hainan live on the islands engaging in fishing. On top of that, China says that the Cheng He navigational charts written by the Ming Dynasty record activity on the Nansha Islands. It says there are two Qing Dynasty maps, one dated 1716 and another 1817, which both include these islands. A Chinese website edited by Wang Xiaohua, Vice Minister of the Central Propaganda Department of the Chinese Communist Party, wrote, "In 1883, Germany stopped its invasion activities on the Nansha Islands in the face of protests from the Qing government. In 1933, French occupation of the Nansha Islands met with resistance from Chinese fishermen, after which the Chinese government made firm its claim to the territory, which resulted in France's eventual retreat." China says in 1946 the Chinese government, according to the Cairo Declaration and Potsdam Proclamation, regained its sovereignty over the South China Sea islands and reefs and re-erected a monument of sovereignty on the main island. China also claims that in 1951, at the time of the Japanese Peace Treaty draft and San Francisco Conference statement, Chinese former President Zhou Enlai was quoted saying the area within the 9-dash line was China's territory. In 1958, in the Declaration on the Territorial Sea, the PRC again laid claim to these islands. We have a few things to unpack here in defense of those that say China still doesn't get to claim the territory. Many nations have texts that say their fishermen traveled through a certain area. That's not the same as having sovereignty there. There are even caves on one of the Spratly Islands that show us humans were there around 50,000 years ago. It doesn't mean they had sovereignty. And for sure, as China was easily the most advanced nation in the area, it drew up maps with the islands and talked about them, but that still doesn't mean China had sovereignty over them. Just because you draw a map and include some islands doesn't mean you own them. In fact, as China was exploring these islands, Vietnam was also in the area, claiming to have discovered these new territories. Both nations were doing the same thing. Europeans were in the area too, although when a 1758 map by a man named William Herbert referred to the Spratly Islands, it just called the area dangerous ground, and it didn't mention much else. It's true that in the 1880s, when the Germans started sailing around the Spratly and Paracel Islands, the Chinese told their ships to leave ASAP. And it's true that China laid flags down on some of the islands in 1902 and 1907, but this still doesn't tell us China has the legal right to the territory. In fact, China's history shows us that the country's land boundaries were never clearly defined. The argument against China is that China, the ancient civilization of China, didn't have any clear and defined boundaries, but now it's pretending it did. That's not how China worked in the past, so why is it trying to work this way now, say the Western critics? Chinese history shows us that suzerainty was always China's modus operandi, not conquest with added new boundaries. Suzerainty, by the way, means just having control over a country or territory, even if that country has some amount of autonomy and is allowed to self-govern. For instance, China did have suzerainty in Vietnam, but it never strictly ruled it. Another for instance, in 1770, Lieutenant James Cook, the captain of HMB Endeavour, claimed part of the Australian continent for the British Crown. He called it New South Wales. He told the indigenous folks their land now belonged to the British. The King of England had told Cook to take the land with the consent of the natives, but let's face it, the natives didn't really have a say in the matter. The Brits colonized Australia. Australia was not a tributary state. Right or wrong, those imperialistic Brits did not claim suzerainty. They took Australia and later dumped many of their criminals there. They also massacred Aboriginal people whenever there was resistance to the colonization of their country. Maybe Mao was right and the imperialists were ferocious, but that still doesn't mean China gets to claim any territory where once a handful of fishermen hung out in the water. Western academics say in China there was no such thing as claiming sovereignty over an area. They say the Europeans invented that kind of thing after 8 million people died during the 30 Years' War in the 17th century. These nations introduced the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, which included the Westphalian system, a system that said there should be international laws and rules, and states that have exclusive rights in their territories. Asia did not adopt the law, not until the 20th century anyway. It's the international law now, but it wasn't when China claims to have done its island hopping. So China, they say, never had sovereignty over the South China Sea islands. Making historical claims based on who was there at one point in history doesn't give you sovereignty in the future. The Diplomat magazine argued that if this was the case, since Taiwan was originally settled by the people of Malay Polynesian, then the Malay people have more of a righteous claim on Taiwan than the PRC. It doesn't make sense to think this way. It would mean Mongolia could make claim to just about all of Asia. Until recently, Chinese maps didn't even focus on the South China Sea. Then, in 2009, China had a dispute with Vietnam, and suddenly it took to the UN a map with 9 dashes on it. These days, the 9 dashes are a source of national pride. You can even find them in Chinese passports. China suddenly wants what it never initially claimed. In 2012, when these new Chinese passports came out, the government in the Philippines wouldn't even stamp visa pages and said the stamps must go on a separate sheet of paper. At the time, the Philippines was fighting with China over the Scarborough Shoal, an area where China wants air and naval bases. China's been very busy for about a decade, turning reefs and shoals into fortified military bases, setting off alarm bells in the Pentagon. In China's so-called Great Wall of Sand, what were small reefs have been dredged and concreted over, after which runways at barracks and anti-aircraft weapons and missile defense systems have popped up. This concerns the US more than fishing rights or oil, but the US can also put pressure on countries to go against China. Then again, China can do the same, as it has substantial power in ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Just recently, China and ASEAN agreed to attempt to conclude their non-aggression pact on the sea feuds for at least 3 years. As all you historians out there know, such feuds could escalate and lead to a potential world war. Let's remember here that in a world war, these islands and reefs could prove to be a good strategic base. It's also worth noting that about a third of all maritime trade goes through the South China Sea, equal to around 4.4 trillion of trade annually. That's another reason why the USA has been sailing ships through the South China Sea under Freedom of Navigation Operations, or FONOPs. Critics inside the US have said this risks escalation, but it seems the US is not going to stop. The US has undertaken 9 FONOPs since 2015, which has infuriated China. By undertaking these cheeky journeys, the US is basically saying China has no right to these territories. So again, these islands meant less to China not too long ago, but now the 9 dashes are firmly implanted in most Chinese people's minds. They're told time and again that there will not be another period of humiliation. Never again. Despite the shaky historical evidence that everything within the line is China's, the people are made to think the evidence is solid. They are also rightly concerned about their existence, which has improved a hell of a lot over the last 20 years. When Chinese President Xi Jinping spoke in March 2023 to the 14th National People's Congress, he talked about when China was turned into a semi-colonial society, when bullying foreigners plunged China into an abyss of great suffering and tore the country apart. The people listened intently. He had a point. China did get done over, but Xi's compelling rhetoric still doesn't mean China has a right to the territory. Nonetheless, China has done a phenomenal job pulling almost 1 billion people out of poverty since its economic boom. It's done well under its Belt and Road Initiative, spreading its influence all over the world. The US will try everything in its power to stop that influence from expanding. It's a big reason why NATO has been forming new partnerships with the Asia-Pacific nations, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and South Korea. Meanwhile, Vietnam banned Barbie, which, if there is a third world war, might go down as something similar to Hitler invading Poland or Archduke Franz Ferdinand's assassination. Just kidding. We hope. Vietnam actually banned the movie Uncharted too for the same reason. Vietnam, Malaysia, and the Philippines all banned the innocent animated movie Abominable. The 9-dash line barely appeared in the background in just one scene, but that was enough. They might not have the same existential fears of the US, they might have more financial concerns, although they might also be getting a push from the US. As we said, these 9-dash line disagreements effectively kicked off in 2009. That was when Malaysia and Vietnam submitted territorial claims in the South China Sea. China made a formal diplomatic response to the UN stating, China has indisputable sovereignty over the islands in the South China Sea and the adjacent waters, and enjoys indisputable sovereign rights and jurisdiction over the relevant waters as well as the seabed and subsoil thereof. This contained a copy of the 9-dash line to protest the Malaysian-Vietnam submission. China claimed the line was widely known by the international community. Then in 2016, the United Nations Law of the Sea Convention Tribunal ruled that China's claim isn't based on any kind of international law. Even so, China rejected this ruling, and it continues to do what it wants in the region. The US has said it does not agree with China's claims, which is evident with those FONOPs it's been doing, but the US can't really do much about China's bullying tactics. It can't strong-arm the issue. The US hasn't even put its name on the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which is there to deal with such disputes. The country says part of the convention is unfavorable to its own economic and security interests, but that doesn't help matters where China's island grabs are concerned. It should also be noted that the US did not support the Philippines in 2016. As we said, these disputes are not only about China's expanding military installations. Countries in the region have been arguing about natural resources for years. The area is a fishing gold mine, while there's an estimated 11 billion barrels of untapped oil down there, not to mention about 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. No wonder then that Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Vietnam all stake claims in the South China Sea. It only became known in the later 1960s that hydrocarbon resources were there, and this is what reignited the interest in the region. In May 1970, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan held talks regarding joint energy exploration in the East China Sea, and that's when China started making new claims. In 1972, the Philippines struck oil off the coast of Palawan Island. There was lots of bickering to follow, and even though in 1982 a resolution was reached under the United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea, it didn't really address sovereignty issues concerning the South and East China Seas. Then in 1988, China sank 3 Vietnamese ships and killed 70 sailors in another beef about territory in the region. China fought with the Philippines in 1996 in what was called the Mischief Reef Incident. Later in 2002, China and 10 ASEAN nations signed the ASEAN-China Declaration on the Conduct of Parties in the South China Sea to prevent such conflicts from happening again. Further on, China signed an agreement with Japan, again related to energy, and in 2010, when China was looking like it was at the peak of its growing economic powers, the US stopped being neutral regarding the South China Sea. That's when Hillary Clinton said in a speech that the US had an interest in what she called open access to Asia's maritime commons. Soon after, China started building its Great Wall of Sand, and in 2015, the US did its first phone ops, which China's ambassador to the US said was a serious provocation. A regional dispute was now a much bigger dispute and became much more of a concern to the US in 2018 when a Chinese H-6 bomber landed and took off from Woody Island in the Paracel Islands. In 2020, Vietnam condemned China when it opened up administrative structures on the islands in the Paracels and the Spratlys. Again, China just keeps doing what it's doing and throwing its 9-dash line in front of naysayers' faces. The US sees China as a threat. China sees the US as a threat, especially with its new NATO footprints in Asia. Unless there is some serious détente diplomacy, it's hard to see how this all won't end very badly. People in Asia understand this very well. A recent poll was undertaken by the Eurasia Group Foundation, which conducted a survey in 3 Asian nations, Singapore, South Korea, and the Philippines. All these nations had significant ties with both China and the US. Read, they'll have to take a side. 90% of respondents said they're worried about a US-China confrontation, 66% were somewhat worried, 24% were very worried, 62% of all the nations said their national security will be put at risk, but 81% in the Philippines said that. Interestingly, around a third of the respondents said they have a positive view of both Chinese and American culture in their country, although some more people said they had a favorable view of the US at 70% than they do of China at 34%. South Korea had the most people that said they have a very unfavorable view of China at 38%, while Singaporeans, only 10% of them mind you, took a very dim view of the US. It's doubtful any of them want to be stuck in the middle of a war, but if the world can't evolve out of balance of power politics, that's what's going to happen. The Taiping Rebellion was the most bloody civil war in history, and it was all started by a man who flunked a test, had a mental breakdown, and declared himself the brother of Jesus Christ. The Taiping Rebellion lasted for 14 years, devastated 17 different provinces, and cost the lives of between 20 and 30 million people. It changed the very course of history in China and set it on the trajectory to where it is today. In 1636, the Qing dynasty seized control of Manchuria in the northeast region of China. 8 years later, Qing became the imperial dynasty of the entire country. As the 19th century progressed, the nation found itself in trouble as famines, natural disasters, and foreign powers swept through its provinces. This caused the ruling elite to begin increasing taxes on the lower classes. Many poor peasants could no longer pay the exuberant sums their leaders were asking for and had to flee their land. Between 1839 and 1842, the First Opium War raged in China, as the British Empire tried to resume the procurement and trade of opium after the Qing dynasty had banned the illicit substance. Opium was the British Empire's most profitable export to the Qing dynasty at the time, and for this reason, it was worth going to war over the ban. The British Navy decimated Chinese ships and soldiers, eventually defeating the Qing forces. The Treaty of Nanking was forced upon the Chinese, which led to an increase in foreign trade, and the ceding of Hong Kong to Britain, as well as the continuation of the opium trade. As a result of the economic and political turmoil within their borders, extreme religious groups, organized crime syndicates, and secret societies began to thrive. The Chinese people looked for something new to put their faith in, and this led to small-scale conflicts arising throughout the country. While this was happening, the upper echelons of the Qing government were becoming more and more corrupt. Their already tenuous hold on the southern regions of the empire became weaker, and the seeds of rebellion were sown. In 1814, a man by the name of Hong Xiuwan was born in Huajian, Guangdong Province. He would become the catalyst that would throw the entire empire into chaos. Hong's family saw potential in him and pushed the boy to become a government official. From an early age, Hong's family made many sacrifices in order to provide him with the education and training he needed to pass the Confucian Civil Service examination. They belonged to a marginalized ethnic group called the Hakka, who had migrated to the southern regions of China in the 13th century. The Hakka had a distinct culture and language from the ruling Qing dynasty that was ethnically Manchurian and, like many in the empire who were not from the north, were looked down upon. Hong knew that passing the civil service test would bring wealth, honor, and prestige to the family. In 1827, Hong left his home in Hua County and traveled to the provincial capital of Guangzhou to take the exam. He failed and had to return home in shame. However, Hong refused to give up. He became a school teacher but continued to study for the test in his spare time. He made 2 more trips to the capital to take the test, but failed both times. After returning home with his 3rd failed attempt, Hong suffered a nervous breakdown in 1837, which was when things began to change. While he was slowly losing his mind, Hong had hallucinations. He claimed that 2 holy men visited him in his visions. One had a golden beard and the other only identified himself as an older brother. These holy men told Hong that he was consumed by evil spirits and that he must fight them in order to free his soul. In another divine vision, Hong found himself on a journey to a heavenly land in the east, where his very own father revealed to him that demons and the forces of evil were destroying humanity. In this hallucination, Hong held a sword, which he used to fight off the demons alongside his brother and eventually defeated the king of hell. After securing victory, Hong went to heaven, where he took a wife, and they had many children together. At the end of that dream, Hong was given the title of Heavenly King, Lord of the Kingly Way. After recovering from his mental breakdown, Hong went back to teaching, but decided he would take the civil service exam one last time. In 1843, Hong sat down once again for the test, and once more, he failed. Consumed by despair, Hong consulted some literature that Christian missionaries had given him on one of his previous visits. As Hong read, he noticed several connections between what was in the Christian literature and his visions during his mental breakdown. He now believed the golden-bearded man must have been God, and the other brother was Jesus. To Hong, this meant that God was his true father, which meant that he was Jesus' younger brother. Hong Xiuquan believed that he was the second son of God, sent to China to save its people from demons and evil spirits that hid within the ruling Qing government. Hong immediately converted to Christianity and began a mission to spread his own teachings. Due to the industrialization and money flowing into China from trade, the population had nearly tripled since the Qing dynasty took over. Marginalized groups and oppressed people were already looking for an alternative to the struggles they faced under their current rulers. Many found an answer to their prayers and the hatred of the Qing in Hong's Taiping Heavenly Kingdom pedagogy, also called God-worshipping society. This new form of Christianity put very little emphasis on the New Testament and its teachings of forgiveness and treating others how you wish to be treated. Instead, the God-worshipping society was much more geared toward the wrath of God in the Old Testament. This meant that Hong demanded devotion and obedience from his followers, as he believed he was the second son of God. Proclivities such as prostitution, foot-binding, and slavery were no longer allowed, and of course, smoking opium, adulterous behavior, gambling, and even the use of tobacco and alcohol were banned for the followers of the God-worshipping society. By 1847, Hong had been preaching his Taiping form of Christianity to his friends and people who entered his sphere of influence. In time, they began attracting more and more followers. A large population of peasants from the neighboring province of Guangxi, mostly people who identified as Hakka like Hong, found his teachings to be a much-needed respite from the oppressive laws coming out of Beijing. As Taiping Christianity attracted additional followers, new rules were put in place. An army began to take shape with strict regulations on how soldiers should act on and off the battlefield. Hong promised if the soldiers remained disciplined, fought fiercely until the end, and unquestioningly followed his teachings, they would have a prominent place in heaven. More peasants from across the region flocked to the quickly forming Taiping Heavenly Kingdom to hear Hong's teachings while his army continued to grow in size. Some truly believed in the message that Hong was spreading, but others just saw the movement as a way to resist the Qing rulers. By 1851, Hong had the beginnings of a revolution. His religious movement officially became the Taiping Tianguo, or Heavenly Kingdom of Great Peace, with Hong as both its spiritual and political leader. The Taiping Rebellion began in January in the southern province of Guangxi. An army of 10,000 men, led by Fang Yunshan and Wei Changhui, attacked Qing forces in Jintian, in present-day Guiping in Guangxi. The rebel army surprised the Qing forces known as the Green Standard Army and pushed them out of the region. When Qing units tried to launch a counterattack, it was successfully repelled by the Taiping army. With every battle its troops won, the Heavenly Kingdom's message was spread, and more people joined the Taiping Rebellion. In September of 1851, Taiping forces began to march further north as more Qing soldiers were sent to quell the uprising. They followed the Shang River into Hunan, where they attacked Changsha and Wuchang. Hong's forces made it to the Yangtze River by the following year, at which point the military leaders ordered their troops east, following the waterway until they reached Anqing and captured the city in February of 1853. But it wasn't just the Taiping military forces that were making progress. Throughout China, people were joining Hong's new Christian religion and becoming part of the Heavenly Kingdom. In it, men and women were equal, and the revolution began to dabble in communist ideologies by declaring property should be commonly held and distributed. This attracted a lot of poor farmers and peasants who had lost their land to the Qing and their absurd taxes. To ensure that the Taiping military always had a formidable force, anyone who joined the movement was considered a soldier of the kingdom. It didn't matter if they were a peasant with no money or someone of higher standing, everyone served. By the time the Qing rulers realized they had a serious uprising on their hands, it was too late. The Heavenly Kingdom gained millions of followers in only a few short years. It seemed that wherever the Taiping army went, they found more recruits, and with each converted municipality came more soldiers and resources for the Taiping rebels. In 1852, the Taiping leadership reached out to an unlikely ally. The Triad organizations had many cells in southern China, where the vast majority of the revolution's supporters were located. The Triads found that the way the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom was organized itself was reminiscent of how they operated. This made the growing power in the south attractive to the Triads, and many joined the movement. By March of 1853, around 2 million people belonged to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, which meant that the size of their army was massive. Taiping forces proceeded to Nanjing, where they lay siege to the city. The followers of Hong believed that the Manchus were demons, as this was what their leader had preached. Therefore, when they finally captured Nanjing, the Taiping army sentenced all of the men to death and cast the women out of the city, where they were burned alive. Nanjing was then renamed to Tianjing, which meant heavenly capital. On top of losing an administrative center, the capture of Nanjing was a huge blow to the prestige of the Qing upper class. They were losing territory after territory, and the city was an extremely important one in the region. The Taiping Rebellion gained even more support from the Chinese people, and it would only be a matter of time before the Heavenly Kingdom would come knocking on Beijing's front door, where the Qing capital was located. The Taiping military was full of zealots and fanatics, along with well-trained and level-headed soldiers. There was even entire divisions of women soldiers. Once Hong moved his rule to Tianjing, plans were laid out on how to conquer the northern cities. When the northern expedition was launched, the Taiping forces had a decent amount of success. They were able to conquer enough territory to create a buffer between their new capital and the Qing forces in the north. However, by the spring of 1855, things began to fall apart. The Taiping military retreated as Qing forces won battle after battle. Eventually, the Qing army managed to encircle Tianjing, but the heavenly capital was saved from conquest by the outbreak of the Second Opium War. This time, the Qing dynasty had to fight against both the British and the French. There was no way to continue a campaign against the Taiping uprising in the south and protect Beijing from foreign colonial powers in the north, so the battle against the Heavenly Kingdom was postponed temporarily. But not everything was going according to plan in the Heavenly City. Members of the Taiping leadership began disagreeing with one another. They questioned the decisions of their king, who was supposed to be a living god. For some time, Hong's mental state had been deteriorating, and it was not clear if he had the ability to rule the growing empire. Both Hong's advisors and the generals began vying for more power and ignoring the will of their king. Hong started to become paranoid, and so in 1856, he used his divine power and absolute authority to purge his court of anyone he suspected of conspiring to overthrow him. Hundreds of people who were once close to the king were sentenced to death. At the same time the Taiping leadership was being slaughtered, a Qing general by the name of Zhang Guofan led a relatively small force made up of local recruits called the Hunan or Zhang Army to fend off the onslaught of Taiping forces in western China. Zhang was able to push the rebellion forces back and eventually retook Wuchang in the middle of the country. The Zhang army then managed to secure all of Jiangxi by September of 1858. In 1859, the unthinkable happened. Someone other than Hong Xiuquan was rising to power in the Heavenly Kingdom. In fact, the man who looked to be vying for power was Hong Xiuquan's cousin, Hong Rengan. Rengan had been one of his earliest recruits and wanted to change the goals of the movement. Rengan's dream was to move the Taiping Revolution toward a similar system to Western democracy. He planned to implement education reforms and open all of Taiping's territory to trade from foreign powers. These new ideas did not sit well with many of the revolutionaries, and Hong Xiuquan maintained power while his cousin resorted to promoting his ideas to smaller groups of people in the empire. However, it was becoming increasingly clear to those who were in the Taiping government that their king was starting to lose his mind and would not be able to lead the revolution forever. Eventually, all he would be was a figurehead that the populace could worship. In 1860, Qing forces again needed to come to an agreement with European powers to end the Second Opium War. They could not continue fighting Britain and France and get the Taiping rebellion under control. What the Qing leadership found was that the revolution was causing problems for the European opium trade, and a tentative alliance was formed between the Qing and the Europeans. This collaboration allowed the Qing to modernize their military and improve their tactics. In May of that year, Taiping forces finally defeated the Qing army that had been laying siege to Tianjin on and off for years. This provided Taiping forces with access to southern Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. These areas were some of the wealthiest in all of the Qing Empire. Unfortunately for the rebellion, as the Taiping forces were advancing further east, Zhang's forces were proceeding down the Yangtze River, deeper into Taiping-held territory. In order to bolster their strength and get a better foothold in the region, the Taiping military tried to take Shanghai in June 1961. The siege would last for 15 months, but the Heavenly Kingdom's forces would be continuously repelled by the now Western-trained, ever-victorious army, commanded by the American adventurer Frederick Townsend Ward. Zhang's Shang army was also gathering support at this time, as many Confucianist majority of China felt alienated by the radical Christian theology that drove the Taiping Rebellion. Later that year, Zhang's army captured Anqing as they proceeded along the Yangtze River and continued to march toward Tianjin. This was done with the help of the Royal Navy, which had blockaded vital waterways and ports that the Taiping relied on. The Taiping military launched a final expedition to the east to combat the encroaching Qing forces. They easily captured several cities but never successfully took Shanghai. In May of 1862, Zhang's Xiang army reached Taijing. They were outnumbered but with superior commanders. The Qing force was able to maintain its position. Hong Xiuquan told the people in the capital that God would defend the heavenly city and protect everyone in it. However, 2 years into the siege, Hong died of poisoning. It was not clear if he took his own life or ate food that made him sick. The population quickly began to lose hope now that their god king was dead. Some 100,000 Tianjin citizens died fighting or taking their own lives. For many, this was preferable to being captured by the enemy when Tianjin fell in July of 1864. The Qing soldiers located Hong's body, cremated it, loaded the ashes into a cannon, and fired it across the landscape to ensure the rebellion's leader would not have a resting place or an altar for his followers to visit. 4 months before Hong died, he abdicated the throne so that his 15-year-old son, Hong Tianguifu, could become the new king of the Heavenly Kingdom. However, he had very little power, and when Qing seized the capital city, the rebellion began to fall apart. Even though Tianguifu and some of his advisors managed to escape the city initially, they were caught soon afterward and executed. Hundreds of thousands of Taiping troops continued to fight across the country for the next several months. It's estimated that there were at least 250,000 Taiping soldiers in the region of Jiangxi and Fujian alone. However, each force was eventually defeated by the European-backed Qing military, and the Taiping Rebellion was finally in its death throes. More rural regions did continue to fight on as they refused to return to the oppressive rule of Beijing and the Qing dynasty. Revolts in northern Zhejiang, the highlands of Jiangxi, and Fujian continued for some time but were eventually crushed. The last Taiping holdouts were located in Guangdong, where a final Taiping loyalist by the name of Wang Haiyang continued fighting until his defeat on January 29, 1866. By 1868, all reminiscences of the Taiping Rebellion were wiped from the borders of China. But the suffering was not over. The Qing dynasty had gone into decline, and in the early 20th century, China experienced large-scale civil unrest. The government went through several iterations before the Chinese Communist Revolution, which led to the rise of the People's Republic of China in 1949, led by Mao Zedong. The aftermath of the Taiping Rebellion was a tragic one. The conflict spilled over from China into Vietnam. During the 1860s, Wu Lingyun, a Shuang Taiping leader, proclaimed himself King of Dingling in the regions along the Chinese-Vietnamese border. Wu was killed and his son took over shortly after, but eventually he had to flee the Qing in China and was executed in Vietnam for his father's previous conquest. The Taiping Rebellion resulted in some long-lasting changes to Chinese culture. The language was simplified, along with more equality developing between men and women. The Taiping Rebellion also had undertones of communism, which would set the stage for the form of government adopted by the People's Republic of China. However, it is worth mentioning that the authoritarian form of communism that China has today is a bastardization of true communism, which the Taiping Rebellion tried to establish. By the end of the rebellion, the death toll likely reached between 20 and 30 million people. Some scholars suggest that as many as 100 million civilians and soldiers died because of the Civil War. It's interesting to note that most of the death came from plague and famine, not from soldiers slaughtering each other. However, even conservative estimates of lives lost during the Taiping Rebellion make this the deadliest civil war in all of human history. All eyes are on the Russian bear as it marches across Eastern Europe. But is the bigger threat to the world hiding in the East? Is China actually plotting to take over the world? As a president famously said, that depends on your definition of is. There's no question that China is a massive world power. In fact, depending on your standards, it might be only the second superpower in the world after the United States. It's the most populous country in the world, with over 4 times the population of the US. It has the second largest economy of the world, the third largest country in size behind Russia and Canada, and is one of only a small number of nuclear powers in the world. It's certainly the biggest power in Asia, and it might have much bigger ambitions than that. But what are China's actual plans for the world? To find that out, you can look close to home. The province of Hong Kong, which was a British territory for decades, was handed back to China in 1997 after negotiations which created a plan of one country, two systems. Hong Kong would be allowed to maintain its autonomy and run itself as a democracy, while China would administer certain larger affairs, and it would officially be part of the larger country. That was the system for a while, until China decided it wasn't anymore, and the People's Republic of China has been tightening the screws ever since. And China has been through plenty of changes itself. Since China became a communist country in 1949 under Mao Zedong, it's been a dictatorship. But Mao's strict adherence to the communist dogma, which led to brutal famines and repression, have long since been replaced with a very different system under Deng Xiaoping and the current leader Xi Jinping. The country kept its autocratic system of government while replacing its economic policies with a sort of hybrid government-controlled capitalism. Under this system, China's economy has exploded and has become one of the world's largest producers of electronics, appliances, and mined rare earth minerals essential for manufacturing. But in other ways, China's modernization did not bring good things. While China is only loosely a communist country now, their security state is still very similar to what it was under Mao, only with a high-tech twist. In the modern age, governments use the internet heavily to gain intelligence on potential threats. That's true in China and in most other countries, with powerful tech companies turning over information to the government as needed. In China, websites like TikTok contain extensive tracking software that the Chinese government uses for unknown purposes. And internally, China has become notorious for its social credit system. This ranks citizens based on their perceived loyalty to the government and their conduct in other ways, with various privileges being granted only to those with higher social credit scores. And if you're under China's thumb, there is little you can do to escape. Hong Kong was given guarantees of a certain level of autonomy for a specific term, but in recent years those guarantees have been largely overrun. While they still have separate elections, Chinese authorities increasingly interfere in them and disqualify or arrest candidates who oppose the People's Republic's policies. This often leads to largely unopposed elections, and the recent COVID shutdowns led to China getting even more directly involved in shutting down protests and public gatherings. So, if you're inside China, you're probably kept under a pretty tight grip. But what if you're outside it? That depends on where you are, because China has been involved in a territorial conflict near its borders for almost 70 years now. When the People's Republic of China took control, it was in the middle of a brutal civil war. The Communists ultimately won, but the forces of the Republic of China managed to consolidate their forces on the island of Taiwan and hold it, essentially creating a new country there. The only problem is, China still refuses to recognize Taiwan as an independent country. In fact, while they claim they're the legitimate government of Taiwan, the Taiwanese government, now a democracy, still claims it's the rightful government of mainland China. But the People's Republic has much more power, and they've managed to use diplomatic pressure to prevent international recognition of Taiwan as a United Nations member state. And they're not afraid to punch back against big targets. China takes it as a personal offense when anyone recognizes Taiwan as being independent, even if that person isn't actually the head of a country. That's why most US politicians have avoided paying visits to Taiwan in the last few decades, to avoid causing any diplomatic crises for the president. But in 2022, Speaker Nancy Pelosi and some other members of Congress decided to make a visit to the island nation, and China responded hard. They stepped up military drills around the island, terrorizing the citizens, and one Chinese propagandist even said the country should shoot down Pelosi's plane. While clearly that would have started a hot war between China and the US, and cooler heads prevailed, it was clear China was willing to escalate in a hurry. But is China all talk and no action? That depends on where you look. While they get a lot of attention for their over-the-top online personality, with colorful propagandists spreading conspiracy theories and trying to meme, they actually do maintain a very strong deterrent against international criticism. And it's one Russia is fond of as well. China's justice system is notoriously harsh, with long sentences and the death penalty on the table for many crimes, far more than murder or treason. And while most of the people in Chinese prisons are Chinese, they have commonly arrested people from other countries for the purpose of prisoner exchanges. When the CEO of Chinese company Huawei was arrested in Canada, it wasn't long before a Canadian citizen was arrested in China on drug charges. But China's reach is growing fast. No one knows exactly what China's long-term plans are. The People's Republic has made many claims about invading Taiwan, and they're no doubt looking closely at Russia and Ukraine to see how that would go. But it's not going well for Russia. Most of the world has committed to supporting Ukraine with military and financial backing, and Russia has found itself increasingly isolated and sanctioned. While Taiwan isn't universally acknowledged as an independent country the same way Ukraine was, the United States has promised to defend it. So any sort of hot war on the island would likely escalate quickly with potential nuclear consequences. So China might be taking a slower, more global approach. China's internet efforts go far beyond an army of internet trolls, and they might just be becoming the world's most premier cyber hacking organization. While they're certainly not sharing the details of their operations, it's believed that they have 3 divisions of cyber warriors, specialized military forces that train in cyber attacks and work on behalf of the government, state workers who aren't in the military but are tasked with cyber warfare and spying, and a group of non-government workers who are likely hired by the government and have more deniability when they need to break into rival governments' networks. And they've caused a lot of damage. Who has China hacked? Who haven't they hacked? Countless countries have claimed that Chinese hackers have taken classified data. Australia claimed that a 2013 attack accessed the blueprints of their intelligence headquarters, while Canada reported in 2011 an attack compromised multiple federal departments. Japan has reported at least 200 cyber attacks on Japanese companies and scientific institutes, while China's frequent rival India reported multiple denial-of-service attacks that may have come from agents of the Chinese government. Ukraine reported attacks during the opening days of the war, maybe China acting on behalf of Russia, and even the Vatican reported hacking attacks. The US has been the top target of Chinese cyber attacks for a long time, with reports of attacks on military, government, commercial, and industrial organizations. Even the largest companies in the world aren't safe. Google was hacked in 2010 and reported that the privacy of its users was compromised. They also went after massive companies like military contractor Northrop Grumman and manufacturing giant Dow Chemical. An attack on Yahoo might have had less implications for national security, but they probably got a good look at your mom's emails, including that extended exchange with a Nigerian prince. So what does China actually want with all this data? Well, if you ask them, they'd say, "We don't know what you're talking about. No cyber hacking here," as they proceed to hack another company. And because China refuses to fess up to its cyber hacking efforts, it's hard to say what they're actually after. While they hack private companies, it might be Chinese-style capitalism at work, stealing trade secrets so they can give them to their own companies, allowing them to produce lower-cost remakes of major US products, giving them a leg up in the market. They may also be looking for key access to diplomatic cables in their hacking of government institutions, but cybersecurity experts worry about a much bigger threat, If China knows how to get into the mainframes of major companies and government institutions, then they might be looking for a way to turn them off. And if they were ever to initiate war over Taiwan or another country, being able to kneecap the US's military and civilian infrastructure at exactly the right moment could give them the edge they need to finish the job. But is China actually planning a big move? If they are, they've been putting their pieces on the board for a long time. China has a long reach in Asia, and it goes far beyond Taiwan and Hong Kong. They unilaterally claim sovereignty over the entire South China Sea, which puts them into conflict with Indonesia, the Philippines, Vietnam, and other countries. China's claim means that they have the authority to stop intelligence-gathering activities by foreign militaries in the sea, which has led to multiple near misses between Chinese aircraft and those of other countries. The Hague ruled in favor of the Philippines during a recent dispute, and China's response was to reiterate its claims and continue its campaign of harassment. So why does China want this territory so much? Some people think it's just maximalism. After all, if you claim the sea surrounding a bunch of countries, it's really not a big reach to then claim those countries. But the ocean itself is incredibly valuable, with an estimated 11 billion barrels of untapped oil and almost 200 trillion cubic feet of natural gas hiding far below the waves. If China manages to get the world to accept their authority over these islands, they would have a huge leg up in energy production, something they very much need with their massive population and energy needs. This area also has multiple highly sought-after fishing areas, which would give China the food it needs without having to rely on imports. And more importantly, they would control access to the food of many poorer countries who would have no choice but to align with them. And when you can't find a beachhead, why not make one? China has been known to take over small islands in the South China Sea, but they've started taking another approach, building artificial islands in the South China Sea that let them create unchallenged military staging grounds. These islands are typically built on rocks or reefs that are close to the surface of the water. After dredging the area to create a more solid floor, they're covered with harder material and turned into small military bases. This turns the disputed sea area into what's de facto Chinese territory and serves as an act of intimidation against any other country that tries to set foot in the area. But is China a threat to the region? So far, China seems to be trying to win through soft power rather than open military action. They're hands down the biggest military power in the region, which means that any other country is likely to back down when directly challenged. While North Korea and India are also nuclear powers, North Korea is typically aligned with China, and India is preoccupied by its conflict with Pakistan. China's tensest relations in the region are with Vietnam, which it fought wars with previously. Now the two communist countries have hit rough waters, with China increasingly encroaching on Vietnam's coastline in the South China Sea while harassing Vietnamese ships. In 2014, China began building an oil rig deep within Vietnam's ocean territory. China seems to be making itself a regional power through sheer force of will, but elsewhere it's taking a very different approach. There's no continent more open to realignment than Africa, historically the subject of colonialism, occupation, and a brutal slave trade. Many of its nations only gained independence in the 20th century, often at the conclusion of bloody wars. Now, while many of the countries do have good diplomatic relations with Europe and North America, there are naturally old wounds to heal. And that's why China sees the continent as a massive opportunity for expansion. But this time, they're not looking to intimidate their way into a seat at the table. They're looking to buy their way in. Chinese investments in Africa have gained a lot of attention in recent years as the country moves many of its manufacturing efforts there. Africa is far away from China's expansionist actions in the South China Sea, and as such, many African countries are neutral to China. So when a Chinese firm shows up looking to build a factory there, they're likely to be approved. And China knows how to sweeten the deal. They'll frequently build new housing or other infrastructure as part of their investment, creating potential loyalists down the line should the world divide between China and the US. And for China, investing in Africa just makes sense. Many people see Africa as the future of the world. Not only is the population of the region expected to double in the next 30 years, the highest growth of any continent, but 7 of the world's 10 fastest growing economies are located there. That makes Africa the world's best place for future investments. And China has made it clear that they're not just restoring the old dynamic of Africa being used as a looting ground for world powers. They frequently staff their companies with African workers, providing jobs to the local economy, although they tend to be low-skill and low-paid jobs, while Chinese figures hold the higher positions. But is this good or bad for Africa? Some worry that China is setting Africa up for what's called a debt trap, where they invest heavily in a country in exchange for promises of repayment of the investment, only for the profits to never come and the country to be stuck in a state of limbo. That hasn't happened so far, as it doesn't seem like China simply wants to extract resources or money from Africa. They view it as a diplomatic investment as well. China wants to control the tech infrastructure in these countries, bringing industry to many of them for the first time. If China was to go to war with the United States and NATO, those countries would find themselves potentially cut off from a massive infrastructure network as China had commandeered it. One of the biggest concerns about this effort is that the heavy industrialization in African countries is hurting their environment, but the governments in most countries seem excited for the investment. But is there a longer plan at work here? China seems to have a hand in just about every region, similar to the other superpowers of the past and present. For Europe and North America, they mostly have cautious diplomacy and an aggressive cyber hacking strategy to gain intelligence. For their neighbors in Asia, they approach with belligerence and flex their muscles to claim territory. But for nations in the so-called Third World, there's often an outstretched hand instead, offering heavy investments and possibly an alliance against the older powerhouses of the world. And some think this might be all coming together for China to make a big move. Many people have said the 21st century could be a Chinese century, with the country's economy growing by leaps and bounds. But they've been hit hard by their efforts to contain the COVID-19 pandemic, leading to economic slowdowns. Additionally, they've lost many diplomatic allies in the West due to their aggressive military tactics and their domestic policies, particularly their internment of the massive Uyghur Muslim population and their treatment of other minority groups like Buddhists and the Falun Gong movement. That's kept their growth in check, with many Western countries becoming more hesitant to invest heavily there. Which then leads people to worry, are they biding their time for a military move? China is incredibly powerful militarily, maybe the second strongest military in the world. While Russia has the most nuclear weapons of any country, its weapons are old and unreliable to the point where no one knows how many would even fire. China is estimated to have only 350 nuclear weapons, a far smaller arsenal than the US, but every single one of them is in working order, and many are attached to powerful missiles that could hit just about anywhere in the world. They're also one of only a few countries to have aircraft carriers, and their naval and aerial fleets are believed to be competitive with the US's fleet. But their biggest weapon might be how prepared they are. So if China was planning to actually take over the world, how would they go about it? The first step would likely to be to plan with some other countries. China has become one of Russia's few remaining allies since the war with Ukraine, helping them get around sanctions and providing vital economic help. So if China wanted to make its own move on Taiwan, or a much bigger plan, it would likely pull in Russia for help. A coordinated attack on several targets might be much harder to coordinate, and they might have a third partner as well, North Korea, run by the infamous Kim Jong-un. Like China and Taiwan, North Korea has never accepted the independence of South Korea, even after 70 years. A three-pronged attack like this might take the world by surprise. But would they actually win? In terms of a full military invasion, we've seen how Russia has performed, and North Korea has never been tested against a military outside its peninsula. But China's naval fleet is fearsome, and many believe it could fight the US fleet to a standstill in the Pacific. And when you have two nuclear powers standing off shooting at each other, there's always the risk of escalation. China could not win a nuclear war with the US, but a major nuclear exchange would likely mean neither country is left standing. So China is hoping to avoid nuclear war, and it might have a plan to do so. Could China win a war without firing a shot? This might be where China's cyber hacking infrastructure comes into play. Unlike other military attacks, hackers don't announce themselves. They sneak in under the cover of darkness. Imagine if one morning America woke up and nothing was working. The internet was down, smart devices were malfunctioning, and even the government's connections weren't working. They spend hours getting things up and running, and tune into the news to find out that Chinese warships are shelling Taiwan. Their military has established beachheads in Vietnam and the Philippines, and North Korea has crossed the DMZ. While the fighting is far from over, China has declared their invasion successful and says that any interference from the US would be an invasion of their territory. Surely the United States would arm up, right? Not so fast. Maybe China calls in its chips with Africa and cuts the US off from several key suppliers. Supply chain issues are a bane of Russia in the Ukraine war, and the United States might now face the same problem. China would have cut off its supplies, as will any country aligned with it. More critical, and occupied Taiwan would no longer provide America with the key semiconductors it needs to operate much of its technology, and the United States would have to think twice before expanding key military technology. While South Korea's fearsome military would likely be able to hold off North Korea for a long time, and China would likely rein in the North to keep them from using nuclear weapons, it's unlikely that Taiwan or Southeast Asian nations could hold out too long without support. But is this where China would want to stop? Taking over much of Asia has been China's goal for a long time, and if this plan would work, it would have pulled it off without getting bogged down in a global conflict. This would firmly entrench it as a superpower and make the United States look toothless. More countries would be looking to align with China, and that includes India. China's goal would likely be to turn India into a regional client state rather than actively trying to conquer it. And with Pakistan on one side and China on the other, they could put a lot of pressure on the subcontinent. Smaller nations in the region would likely choose to align with China for protection, and China's next big step would be to expand further out into the Pacific. Many small island nations there could be pressured into signing deals, giving the Chinese free rein in exchange for protection, and that might bring China into direct conflict with the United States. While most Pacific islands are independent nations by now, the United States has several territories, including Guam and American Samoa. While they're unlikely to try to annex any of them outright, at least at this stage, they would likely start treating them in a similar way to the way they did Vietnam initially. They would just step on their sovereignty as much as they want and dare them to respond. Would the United States tolerate this? That depends on the political climate at the time. How much hunger does the U.S. have for a conflict with a rival superpower? Does the public agree with defending these islands, or do they leave them to their fate? If they're left to their fate, that's another blow against the United States' standing in the world. And the next on the chopping block is Hawaii, an actual state but located thousands of miles away from the mainland. With a strong independence movement, could China make inroads there? So China's plan may not be to conquer the world in a shock-and-awe military campaign against the most powerful armies in the world. It might simply be planning to expand its power and influence piece by piece until it stands alone as the most powerful superpower in the world. With Russia's invasion of Ukraine, most of the world's attention is on Eastern Europe and a potential confrontation between Russia and America. However, for those in the know, the real cause for concern is China's reaction to Russia's invasion. Rather than joining the world in condemning Russia, China has joined India in sidelining the seriousness of the invasion. Even worse, China now supports and helps spread Kremlin propaganda, suppressing the atrocities committed by Russia on Ukrainian civilians. Why is China so interested in helping Russia weather the global storm it unleashed? Because China has plans to launch its own invasion, and that puts it on a collision course with the United States of America. Not long ago, China's President Xi Jinping stated that China must reunite the breakaway island of Taiwan with the mainland. After World War II, Chinese nationalists continued their war against rebel communist forces, inevitably losing and being forced to flee the mainland for the island of Taiwan. In the years since, Taiwan has flourished into a vibrant democracy and a major global economy, but China refuses to acknowledge its independence and threatens military action and economic punishment against anyone who does. The problem with what would be an otherwise internal security matter for the Chinese is that the US has vowed to defend the fellow democracy against Chinese aggression. But why does China want Taiwan so bad? The reasons are numerous, but chief amongst them is because Taiwan represents a critical strategic vulnerability to China. Currently, China is hemmed in by what's known as the First Island Chain. This includes Taiwan, the northern Philippines, Borneo, Japan, and the Ryukyu Islands. Originally, the United States used the First Island Chain as a strategy to hem in the Soviet Union and its allies during the Cold War and deny them access to the Pacific in case of a war. To that end, it established strong relationships with all First Island Chain nations and partnerships that continue to this day. Now the Cold War is over, but a new Cold War has dawned, and China is America's new rival. With pro-US forces all along the First Island Chain, China will never be able to be a true global power, as its navy is too vulnerable to attack. Taking Taiwan will break the island chain in two and give China an island fortress from which to project power deep into the Pacific. But Taiwan is itself a critical threat to China's continued existence, or at least its continued existence under the dictatorship of the Chinese Communist Party. As a democratic state, Taiwan is an example to all of China of a different, better way of life, and many young Chinese people who are being increasingly exposed to foreign culture are growing tired of the oppressive rule of the CCP. For them, Taiwan is a beacon of hope for what China could look like rather than the nation of strict censorship, government intimidation, and very limited freedom that exists today. Despite erecting the Great Firewall in order to try and limit China's access to uncensored information, the influence from outside of China still reaches many of the country's citizens. This is a dire threat to the CCP, and thus neutralizing Taiwan and bringing it into the fold is but one step into ensuring its own survival. Next, it must topple the United States as the head of the global order so it can export its brand of authoritarianism around the globe. If it can control global culture, it doesn't need to fear rebellion within its own borders. Taking Taiwan is a strategic necessity if China is going to be able to challenge the influence of the US. If China is going to rise as the dominant superpower, or even just one that can compete with the United States, it must also be able to control the South Pacific. Currently, the United States Navy operates with impunity across the Pacific, and this puts critical Chinese trade routes in serious risk in case of war against the U.S. China imports the majority of its oil and relies on exports for much of its trade. If the U.S. were to cut this lifeline off, China's economy would shrink significantly. Taking Taiwan and throwing the U.S. out of the South Pacific thus ensures the safety and security of its trade and removes the dagger the U.S. currently holds to China's throat in case of a war. But how exactly is China going to take on the world's most powerful military? Is it truly capable of challenging the U.S.? And what do the numbers say? China's strategy to dethrone the U.S. is to dominate what has come to be called the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The First Industrial Revolution was the use of steam power to mechanize production, allowing for never-before-seen productivity and efficiency. Not long after came the Second Industrial Revolution, heralded by cheap and abundant electricity, which allowed mass production on an epic scale. The Third Industrial Revolution introduced advanced electronics and information technology to automate production, and now we're building on this revolution for what will become known as the Fourth Industrial Revolution. This new revolution will be a digital revolution, with billions of people connected electronically and breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, robotics, 3D printing, quantum computing, and other fields. Much like the first factory to install a steam engine couldn't picture what the world would look like just 10 years from then, it's hard for us to predict what life will look like in the wake of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, though it is going to be the most revolutionary change in the affairs of human history. However, China is picturing the Fourth Industrial Revolution as the key to global hegemony, and it's investing billions into ensuring that it is the dominant power in the new world to come. China's strategy to dominate the world in the coming decades is a fusion of civilian and military application of technology. First, it's striving to be a leader in the technology department, ensuring that it is the first to create revolutionary technologies, thus enriching itself financially and creating dependency from the world on Chinese goods and services. Secondly, China is seeking to quickly turn new technological breakthroughs into usable military technologies that will allow it to surpass and dominate the U.S. China envisions future technologies as increasing the speed of future warfare, with future military success reliant on having forces that are mechanized, informatized, and intelligentized. According to the 2021 DoD's China Military Power Report, what this means is that China understands that victory is only possible with fully mechanized forces capable of being quickly moved into a conflict zone and supported with heavy firepower. However, those forces must also have access to a wealth of information via disseminated sensor systems, with this information shepherded through artificial intelligence that can give battlefield commanders exactly the information they need at the moment, while temporarily ignoring what they don't. Warfighters don't just need information, they need help sorting through it quickly, utilizing what's presently useful. If this sounds familiar to any of our viewers, it's because this is exactly the requirements the U.S. military was investigating just a few years ago. China's Academy of Military Science has now established a mandate that the People's Liberation Army's warfighting theory and doctrine fully capitalize on disruptive technologies like AI and autonomous systems. Much like the U.S. did in the First Cold War, China's focus is on building a modern state-of-the-art force. But today's force must be capable of accessing vast amounts of information and supported by AI that can execute automated tasks and assist with decision-making. China wants to teach machines how to wage war, so they can advise commanders in the thick of battle. Currently, the Chinese military is not very well networked, but those capabilities are increasing every year. It was only a few years ago that China first established a combined arms operations capability by establishing joint chains of command between its services in the same style as the United States. Now it seeks to match the US's networked capabilities by 2027 and then exceed them shortly after. But why is networking so important? Well, for one, it's what makes the US military so immediately lethal to opponents. Having the ability to network together ground, sea, air, and space assets allows for the swift exchange of information and gives a fighting force incredible adaptability and initiative on the battlefield. For an example of what happens when a modern force is not networked, all one has to do is look at the terrible losses being suffered by the Russians against a nation a fraction their size and capability. In the 21st century, the Russian military is still fighting battles like it was World War II, and the Ukrainians are making them suffer for it. In order to become a global leader in defense technology, China is taking a page straight out of the US's book by pursuing a strategy of civil-military fusion. What made the United States the superior power during the First Cold War was the close partnership between its military and civilian industry, which thrived in an environment of innovation. Such a partnership allowed for a swift adaptation of civilian technological breakthroughs into military assets and vice versa, with U.S. military technology breakthroughs quickly adapted into civilian technologies, making U.S. companies the most competitive in the world. Artificial intelligence, robotics, quantum computing, and biotechnology will shape not just the future of warfare but of human society itself. Achieving technological superiority and leadership in one or more of these areas will make China a true competitor to the United States. Achieving hegemony over all these critical areas will make China an insurmountable superpower. In order to achieve the goal, China is investing heavily in domestic innovation, but also in foreign investment to acquire technology, the recruitment of global talent, academic collaboration for research and development, and finally, China's strong point, military and industrial espionage. So how is the US preparing for this looming confrontation? First, as scary as China's ascension may seem, it's important to remember that it's still running uphill against America. Since the end of the First Cold War, the United States has influenced a new global order based on growing liberal democratic values. As we've seen in the global backlash against Russia, the New World Order frowns on the autocracies and abuses of the Old World. Vladimir Putin is a relic of the Old World with no place in modern society, and with a unified voice, the West has shouted him and his nation down, even going so far as to severely hurt themselves financially in order to punish Russian military aggression. This should be of grave concern to China's Xi Jinping and his Chinese Communist Party, as they too are relics of the Old World. The uprisings in Hong Kong that lasted for months are but a taste of the simmering tension just under the surface of Chinese society, and proof to the CCP of the corrupting influence of liberal Western values. Should China follow in Russia's footsteps and engage the world in hostility, it too will quickly find itself a pariah and outcast nation, effectively crippling any bid to become a global leader. This is why it's important for China to undermine Western values. The United States remains the world leader in technological innovation, despite mounting pressure from China and beyond. But the US is far ahead in one important area of technology: its ability to rapidly commercialize new and emerging technology on global markets. While Chinese technology grows in influence around the world, American companies are already globally established brands. China's modern problem is in convincing the world to buy more than just cheap manufactured goods from it. US commercial success is also due to its global culture domination. American brands are present in every country on Earth, but so is its culture. With one of the most rapidly evolving cultures in the world, US culture can be hard to define or nail down, but cultural export instruments such as Hollywood and Silicon Valley remain unassailable by their Chinese counterparts. For instance, while China may have developed the massively popular TikTok app, it wasn't until China pushed the app on the American marketplace and established relationships with American influencers that the app exploded in popularity. This is important because military and economic might only count for so much, and the US has used culture to bridge ideological gaps with partner nations around the world. Shared culture is the bedrock of strong strategic partnerships, and China has absolutely nothing of the like except for its partnership with North Korea. Shared culture and shared values are the reason the US remains the leader of the free world, and not because of its military being the strongest. Culture is another problem for China in its ongoing confrontation against the US and the rest of the West, because one of China's biggest problems is creating immigrant Chinese citizens. While over 1 million Chinese Americans reside in America, only a few thousand American Chinese have made their home in China. If China seeks to dominate future technologies by recruiting promising talent from around the world, it must be able to entice them, not just financially, but also with a desire to make China their new home. This is a massive problem for China versus the US, which remains one of the most attractive destinations for the world's most talented, due to not just economic opportunity, but its liberal democratic values. Finally, China must not just triumph over the US in future competition, but against the world, because outdoing the United States in one or more areas of technological innovation means little due to wide-reaching US alliances and partnerships. For America, a win by one of its allies is still a win for the US, while China must stand against the world completely alone. But how do the numbers stand today? What if a conflict broke out tomorrow between the two military heavyweights? Currently, the US is ranked as the world's #1 military power, with China in the #3 spot. However, this is debatable, as given Russia's extremely poor performance in Ukraine, we expect that China will climb to the #2 spot by next year. Dethroning Russia, whom it seems derives most of its power from its ability to threaten with nuclear weapons. However, poor Russian performance should deeply concern China, because just like Russia, the Chinese military is also completely untested against modern capable foes. While Russian forces were more than adequate to crush uprisings in Aleppo and Chechnya, Russian superiority in numbers with equipment meant very little when it went up against Ukraine's Western-trained military. With China's last war being in Vietnam in the 70s, a conflict it ended up losing, China should be extremely concerned about facing the United States in battle, whom, unlike China, is thoroughly tested in modern combat. Much like Russia, China has lacked a robust training regimen for its military, with exercises typically being highly scripted and mostly for the benefit of visiting dignitaries. This culture has begun to change within China, but the nation is yet to match the robust training schedule of the U.S. military. Realistic training, though, is not enough for the Chinese military, as it, also like Russia, must also contend with a legacy of corruption that has plagued its ranks for decades. President Xi Jinping's massive anti-corruption effort has produced great results, but the service must still contend with many officers who hold rank due to the time-honored Chinese tradition of gifting, wherein a junior official gifts a senior official in exchange for promotion. Currently, the Chinese military numbers at 2 million strong, dwarfing the U.S. military in its 1.39 million strong force. This gives China a numbers advantage, but the U.S. retains a great deal of force multipliers that don't just even the playing field but tip it decisively in its favor. Chief amongst these is a well-trained and well-equipped modern fighting force, while Chinese units vary widely in modernity. A hefty investment in precision weaponry, integrated forces, and superior sensor and tracking technologies make the U.S. a lethal adversary even against a numerically superior foe. Reserves will play a critical role in any Sino-American conflict, but both sides are nearly evenly matched, with China having 510,000 ready reservists versus the U.S.'s 442,000. American reservists receive continual training of 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks out of the year, while training for Chinese reservists is improving but still spotty. This provides the U.S. with a smaller reservist pool, but one that is more quickly capable of being introduced into the fight, while Chinese reservists require longer training periods or risk being thrown into combat completely unprepared. The American defense budget dwarfs China's at $770 billion versus China's $250 billion, but that's not telling the whole story. First, the U.S. budget includes many costs for operations that would have nothing to do in case of war with China, such as funding for its 11 unified combatant commands spread out across the world. These combatant commands are responsible for general peacekeeping, and their presence is a globally stabilizing force. Without them, local conflicts would quickly sprout and spiral out of control. For example, without U.S. Central Command, Iran would quickly seek to neutralize regional adversaries such as Saudi Arabia, causing massive global disruption of oil and other trade that passes through the region. Also, China does not count all of its military investments within its published budget report, cleverly hiding them within other non-military budgets. A large part of its nuclear modernization initiative, for example, is coming from funds outside of its official military budget. Lastly, because Chinese military equipment is sourced locally, it pays less for goods than the U.S. does for its own equipment. And that's because the standard of living is lower in China, with lower wages and less benefits, which means cheaper production costs. When compared by purchasing power parity, China's budget is significantly closer to the U.S.'s than a first glance would lead one to believe. Any war between the U.S. and China would be waged at sea and air, making comparisons of the two sides' air forces and navies of utmost importance. The U.S. operates an air fleet of 13,247 aircraft, easily dwarfing the Chinese air fleet of 3,285. When it comes to fighter aircraft, the two sides are close together, with the U.S. having 1,957 fighters versus China's 1,200. American air mobility absolutely dwarfs Chinese mobility, though, with a transport fleet of 982 versus China's 286. Understandable given that the U.S. faces conflicts far from its own shores, and China has little need to move its own forces significant distances. However, the massive advantage in airlift capability makes the U.S. military much more flexible and agile than the Chinese military. Perhaps the most important distinction between the two air forces, though, is the number of special mission aircraft, with the U.S. operating 774 versus China's 114. The U.S. has placed a premium on equipping aircraft for everything from early warning to electronic and signals intelligence and anti-submarine warfare. The U.S. dwarfs China in special mission capabilities, and it's part of what makes the U.S. Air Force and Navy so lethal. Unless a confrontation between the U.S. and China takes place on Taiwan, attack helicopters won't figure into the equation. However, if they do, the U.S. outnumbers China with 910 versus China's 281. Numbers only tell part of the story, though, because the weapon systems used by both sides only further skew the advantage to the U.S. For air superiority, the U.S. fields the F-15 Eagle and F-18 Super Hornet. A fleet of 187 operational F-22s are unmatched by China, who is yet to field its own fifth-generation fighter in any significant numbers. Adding to China's problem is the U.S.'s Rapid Raptor program, which aims to bring a sizable contingent of F-22s to any battle space in the world within 24 hours. China's competitor versus the Raptor is the J-20, which is equipped with inferior engines versus American planes, requiring the use of canards on the body of the plane. These canards and other obvious engineering flaws have led to defense analysts to conclude the J-20 has at best only a slightly smaller radar cross-section than a traditional fourth-generation fighter. In fact, India claims it has frequently observed and tracked Chinese J-20s with long-range radar. The rest of the Chinese Air Force varies widely in modernity, with a significant part of its Air Force still flying Cold War Russian-made or Chinese-licensed relics. While China would initially put its most modern fighters, such as the J-16, J-11s, and Su-30s, into the fight first, once those have been downed, it'll be increasingly reliant on older and older planes. Meanwhile, the United States doesn't just have a completely modern air fleet, but it's adding dozens of fifth-generation F-35s every year to its arsenal. The U.S. Air Force now has over 280 F-35s it can bring to the fight, with an additional 157 being added a year across the various services. In a war where air power would be decisive, the U.S. not only has the numbers advantage but also the technological advantage. At sea, the U.S. Navy is outnumbered by the Chinese Navy, with 484 vessels versus China's 777. However, there are numbers once again only telling part of the story. The U.S. operates 11 aircraft carriers versus China's 2, and American aircraft carriers can bring over 800 aircraft into the fight versus China's grand total of 70. China's inflated naval numbers take into account things like missile boats, of which it has 84, while the U.S. only operates 10. In terms of tonnage, the U.S. Navy has over twice the hardware of the Chinese Navy, 4.6 million tons versus 2 million tons. A better way to compare the capabilities of the two fleets is to use a modern metric: battle force missiles. This is a count of the total number of missiles that a fleet has for use in combat before requiring resupply. This includes anti-ship missiles, land attack missiles, surface-to-air missiles, and torpedoes. Excluded from the count are short-range self-defense missiles like the U.S.'s SeaRAM. In 2019, the U.S. Navy had 11,834 battle force missiles versus China's 5,250. The gap is narrowing, but not significantly, with China adding 15 more Type 55 cruisers with 112 missile cells and 6 torpedo tubes each throughout the 2020s. That will increase total battle force missiles by 1,770, just over half of what the U.S. fields. Under the surface, China has the advantage with 71 submarines versus the U.S.'s 68. However, Chinese subs are mostly conventionally powered, while the U.S. subs are all nuclear. That makes U.S. submarines much more robust and able to operate for longer, but also decreases their vulnerability while operating. Chinese submarines are also an order of magnitude louder than U.S. subs, with their Jin-class ballistic missile submarines having an acoustic signature of around 120 decibels, while American Virginia-class submarines have an acoustic signature of 95 decibels, which is just 5 decibels over background ocean noise at an average of 90 decibels. Submarine warfare has always been a weakness of China, and it looks to continue being so for the foreseeable future. While the U.S. clearly has the naval advantage, it's important to remember that China can concentrate most of its fleet into a Pacific war against America, while the U.S. has naval commitments around the world. Even if it were to recall the bulk of its fleet for action in the Pacific, such an act would take from days to weeks to mature into a sizable transit of combat power into the theater. Realistically speaking, the U.S. Navy maintains an edge over China, but the two sides are very close to parity in terms of capabilities. Where the U.S. advantage comes is in its ability to quickly replenish combat losses with well-trained crews and modern ships, while Chinese combat losses are not so easily replaced. Further honing America's advantage over China is its partnership with regional powers such as Japan and Australia, who would either allow the U.S. to use their territory as bases of operation for war against China or very likely join the conflict itself. A new trilateral defense pact between the United Kingdom, the United States, and Australia is even seeing the U.S. building nuclear-attack submarines for Australia on the condition that in case of war, it will join in the effort against the People's Liberation Army, Navy, and Air Force. America's advantage in equipment and technology is sizable and looks set to remain so, but it's the U.S. global partnerships and championing of liberal values that present the greatest likely insurmountable challenge for China. Until the Chinese Communist Party changes its core values, if it wishes to fight against America, it's picking a fight against most of the free world. In 30 years' time, watching this video will be illegal in your country because China will have dominated the world. The Chinese Banksy, the man known simply as Baidu Chao, recently had his exhibition in Italy protested by the Chinese government. Infamous for speaking out against the Chinese Communist Party, China lobbied the Italian government to have his show cancelled. When that didn't work, the nation threatened Brescia, the Italian city where Baidu Chao's exhibition was being held. With warnings that continuing with the show would put any future collaborations in jeopardy, the city ignored the warning and the Italian government refused to shut the show down. Then the Chinese government moved to threaten Baidu Chao himself. They first ran propaganda pieces on Baidu Chao through state-run websites within the Great Chinese Firewall, casting into doubt his character and making baseless accusations against him. The government actively encouraged anti-Baidu Chao sentiment among Chinese social media while censoring any pro-Baidu Chao posts. Then things got personal. Chinese people began to show up at Baidu Chao's exhibit, claiming to be supporters. Getting close to the artist, they began to deliver warnings about how dangerous Italy could be. One even mentioned how people die on the streets here for no reason in Italy, a clear death threat. Today, Baidu Chao is forced to live in Australia where he doesn't contact his family for fear the Chinese government will go after them instead. But if China has its way, soon nowhere will be safe to hide from the Chinese Communist Party, not even the United States of America. If you think this is far-fetched, consider China's response to the interruption of the 2022 Olympic Games torch lighting ceremony in Greece when pro-Free Tibet protesters crashed the ceremony to demand accountability for the genocide of 1 million Uyghurs in China. After the event became public, those involved in the protest had their identities leaked online to receive thousands of death threats, mostly from Chinese social media users, ironically using a VPN to bypass Chinese censors. This is hardly the first time that Beijing has used public outrage it creates to target its critics and even endanger lives. When the media team of University of New South Wales removed an article and tweet in which Elaine Pearson, the Australian director of Human Rights Watch, spoke about China's curtailing of human rights after the Hong Kong riots, pro-Chinese Communist Party students across Australia flooded the university's social media pages with hate messages. The irony here once more being that if they did this in their own country, they'd be jailed for it. But it's no laughing matter, as Australia has a large Chinese population and there are now concerns over how to preserve free speech in the face of overwhelming Chinese intimidation of China's critics. If you thought the US, a country known for its staunch defense of free speech, is safe from Chinese influence, think again. In 2020, 5 people were arrested in what the US officials called an aggressive Chinese government operation to track down dissidents and critics of Beijing in the United States and repatriate them. This operation, codenamed Fox Hunt, was according to Beijing part of an anti-corruption campaign where the targets were supposed to be brought back home to China for trial. That is frankly terrifying, as it's clear China was willing to bring these critics who sought safety in America home no matter the cost, possibly even involving kidnapping. The scary thing is that by US officials' own administration, China has several of these squads in operation across the United States, and finding and neutralizing them is now a top priority in order to protect the rights of Chinese immigrants in America. Chillingly, one of those agents caught by authorities had left a note on the door of one man they were seeking to bring back to China, which read, "If you are willing to go back to mainland and spend 10 years in prison, your wife and children will be all right." That's the end of the matter. Would China seriously murder the family of a dissident on US soil? If the threat against Baidu Chao is to be believed, the answer is yes. And in a world where China is the top power, there is no room for free speech or criticism of the Chinese Communist Party. China's current president, Xi Jinping, took power in 2013, and since then he has worked to reshape China and eventually the world in his image. While the Chinese Communist Party was always a repressive authoritarian organization, under Xi the party has not only ramped up its authoritarianism, it started to export it to other countries. But more on that later. Shortly after taking office, Xi undertook a massive anti-corruption campaign across both the Chinese government and the military. While China did in fact suffer from a massive corruption problem, ranking among the most corrupt in the developed world at the time, the truth is that Xi's purge wasn't just to root out criminal politicians and military leaders, it was to weed out anyone who might pose a challenge to his authority. It's no surprise then, as Xi sent back thousands to prison, he began to lay the groundwork for removing presidential term limits. In 2018, he accomplished that goal, when the Communist Party, staffed almost completely with Xi loyalists, voted to remove presidential term limits from the Constitution. But ruling China isn't enough for the CCP. To ensure their own survival, they need to topple the liberal globe order modeled on Western democracies, and China's got 2 plans to do just that. The first is the most direct and simple approach, and it starts off right on their own shores. China's ambitions to become the world's reigning superpower will never come to pass if it can't first topple the current reigning world superpower, the United States of America. In order to achieve this, it first must kick the US out of the Pacific for good. good, and that means building a strong navy. Navies need soldiers, though, and to that end, China is preparing its people and the world for war against the United States. Since the late 2010s, a slew of Chinese action films have been released globally, featuring Chinese heroes who inevitably end up fighting against corrupt American villains. Meanwhile, China threatens to blacklist any films that feature Chinese villains, as U.S. producers discovered in 2012 when the Red Dawn remake was forced to undergo extensive reshoots and editing to change a plausible Chinese invasion of America into an unrealistic invasion by North Korean troops. China has never been able to challenge even just the U.S. Navy's Pacific forces, never mind the entire might of the American Navy. But in the last 10 years, China's ability to challenge the U.S. Navy has dramatically increased, with capabilities that it could only dream of when first Xi took power. First, China has developed a massive ballistic missile force, the largest in the world. So large, in fact, it's now officially its own branch of the Chinese military, the Chinese Liberation Army Rocket Force. The nation might still lag behind the United States when it comes to long-range targeting capabilities, but they have proven that they have the capability of hitting a mobile target far from their own shores, at least in testing. Under kinetic and electronic attack, it's not known how well the inexperienced Chinese military will actually perform. And that is key when considering discussing Chinese military might. For all their improvements in modernizing their forces and expanding capabilities, China is still a completely inexperienced military which has not fought a modern war. The last conflict it fought against Vietnam in the 70s was a humiliating affair even after Vietnam had been severely weakened by its long war against the US. Vietnam ended up fighting the Chinese to a standstill, and though China claimed victory, it was Chinese troops who ended up being forced to retreat back over the border. A lack of experience in modern combined arms warfare is a serious deficiency in Chinese forces, and the nation didn't even have a joint command structure until only recently, meaning that its different branches of the military had no way of working together in a combat scenario. The US, for instance, has a long tradition of joint command operations, allowing it to seamlessly integrate its various branches into a unified fighting force. Another critical deficiency for China is a lack of realistic training for its combat troops, though this too has begun to slowly improve over time. For much of its modern history, China's military would only undertake exercises that were rehearsed in advance and designed to make the military look good, while providing little if any actual training benefit. Chinese missiles aim to level the playing field against the vastly more experienced and capable U.S. military, which has a robust training schedule for both its active duty and reserves, and is one of the most experienced militaries in the world. A missile doesn't need to be trained, and a salvo of missiles can quickly level the playing field. Thus, the PLARF is a serious threat to the United States Navy. Their missiles have steadily become more accurate, with the DF-3A long-range ballistic missile initially having a miss radius of 4,000 meters, and today one of only a few hundred meters. That's far from pinpoint accuracy, but if you're using nuclear weapons or a large enough number of missiles, accuracy is largely irrelevant, even against a moving carrier strike group. And China definitely has the missiles to spare. With approximately 2,200 long-range conventional ballistic missiles ready to engage the U.S. Navy all the way across the Pacific, nearly to Hawaii, China has enough missiles to target every vessel in the U.S. Pacific Command and overwhelm its anti-missile defenses. What's unknown, though, is how well the PLARF would operate in a contested environment against U.S. kinetic, electronic, and cyber warfare assets. In order for a missile to strike its target, a long kill chain of assets must be protected from destruction or harassment. And the further away the target, the more vulnerable and critical this kill chain becomes. These kill chains can be aerial surveillance assets, satellites in space, ground and airborne radar, and all-important data links, which must be protected from enemy attack and degradation. It's unknown how well China can defend its kill chains to ensure the rocket force can keep the U.S. Navy out of the Pacific. But striking against its highest priority target doesn't require a very long kill chain. Thousands of China's missiles are aimed at the first stepping stone in China's ascension to dominate the world, Taiwan. This breakaway republic used to be a Chinese territory until after World War II, when the Nationalist Party retreated to the island from the Communists. Initially a dictatorship, Taiwan grew ties with the United States and changed to a liberal democracy. But that democracy is only 100 miles offshore from a communist dictatorship that very much wants it back in the fold. For China, reclaiming Taiwan is of critical importance. For starters, the continued independence of the island nation is a thorn in the side of the Chinese Communist Party. Its liberal democracy is a direct challenge to Xi Jinping's authoritarian dictatorship, and sets an example that a growing number of young Chinese are eager to follow. This is a threat to the CCP's survival, as the last thing that the party wants is the Chinese people getting silly ideas like voting rights or free speech in their head. To counter Taiwan's influence, a robust censorship campaign targets and eliminates any pro-Taiwan or pro-democracy content on China's state-run social media. In China, this photo is illegal, and posting it can get you sent to jail. Mentioning the 1989 government slaughter of up to 4,000 student pro-democracy pro-democracy protesters in Tiananmen Square is a good way to end up in prison for years. The image and the history of the slaughter are censored across all forms of Chinese media. For years, China has promised Taiwan that it would still be allowed to rule itself after reunification under its vaunted One Nation, Two Systems program that was implemented in Hong Kong after the handover by the British to the Chinese. One Nation, Two Systems was supposed to ensure that the people of Hong Kong would continue to enjoy their democratic freedoms and independence for 50 years after the British handover. But just between 1997 and 2007, 218 cases of breaching the rights of Hong Kong citizens were verified. Today, Beijing barely tries to hide its influence over Hong Kong as it intimidates critics, infiltrates the Hong Kong government with politicians it buys and pays for, and even uses the local police forces against protesters who wish for democracy. In 2019, Xi Jinping once more offered Taiwan a one-country, two-systems deal if it reunified with China, which Taiwan immediately and completely rejected. Given how China has treated Hong Kong, it's difficult not to see why Taiwan's president so quickly and thoroughly dismissed any idea of being lured back into the Chinese fold with the lie of one country, two systems. Taiwan knows that once China has a foothold on its island, the democratic rights and freedoms it's enjoyed for generations are over. Taiwan's independence, however, is more than just a threat to the Chinese Communist Party's future, it's also a major military embarrassment for a country that wishes to be seen as a superpower. The definition of a superpower is a nation which can project its cultural, economic, and political and military power across the entire planet, a role that currently only the United States can fulfill. If China can't even bring an island nation of 100 miles off of its coast to a heel, how is it supposed to project its military or political power globally? As long as Taiwan remains independent, it'll prove to the world that China is incapable of projecting military or political power even just off its own shores, and thus Taiwan must fall if China is to rise. Whether it happens peacefully with reunification or under armed invasion remains to be seen, but recent polls showed that over 90% of Taiwanese supported continued independence. Retaking Taiwan, though, also gives the Chinese military the breathing room necessary to kick the United States out of the Pacific for good. From Taiwan, the Chinese Navy and Air Force both would have a strategic high ground in the Pacific, so to speak, from which to defend the Chinese coast. As long as Taiwan remains closely aligned with the United States, China can't break out of what's known as the First Island Chain, an invisible line that runs from Japan to Taiwan to the Philippines. Today, there's no chance Taiwan is going to reunite with China, and the Chinese Navy can't pull off a cross-strait invasion of the island nation. But all that is changing, as the People's Liberation Navy slowly but steadily expands its inventory of amphibious assault ships and landing craft. In another few years' time, it's believed that China will have the necessary hardware to pull off a successful invasion, if they can keep the US air and naval power at bay. To that end, China has greatly expanded the size of its navy, with 355 ships, 145 of which are major surface combatants. It's now the numerically largest navy in the world, and many of its destroyers are more modern than aging US counterparts, though they don't pack as big of a punch with fewer missile cells per ship than the United States. Xi Jinping is dedicated to fully modernizing the Chinese military and fielding a world-class force by 2049, in time for the CCP's 100th anniversary, so the size and capabilities of the Chinese Navy will only continue growing. To counter this threat, the United States has undertaken a renewed shipbuilding program and accelerated the procurement of new classes of destroyers, submarines, and even aircraft carriers. However, the US has commitments all over the world, while China can focus the entirety of its forces on just one opponent, the United States. This is a major strategic problem for America in a future showdown with China, but the US has one big advantage that China lacks: allies. So it turns out authoritarianism is not a popular choice with most people, and acting like a regional bully isn't conducive to making friends. At the moment, China has no regional allies and few friends of any influence. Even its closest neighbors, for the moment, prefer to partner with the US than China. But this is where part 2 of China's plan to dominate the world comes to play: soft power. In order to push the United States out of the Pacific, China must wield enough economic and political power over its neighbors that it's able to force them under its influence and out of the US's. To that end, China has launched a multi-pronged offensive on its regional neighbors that includes charm, appeasement, political manipulation, and even outright economic coercion. Beijing's charm offensive has never worked out the way it hoped, and in fact ended up driving Australia even closer to the United States, to the point that the nation has now joined a trilateral pact with the US and UK to defend the Pacific. When Australia joined the United States in calling out China for its human rights abuses and genocide of the Uyghur people, China responded by economically punishing Australia, putting harsh tariffs on Australian goods, and resorting resorting to outright sanctions. In response to these actions, a Chinese official said, "We'll not allow any country to reap benefits from doing business with China while groundlessly accusing and smearing China and undermining China's core interests based on ideology." The smear that insulted Beijing, Australia condemning the nation for photos like this, captured using a drone and smuggled out of the country, with a long history of chemically castrating Muslim minorities in its western provinces, separating families, imprisoning tens of thousands without a cause, and forcing Uyghur women to have abortions and undergo sterilization. China has rightly earned international condemnation for human rights abuses. The nation claims it's simply fighting extremism. The truth is, it's carrying out a quiet genocide, and an estimated million are already dead. But while Australia didn't bow to China's pressure to remain quiet on its human rights abuses and toe the Chinese Communist Party line, other small nations have because they have no choice. For nearly a decade now, China has undertaken its Belt and Road Initiative. The modern Silk Road is meant to improve China's access to international markets by building infrastructure both at home and abroad. The biggest beneficiaries have been smaller, less developed nations whom have received loans from the Chinese government to build much-needed infrastructure with Chinese firms, of course. But the problems come when the loans come due, as these generous loans provided by China often have outrageous repayment terms that China knew the host nation would never be able to adhere to, despite the promise of greatly increased economic activity. In most of these places, that promised economic boon never came, and so nation after nation has defaulted on these loans. Unable to repay, the countries have been forced to cede entire airports, shipyards, and railways to the Chinese government, giving up ownership entirely. China's Belt and Road Initiative has thus been retermed as modern colonialism, with China at the helm. But with most underdeveloped nations, the allure of Chinese economic prosperity will entice them to agree to just about anything Beijing offers, or commands of them. It's no surprise that many of these nations suddenly find their government filled with pro-China yes-men and importing tens of millions of dollars of surveillance technology. Along with Chinese infrastructure, all too often comes Chinese style of government, and the Chinese Communist Party has been all too glad to export its form of authoritarianism to the world and how to maintain a modern surveillance state. With exports to over 60 nations, Huawei has become the global leader in exporting surveillance tech, with China even building entire surveillance networks for host countries. Slowly but surely, China is changing governments around the world, and the U.S. is inadvertently helping it. Under the Trump administration, the United States stepped back from its role as a global leader. This vacuum of power was quickly exploited by China, who was happy to infiltrate international economic and political organizations left reeling after a retreat from the United States. Due to ambiguity over the U.S.'s willingness to defend traditional Western values of liberal democracy and open markets, nations caught between a powerful authoritarian neighbor such as China and a desire for liberal freedoms found themselves questioning if it was politically survivable to continue to oppose the desires of their more powerful dictator next door. This was most obvious across the South Pacific, as nations such as Vietnam and Thailand were suddenly forced to consider the possibility that they may no longer count on U.S. support to fend off Chinese political or military aggression. But the failure of the Trump administration to fill even basic State Department positions, hundreds of them, for over a year, was another blunder that China was happy to exploit, sending its diplomats all over the world. With no American presence on the ground, nations even as close to home as Suriname in South America turned to Chinese interests. Now, for the first time since the end of the 19th century, the United States faces growing influence of a major rival in its own backyard. If China gained a foothold in South America, it would be the first time since the 19th century that any rival power has had a presence in the Western Hemisphere. This is as intolerable to the United States today as it was in the 18th century when it removed Spain as the last European power with any influence in the U.S.'s side of the world. This is a strategic victory for America that no other nation on Earth has ever enjoyed, as it allows the United States to maintain a forward presence with its military around the world, capable of quickly responding to aggression from any bad actor. If China gains a political and military foothold in South America, the United States will be forced to reel in some of its forces for homeland defense, severely weakening its place on the global stage. If the United States is to prevent China's ascension to global domination, it must once more take up the reins of a global leadership and cease its retreat from the world stage. Thankfully, while still too early to tell, it appears that a new American administration has dramatically changed course. However, China's growing economic influence is not something so easily countered, even if African and Middle East nations are growing increasingly aware of the exploitative nature of the Belt and Road Initiative. The same can be said about China's growing military might, with Taiwan finding itself in the difficult position of resisting a growing giant on its doorstep while unsure if the United States will really defend it or not. And as the US continues to hesitate on the global stage, the rest of the world is starting to have to ask itself the same question. Is it better just to appease the Chinese Communist Party or run the risk of becoming its next victim? In news that shocked the world, U.S. Special Forces are now stationed just 6 miles off China's coast. with their presence accidentally leaked. China's responded with the expected levels of outrage. Yet the U.S. military has refused to back down, and in fact has now confirmed the presence of American special operators in Taiwan will now be permanent. The move was controversial, to say the least, and China has labeled it as an act of provocation. Yet it's not Taiwan that's threatening to invade China, but rather the other way around, and hence why members of the U.S. Army's Green Berets, along with other operators, will now be permanently stationed on at least 2 islands just off the Chinese coast. U.S. service members have visited Taiwan before, but this is the first time that America is putting boots on the ground permanently, and all under the invitation of Taiwan itself. Funding for a permanent presence was secured under the 2023 National Defense Authorization Act, and it's unknown just how many American soldiers now make Taiwan a part of their duty rotation. What we do know so far is that there are U.S. soldiers on at least 2 sites in Taiwan, the island of Penghu and the island of Kinmen, which is just 6 miles off China's coast. The Department of Defense has remained tight-lipped on the purpose of these special forces, though it did confirm that one of their goals is to help train Taiwan's own special and amphibious forces. Green Berets specialize in defending against enemy special forces, making them ideally suited to the task of preparing Taiwan for the inevitable insertion of Chinese special forces operators if a conflict ever sparks up in the region. A major focus of the Green Beret mission in Taiwan is preparing to counter China's special forces threat, as well as identify and neutralize infiltrators and sabotage agents. This is a major concern, given that Taiwan intelligence regularly discovers Chinese collaborators or infiltrators in the Taiwanese military, the general population, or even its government. For its part, China has launched an aggressive campaign of gray zone warfare against Taiwan in an effort to sway public opinion or help set the stage for an invasion. Chinese infiltrators stir up the Taiwanese population, with little success to date, but also gather detailed information on Taiwan's defenses. In case of a war, it's expected that the first phase of an invasion will include a massive sabotage campaign across the islands, all performed in an attempt to slow or hamstring Taiwan's initial response to Chinese incursions. Political and military leaders are also the target of Chinese special forces. Plans show that specialized kill teams will be sent to assassinate Taiwan's leadership as part of China's spearhead during its invasion of Taiwan. Here, the Green Berets are well suited for helping train Taiwan's forces, with Green Berets typically providing security for American VIPs during wartime scenarios. During Desert Storm, American General Norman Schwarzkopf, who oversaw the entire campaign, had his own security detail of Green Berets to thwart Iraqi attempts to assassinate him. Many in the U.S. military believe that a Chinese invasion of Taiwan is inevitable, and recent reports state that China will likely be fully prepared for such an invasion by 2027. The initial estimate was that China would capitalize on political turmoil after the 2024 American election to invade by 2025. But a massive corruption scandal amongst the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force seems to have significantly eroded Chinese President Xi Jinping's confidence in his military. The scandal has ensnared numerous senior PLARF and other military officials, including 2 now former commanders of the Rocket Force. It's also revealed that it's possible a number of Chinese missile silos had faulty doors that prevented their missiles from being fired, a revelation supported by the well-documented corruption and poor quality work of Chinese construction firms. The PLARF is the key to any invasion of Taiwan, as China's rocket force is tasked with neutralizing U.S. regional power. Via long-range ballistic missiles, China aims to shut down American airfields across the Pacific for long enough to successfully land on Taiwan. Long-range anti-ship missiles will target U.S. Navy surface action groups, with the specific goal of sinking American carriers. The PLARF's entire purpose is basically to enable China freedom of action in the Taiwan Strait by keeping U.S. naval and air forces at bay. But if this specialized force is incapable of doing its job, China stands little chance of successfully landing on Taiwan. China's corruption scandal may have bought the U.S. and Taiwan a few more years, but either way, America is taking the threat of a Chinese invasion more seriously than it ever has before in history. Many of the intelligence and military community agree that invasion is all but inevitable, and until now, America has retained a position of strategic ambiguity. However, in an effort to deter an invasion in the first place, American President Joe Biden publicly affirmed twice that he would defend Taiwan. White House press staff were quick to walk the comments back, creating even more ambiguity about the US's real intentions and inserting doubt into Chinese calculations. Though the presence of US Special Forces so close to China leaves little room for interpretation. As America gears up for new weapon sales to Taiwan, it's likely that these operators aren't there just to train in countering China's own special forces and sabotage or infiltration attempts, but also to help train Taiwanese troops in new tools the US has made available for purchase. Amongst these is the Black Hornet. These micro-drones have seen action in Ukraine, where Ukrainian special operators have utilized them to conduct covert surveillance against Russian forces. The small drones are perfect for local reconnaissance and include 3 cameras, one facing forward, one facing down, and one canted at a 45-degree angle from the nose. The powerful little drone is even strong enough to fly in harsh winds despite its tiny size of 6 by 1 inches and a total weight of 18 grams. Its loiter time is around 20 to 25 minutes, which is the same amount of time it takes to recharge its battery. Therefore, with 2 drones, one can be ready for flight as soon as its partner returns from a mission. The drone even has night vision and infrared capability, perfect for recon at night. Very little has been publicly confirmed about the specific mission and training that America's Green Berets are undertaking in Taiwan, but their location on outlying islands is a strong hint of other aspects of their mission. The proximity to China's coast could hint at the preparation for Taiwan's own special forces to conduct counter-infiltrations into China itself in case of hostilities. Any invasion of Taiwan would take months to prepare for, as troops are moved to the coast and ships are assembled. This gives Taiwanese special forces an opportunity to conduct sabotage missions inside China itself in an effort to slow the invasion or delay it. Given that tidal conditions of the Strait of Taiwan itself are only favorable for an invasion at 2 different times of the year, a delay caused by sabotage could delay an invasion long enough to make it politically not viable. Using encrypted and jam-resistant communication links, special forces on these islands could direct long-range fires against Chinese vessels moving into the strait. This is a critical concern for China, and one that we know it's spent a lot of time worrying about. In case of war, U.S. Marines will be used to conduct amphibious landings on outlying islands across the strait and near China's coast. A structural reorganization of American Marines has now made them into a far more flexible and agile force, with the ability to deploy into outlying islands or seize them by force and turn them into anti-ship missile bases with the help of tools like HIMARS. America's goal in the Pacific is to present China with more complications than it can resolve, overwhelming its ability to defend itself and its invasion forces. These islands could also host mobile air defense systems to harass the Chinese Air Force as it attempts to seize air superiority over the strait and Taiwan itself. We've seen an example of how successful the aggressive use of air defenses can be in Ukraine, with the Navy deploying Patriot and NASAM air defenses just behind the front line. The surprise move resulted in a brutal ambush of Russian aircraft that scored approximately a dozen downed aircraft, including very high-value and expensive airborne alert and control aircraft well behind the front lines. U.S. Special Forces on Taiwan itself would be critical to America's response to Chinese aggression. They would not only help Taiwan defend itself from Chinese Special Forces, but also help coordinate action between Taiwan's military and America's own. Their knowledge of American weapon systems would prove invaluable as Taiwan purchases ever greater numbers of them, and their ability to relay precise targeting data on Chinese forces to American strike capabilities would be crucial for the rapid and accurate destruction of invading forces and their support equipment. All this doesn't come without significant risk, though. In any invasion of Taiwan, it would put the U.S. service members in the direct line of fire. Yet this was always going to be the case, as the war would predominantly play out between China's Navy and Air Force against America's own Navy and Air Force. The addition of ground combat troops could prove politically contentious for Americans, especially if the nation elects an isolationist president or one with Chinese sympathies. However, the present course being charted by America does not indicate this will be the case. For the first time in U.S.-Taiwan relations, the island democracy has become the beneficiary of America's foreign military finance program. This is not a loan or a weapons purchase, but rather direct military assistance provided throughout history to various nations such as Ukraine, Egypt, Afghanistan, and others. An $80 million transfer of weapons was meant to bolster Taiwan's defenses, with the added side effect of boosting the domestic economy by creating a need to replace those same supplies. For decades, the U.S. has maintained a strategy of ambiguity on the Taiwan matter and refused to officially recognize the country so as to not anger China. In the past, U.S. arms sales to the nation were meant to ensure that it had enough weapons to defend itself, but not so much as to completely deteriorate relations with China. Yet, as many have observed, China's military advantage over Taiwan is now massive, and the old strategy no longer works. Taiwan needs direct military assistance, and a significant amount of it, in order to deter the far more powerful and modern China from attempting an invasion. No one except senior U.S. and Taiwanese officials know exactly what weapons Taiwan is getting at the moment, but it's likely that it includes a healthy amount of Stinger short-range air defense missiles and Javelin anti-tank guided missiles, both of which have proven invaluable in Ukraine. But that $80 million was only the start, and shortly after, Taiwan placed an order for an additional $500 million in new weapons on top of the aid package. The nation is also sending 2 battalions of troops to train in the U.S., the first time that's happened since the 1970s, and before the U.S. switched official recognition from Taiwan to China. Taiwan is in dire need of restructuring when it comes to its military in the face of growing Chinese aggression, and the U.S.'s aim is to help with that. Its main battle tanks are mostly aging Cold War models donated or sold by the U.S., and unlikely to offer much resistance against China's more modern tanks. It also has a critical shortfall of missile systems for both air defense and to counter Chinese armored vehicles, a problem the U.S. is attempting to fix with ongoing arms sales, but it's also being affected by the need to send these same weapons to Ukraine. Taiwanese units are also hovering around 60% of their required manpower, thanks to the reduction of military service from 1 year to just 4 months in 2013. To remedy this, Taiwan has reinstated a mandatory full year of service for all youth, but the nation faces significant problems on the training front that the U.S. is attempting to help rectify. Taiwanese citizens jokingly refer to this period of service as summer camp, and those interviewed say there's no regular training and they only practice firing 50-year-old rifles every 2 weeks. While American combat troops undergo rigorous training on marksmanship fundamentals, such training has been lacking in the Taiwanese military, and there is little, if any, emphasis on physical fitness. All of these shortfalls are changing under immense pressure from the U.S. War game after war game has shown that China inevitably lands its forces on Taiwan, even if its amphibious fleet suffers heavy losses. This has led the U.S. to pressure Taiwan into investing far more resources into its army, which Washington says should be prepared to fight China, not just on the beaches, but in the cities, towns, and jungles as well. The strategic reality is that due to its proximity to China and the need for the U.S. Navy and Air Force to operate from so far away, Taiwan needs to be fully prepared for the inevitable incursion of Chinese ground forces. Taiwan's army thus needs to be able to hold the island's political and economic centers long enough for the U.S. and allied forces to destroy the Chinese Navy and Air Force. This would leave Chinese army forces on the island cut off from resupply and inevitably forced to surrender. Leading the way in helping retrain Taiwan's army are U.S. Special Forces, and their permanent deployment hints that this is not their only mission. The massive military and economic might of the People's Republic of China is constrained by the Gobi Desert to the north, Siberia and North Korea to the northeast, Vietnam and other Southeast Asian countries to the south, and India and the Himalayas to the southwest and west. Only to the southeast toward the South China Sea does China have unfettered access to the rest of the world, an access that it desperately needs for its economy to flourish. But even there, China is hampered by something called the First Island Chain. This is a chain that China wants to break through. Even if they were able to do that, they'd find themselves constrained by a different set of islands further away. But why is China so afraid of these islands, and where does the U.S. come into the equation? In 1823, U.S. President James Monroe invoked a concept later to be known as Manifest Destiny in a speech presented to Congress in which he warned European nations, specifically Great Britain, France, and Spain, not to interfere with America's imminent westward expansion. Monroe pulled no punches as he unilaterally declared that any attempt by Europeans to colonize the American continents, as he described them, would be seen as potential acts of war. This dual policy of a God-given right to an American sphere of influence in North America, combined with a promise of non-intervention in European affairs, became known as the Monroe Doctrine. It wasn't until 1845 that the term Manifest Destiny would be coined almost simultaneously in two different printed publications. In the July-August 1845 issue of the Democratic Review followed almost immediately in nearly an identical context in a July 1845 article, the New York Morning News. This term meant the inalienable course, some would argue their God-given right, to populate the areas west toward the Pacific Ocean. Following the U.S. Civil War, the Monroe Doctrine would be expanded to cover future U.S. intervention throughout Latin America and was even invoked by some politicians and diplomats to counter the Soviet Union's efforts to expand their influence into Latin America during the Cold War period from the 1950s through to the 1980s. This doctrine went hand in hand with the concept of manifest destiny and declared that both North and South America were the stomping grounds of the U.S. alone. The problem with the manifest destiny concept is that it completely crushed the rights of the indigenous Native Americans who already occupied those lands, as well as the Spanish settlers who had arrived centuries before the residents of the initial 13 colonies made it to mainland North America. In the words of the Cato Institute, the Monroe Doctrine, which instructed the Europeans to stay out of the Americas, was coldly and unashamedly self-interested. President Monroe laid out his position and that of future U.S. presidents with a decidedly blinkered viewpoint. We should consider any attempt on Europe's part, to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety. Monroe never mentioned how much peace and safety would be extended to the people already living in the areas that the U.S. would eventually overrun. Today, China is facing its own moment of manifest destiny and are using many of the same self-serving arguments in order to push forward their own claims. They claim almost the entirety of the South China Sea as theirs, claiming that their trading ships back in the 16th century regularly went through these waters, which they then claim gives them exclusive rights to control the vast area. But recently they've gone even further to solidify their claims: China's efforts to conquer the South China Sea. Throughout the South China Sea, China's military has occupied a number of barren atolls and even some underwater reefs and shoals and built them up to house air bases and military ports, literally dredging up sand and rock from the ocean floor to make these islands habitable. 7 of these bases are in an area west of the Philippines called the Spratly Islands, a 175,000 square mile area with more than 750 islands and reefs that combined barely total more than 3 square miles of actual above-surface terrain. The Spratlys are such a widely spread out island chain that they're claimed in part by 6 different nations: China, the Philippines, Taiwan, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Brunei. Most of the island chains are within the Philippines' 200-mile Exclusive Economic Zone, or EEZ, while significant portions are also within the EEZs of Vietnam and Malaysia. Yet, China has decided to position permanent military bases on these 7 islands that were once partly or completely underwater. These island bases are part of a Chinese effort to occupy enough territory to defend a disputed interpretation of the South China Sea known as the Nine-Dashed Line. This area, extending more than 800 miles from China's coast, is significant to China's economic future. Not only are vast fishing areas and untapped oil reserves in the area, something that all 6 nations are fighting over, but China's economic and national interest also demand they be able to control shipping through the area. Since the 1980s, more than half of the world's supertanker traffic by tonnage passes through the region's water every year. Tanker traffic through the South China Sea is over 3 times greater than through the Suez Canal and 5 times greater than through the Panama Canal. Up to 1/4 of all the world's crude oil passes through the South China Sea on its way to China, which imports up to 70% of its oil and natural gas, as well as 65 to 70% of its food for its massive population. China's also been threatening military action against the island of Taiwan, which Beijing claims is now and has always been a province of China. The Taiwanese, however, don't see it that way and have clung to their precarious freedom since their government retreated there following the Chinese Communist takeover of mainland China in 1949. Taiwan, ruled by the Republic of China, or the ROC, as opposed to mainland China's government known as the People's Republic of China, or PRC, represents a significant link in what's known in China as the First Island Chain, stretching from Japan to Taiwan and then south to include portions of the Philippines and further south to Indonesia. This area is perceived by China with the same manifest destiny-tinted glasses as theirs by ordained right, just as the U.S. previously saw all the land between the Mississippi and the West Coast as ultimately theirs to conquer and control. But despite all the Chinese military bluster surrounding Taiwan and beyond their efforts to occupy and conquer, there is another set of islands in the east that pose a bigger threat to China's economic future. They contain no Chinese bases, no military buildup, no ancient historical pretext of ownership, in fact, nothing for which China can lay claim to, the way that they've tried to claim so much of the South China Sea. And yet, these few islands perhaps remain more of a threat to China's future than Taiwan and the Spratlys combined, and few people in the West have ever heard their names. The worst-kept secret between China and the West. They're called the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, a mostly north-to-south oriented archipelago of around 572 islands on the very eastern edge of the Bay of Bengal. They lie only 22 nautical miles from Myanmar, also known as Burma, to the north, and 99 miles from Indonesia to the south. They've been considered part of India for centuries, at least since 800 AD, when the Chola dynasty had influence over the islands during their 400-year rule. When Great Britain subjugated India from the late 1850s through to 1947, England used these islands as a convenient penal colony. When India gained its independence after World War II, England wanted to retain ownership of the islands, but India persuaded them that the islands had been an integral part of India economically for more than 2 millennia and were necessary for India's defense of the Bay of Bengal and the greater Indian Ocean to their immediate west. What makes these sparsely populated islands so important to both India and China are their location. The archipelago sits strategically at the entrance of the Malacca Strait, the world's busiest shipping route. In a time of crisis, India would be able to blockade the Straits of Malacca, the Lombok Strait, or the Sunda Strait using elements of the Indian Navy based out of Port Blair, in conjunction with the navies of Indonesia, Vietnam, and other Asian nations. Just as China is doing with the 7 islands of the Spratly Islands, India has decided that the Andaman and Nicobar Islands archipelago would make excellent positions not just for naval support and resupply, but also as unsinkable aircraft carriers. They also have the capability to support radar installations that, with tall enough towers, can see over the horizon farther than any ship-based radar system. Relations have steadily deteriorated between India and China since a series of violent border clashes in a disputed region in the Himalayas erupted in 1957 and grew worse in 2020. Both sides want to maintain control of the vital deepwater narrows that the Andaman and Nicobar Islands protect. Military improvements on the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Aware of the future role that the area can have in keeping an eye on China's naval force projection, India has taken steps to build up the infrastructure on the archipelago. India's Andaman and Nicobar Command, ANC, established in 2001, is the only tri-service theater command, integrating air, naval, and army forces of the Indian Armed Forces. Based at Port Blair near the southern tip of the Andaman Islands group, the command was created to oversee and coordinate India's strategic interests in the nearby Strait of Malacca to the east and the South China Sea beyond. This base allows for rapid deployment of military assets in the event of hostilities anticipated to come primarily from China. The base provides logistical and administrative support to naval ships which are sent on deployment to East Asia and the Pacific Ocean. The Andaman and Nicobar Command includes INS Jarawa, a modern naval base of the Indian Armed Forces located in Port Blair at the southern tip of South Andaman, which is the territory's only populated town. The base was commissioned in 1964 and has undergone recent upgrades and improvements. INS Utkrosh is the adjacent naval air station, which is concerned with operating defense and reconnaissance craft for the region, while INHS Dhanvantari serves as a naval hospital for the base. Port Blair also has the services of Floating Dock Navy, FDN-1, of nearly 40,000 tons, large enough to service all but the biggest ships in the Indian Navy, while a second smaller floating dock, FDN-2, was ordered in 2010. Port Blair is a 2 to 3 hour flight from mainland India via Port Blair's Veer Savarkar International Airport and 3 to 4 days by sea to reach the eastern coastal cities of India. China's regional response. The Andaman and Nicobar Islands aren't the only islands in the area that have seen an increase in military attention. Just off the southwest coast of Myanmar lies Great Coco Island, a small remote island only 8 miles long. It's also just 45 miles north of the northern sections of the Andaman Islands. Great Coco Island, the largest part of the Coco Islands chain, has been allegedly leased to the People's Republic of China since 1994, though China calls such a claim laughable. Despite the island's tiny size and China's protestations to the contrary, it's nevertheless big enough for someone to clandestinely build a brand new 7,500-foot runway. Signs of construction have provoked concern that China, to which the military junta of Myanmar has grown increasingly dependent on following their February 2021 coup, would use the location to gather intelligence on the Indian Navy either through espionage or via a constellation of radar dishes placed there similar to the buildup on their 7 contested Spratly Island bases. And as with China's militarization in the Spratlys, there are fears that a larger military presence will follow, using the newly installed runway and port facilities as a wedge in the door to a greater greater military presence needed to protect those facilities. Greater Coco Island and the 7 Spratly bases aren't the only places where China is positioning its military to control the high seas. They've also begun building up a naval station in Cambodia at a location called Ream Base in the Gulf of Thailand, close to the strategically important Malacca Strait. As with Great Coco Island, China denies they're building a naval facility there, but real-time geospatial satellite surveillance is now available to refute those denials. Black Sky, a US-based persistent global monitoring service, a private satellite company not unlike SpaceX's Starlink, though on a much more specialized scale, has been able to gather intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance or ISR data on Ream Base, proving that China is building up the location with a big investment in men and material. As with the Spratlys, Ream Base will be able to support large naval vessels with additional structures still in the building phase. Interestingly, the satellite images show 2 piers under construction, the longest of which extends more than 2,200 feet in length, with almost 1,000 feet of usable docking space. This one pier is being developed with a distinctive angled shape, a feature not seen at every staging area, but present at China's only other major naval base in foreign waters on the coast of the African city of Djibouti. The Djibouti base was the first China built away from the South China Sea. Its construction began in 2016, during which time China protested that it wasn't building anything militarily connected there. By 2022, there were 2,000 permanent Chinese military personnel there, and their angled dock, identical to the one being built in Cambodia at its new Ream base, is deemed large enough to handle one of China's 3 new aircraft carriers. As with the 7 island bases in the South China Sea, China first claimed its base in Djibouti in the Horn of Africa was going to be a civilian project and denied any implication that it was going to be militarized. Djibouti is strategically situated by the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which separates the Gulf of Aden from the Red Sea and oversees the southern approaches to the Suez Canal. The location is significant not just to China. The US operates its own base, Camp Lemonnier, just to the south, along with the French, who have their own base Ariane 188, primarily for the French Air Force, while Japan maintains a self-defense force base Djibouti right next door. The beginning of the construction of this base in 2016 and its implications for further militarization of the region by China prompted the African Base Peace Security Council, or PSC, to issue a warning about allowing future foreign military bases in their countries. The council urged member countries to be cautious when entering into agreements that would lead to the establishment of foreign military bases in their country. Despite these concerns, the African continent has become a host to an increasing number of foreign military bases and logistics hubs, primarily as a direct result of trade and economic agreements between a few African Union member states and China. China's massive Belt and Road Initiative. Along with these major military bases which, remember, China has always claimed weren't for military purposes until they were completed and then, whoops, they really are military bases. China is also involved in hundreds of smaller projects throughout Asia and Africa. The Belt and Road Initiative, launched by Chinese President Xi Jinping during a visit to Kazakhstan and Indonesia in 2013, was initially a 2-pronged program: the Overland Silk Road Economic Belt and the Maritime Silk Road. The 2 complementary sections were originally referred to as the One Belt, One Road Initiative, but eventually became the Belt and Road Initiative, known as the BRI. The BRI is a multi-billion-dollar program that funnels Chinese building projects into agreeable countries. Everything from railroads and highways to complete ports and airports are built, which are then taken over by the Chinese government when the poorer countries inevitably can't repay their building loans. If this sounds suspiciously like a crime syndicate taking over a business because they can't pay a loan shark, that's because it is exactly like that. The program is currently the primary method with which China is increasing its presence around the world. In the bigger picture, this is China's global plan, both for projecting power into new regions, primarily Central Asia and Africa, while also working to ensure unfettered access to the countries where it seeks raw materials. The initiative oversees a funding pool as large as $67.8 billion in 2022, which was a slight decrease from 2021. The amount funds over 200 separate projects in 147 countries, many of which are currently losing money. These losses may send several of the host countries into bankruptcy. One example is Pakistan, whose indebtedness is currently at $62 billion, of which 80% has been financed by China. This indebtedness is fueled in part by the high cost of the BRI projects, combined with the high rate of interest China is charging. And here is where Djibouti returns to the picture. The 2018 International Monetary Fund assessment pointed out that the building program they had agreed to with China increased external debt for the country from 50% of GDP to 85%. the highest of any low-income country. Much of this debt is owed to China's Exim Bank and consists of a government-guaranteed public enterprise debt for things like the new Chinese-built port. If Djibouti defaults on its debt, the contracts put in place allow China to assume ownership of the facilities. Many other BRI countries have identical clauses in their own contracts. It's not just Africa and Andaman and Nicobar Islands, though. There are worries about other small island chains seeing an undue military influence as China and India vie for regional positioning. The Maldives, a small, strategically located archipelagic nation in the southwestern Indian Ocean, lies only 370 miles from India's nearest coastline. The island nation is embroiled in a diplomatic tug-of-war between the two Asian powerhouses. While India has been conducting military exercise with the Maldives' tiny 2,500-man military, China has made its desire known to place military bases there, which India has naturally responded negatively to. The problem is that the Maldives, like many other Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean island chains, is an archipelago of low-lying islands, reefs, and atolls. According to World Bank, with the future sea levels projected to increase in the range of 10 to 100 centimeters by the year 2100, the entire country could be submerged. But as we've seen with China's creation of artificial islands, that's no deterrent to a sufficiently motivated military with deep enough pockets and sufficient dredging machinery. Despite its relatively small above-water footprint and the threat of global sea level rise, the Maldives become the latest location where both China and India want military control. In 2013, the island saw the rise of the authoritarian Abdul Yamin, who agreed to a series of infrastructure projects as part of China's budding BRI program. By 2018, Beijing had completed a major upgrade of the Maldives' main international airport, including, as we've seen before, a new 11,000-foot runway, long enough to handle the biggest of China's bomber fleet. These improvements have come at a high cost for the Maldives. China's loans have saddled the country with nearly $1.5 billion in debt, a high figure for a nation with a GDP of less than $9 billion. More recently, India has stepped in and allocated up to $1.4 billion to help pay off the country's debt. This is a similar tactic to Japan's grant of $3.4 billion to India to help them build the necessary energy grid to keep the Andaman and Nicobar Islands fully functioning. Japan sees a strong Indian presence in these islands as a vital means of reining in China's growing presence in the region. This program, launched in 2021, is expected to be completed by early 2024. India's naval partners. The need for Japan to help India fund its control over the islands highlights what some analysts see as an underfunded state of a vital choke point. These analysts perceive that India has neglected the necessary infrastructure for the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, in part because of their 800-mile distance from the mainland. India's land-based forces have been prioritized after the serious clashes along its borders with China. Funding for the Navy was focused on strengthening India's immediate coastline defense, while the island's potential was something that would have been taken care of in the indeterminate future. However, just as Taiwan won't have to go it alone against all of China's expanding navy, India has partners on its side as well.
The Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, or Quad for short, is a military partnership sometimes dubbed the Asian NATO. It's made up of the 4 countries of the United States, Japan, Australia, and India.
The Quad's inception began with the SEATO, the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, which really was originally thought of as an Asian NATO by its organizers. In that respect, it was planned to be a strictly defensive organization. Where NATO was created to unify defense against Soviet Russia's expansionist aims, SEATO was similarly created to coordinate a united defense against perceived Chinese aggression. Following the massively destructive 2004 tsunami that ravaged many Indian Ocean countries, the U.S. set up a working group of nations to coordinate disaster relief to the hardest-hit areas, including India, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. This core group that would oversee relief efforts included India, Australia, Japan, and, of course, the U.S. The Quad members reiterated support for the principles that underlie a previous regional group known as ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Their principles for free trade and unfettered access to the world's oceans, as well as mutual economic and diplomatic ties, were more easily implemented by those 4 major economic powers. Their leadership would strengthen engagement with other ASEAN organized efforts, including the ASEAN Regional Forum and the annual East Asia Summit. Just as the U.S. would not be denied its vision of manifest destiny, there is every reason to believe that China will continue to operate in the same way. The U.S. had a problem early in its history that China does not currently have. That is, when President Monroe foresaw the continent fully under American sway, he didn't have the military might to back it up. However, China has a growing and modernizing army and navy, with a nuclear missile stockpile that's increasing almost as fast. While other countries like Japan, Australia, and India are trying to keep pace, China has gained economic and diplomatic partners in their race to build military bases in many far-off locations, including Africa, Central Asia, and potentially even South America. China has already spent more than $1 billion on their Belt and Road Initiative, which is designed to link together many of the countries that they'll need to supply them with the raw materials their country will need well into the rest of the 21st century. If India wants to put a collar on this new dragon, then the Andaman and Nicobar Islands will be one significant part of that collar. But they won't be able to stand up by themselves against the massive military might that China possesses. They'll need the assistance of its regional allies, especially the 3 other members of the Quad: Japan, Australia, and of course the United States. 3 a.m., the Pacific Ocean. Exhausted from a long day's training, the fighter jet pilot's eyes finally closed for good. The hull of the aircraft carrier groans comfortingly, pipes rumbling every now and then. An alarm screams to life. The pilot sits bolt upright so fast that he cracks his forehead against the bunk bed above him. Clutching the wound and trying to blink some life into his heavy eyes, he hops down from the bunk and staggers out of the room. Soldiers bustle in all directions around him, throwing on their uniforms as they go. The muscle memory that comes from years of training takes over, and the pilot's feet carry him in the direction he needs to go. All around him, the sleeping behemoth of a ship is waking up. The sound of machinery coming to life, making the very ground beneath his feet judder and shake with energy. The pipes that had been gently rumbling just a few minutes ago are now hissing and rattling. The blaring alarm drowns out soldiers' shouts to one another, so they have to gesture to each other from across the halls. And then, all of a sudden, fresh air hits his face. The pilot throws open the door and steps out onto the deck of the USS Theodore Roosevelt. At 1,000 feet long, the ship still feels tiny compared to the vast ocean. Out on deck, the alarm is quieter. The red lights flashing have been replaced by moonlight. A gentle sea breeze tickles the pilot's face and carries that familiar salty sea smell to his nose. It's almost peaceful, except that alarm could only signal one thing: the end of decades of peace and the arrival of a third world war. The pilot is in the cockpit in no time, helmet on, oxygen connected, testing the flaps and glancing worriedly at the horizon. He's taxied onto the runway before he can collect himself and realize where he's going. Even though he's done it more times than he can count, taking off with an FA-18 never stops being terrifying. His runway is just a fraction of the length of the ones he trained on in his younger years, and at the end of it is the icy cold Pacific Ocean. Again, muscle memory takes over. He punches the throttle and feels the familiar G-forces pinning him to the back of his seat, pressing him into it until he feels the air squeezing out of his chest. The runway rumbles under his wheels for a few hundred feet and then disappears. The jet dips, but somehow the air catches it, and he lifts the nose. The once enormous aircraft carrier is barely larger than an insect behind him in seconds. The afterburners roar in his ears as he glances out of the window to see a hulking shape just beneath the moonlit waves. A whale? No, it's too large. The water turns white and then parts, revealing multiple missiles shooting up into the sky. He had no clue they were even deployed in the area, left alone lurking within a kilometer of where he'd been sleeping. They'd only surface if… The pilot grits his teeth and looks toward the horizon as the Chinese mainland's glittering skyline crawls into view. And against the dark sky, he watches tiny white dots rise into the air, like shooting stars returning to space. Each little dot armed with a nuclear warhead on its way to a city he and his squad had once called home. Is China on the verge of starting a war? Some of the early warning signs are there, despite recent diplomacy between China and the US stabilizing following Donald Trump's attempts at inciting a trade war. However, it's not all straightforward. The last couple years have seen Beijing significantly ramping up its stockpiles of weapons and vehicles. In the National People's Congress in China, they announced they would be increasing military spending this year by 7%. Chinese President Xi Jinping is not an outspoken aggressor in the same mold as Vladimir Putin or Kim Jong-un, but the numbers are there. China has not built up such a strong military force since the end of the Cold War. Xi Jinping is quick to downplay this military buildup as nothing more than the country preparing for worst-case and extreme scenarios. China is also increasing its stockpiles of food and fuel. In the event of a war breaking out, those resources would be the first to be targeted by economic sanctions. But the word war will not escape his lips. Instead, he argues that China must be ready to endure high winds, choppy waters, and even dangerous storms. What storms could he be talking about? Who would attack China? Well, no one. That's a common tactic we see regularly being trotted out by Russian President Vladimir Putin when discussing his invasion of Ukraine. When talking to the Russian people in his national addresses in the run-up to this year's presidential elections, Putin framed Russia as the victim. The economic sanctions they were suffering from, the external pressures from world leaders, etc., are all a kind of storm that the Russian people are having to endure. They are the victims, but they will get through if they hold it together. The reality of the situation is that he invaded a sovereign nation and his people are now facing the repercussions of his actions. China would not be facing a storm from invading nations, they would be the invaders. The conflict between China and Taiwan boils down to a fundamentally simple but seemingly insurmountable disagreement. Taiwan asserts that it is a sovereign nation with its own government, people, culture, and right to exist. China believes that Taiwan belongs to them and will soon be under Beijing's control once again, by force if necessary. The island of Taiwan is 100 miles from China, separated by the Taiwan Strait, but the pair have always been closely linked. China is Taiwan's biggest trading partner. Today, businesses and families straddle the water with a foot in both countries. Taiwan heavily relies on mainland China, yet asserts that it is independent. The reasoning for this is complicated. Taiwan has been passed between Chinese and Japanese rule throughout the 17th and 18th centuries. At the start of the Second World War, Taiwan was under Japanese control until the Japanese lost the war in 1945. The land was handed back to China. At the time, China was under the rule of General Chiang Kai-shek, but he found himself locked in a fierce battle with Mao Zedong's Communist Party. As we know, the Communists won in 1949, and Chiang fled the country, taking what was left of his party with him to Taiwan. His nationalist party was called the Kuomintang, often shortened to KMT, and they claimed to still be in control of the Republic of China, which included both Taiwan and the regions of mainland China under communist rule. Chiang asserted his democratic control over the whole of China for decades from Taipei, the capital of Taiwan, and was internationally recognized as the country's true leader on many fronts, including the United Nations, where he represented the nation until the 1970s. Chiang's government was a pseudo-democracy, as in reality it was only a one-party system. His goal was to build up a military force ready for an invasion of mainland China. He attempted to rally together those groups already rebelling against the Chinese Communist Party, such as the Uyghurs, a predominantly Muslim Chinese ethnic minority group who still face harsh persecution to this day in forced labor camps in cities like Xinjiang. In 1975, 26 years after Chiang fled to Taiwan, he died aged 87. From this point, the Chinese Communist Party steadily grew in power and influence while Taiwan shrunk. In 1979, the U.S. switched from referring to Taipei as the Chinese capital to Beijing, and since then, they've been walking a tightrope between the two sides of the conflict. Since then, China has cemented itself as the workshop of the world. Economic reform in 1978 paved the way for the country to industrialize rapidly at the turn of the 21st century. The year Chiang died in 1975, the Chinese GDP was $163 billion. By 2000, it was $1.2 trillion. By 2022, it was at $17.9 trillion, second only to the United States. Made in China can be seen on the vast majority of products sold in the 21st century. The Chinese Communist Party, somewhat ironically, has used capitalism to garner immense wealth and power on the international stage. Not only has their economic explosion allowed them to invest in one of the world's most formidable military forces, but they are also the crucial link in the world's supply chain. Practically every country on the planet relies on China for the production of basic goods. Everything from technology to medicine is now shipped from a port along the Chinese coast, traveling to all corners of the globe. This represents a kind of soft power. The strategy is key to Xi Jinping's attempts to take Taiwan back under his control. Survey data shows that the percentage of people in Taiwan who identify as Chinese has dropped from 26% in the early 1990s down to just 3% today. The number of people who identify as just Taiwanese, not Taiwanese Chinese, has shot up in that same period from 18% to over 60% today. An increasing sense of independence has been a consistent trend in the country for decades. Xi Jinping's strategy to undo that has historically been to use soft power as his first port of call, Chinese trade, Chinese messaging in the media, and various peaceful tactics to encourage framing the idea of a reunification as a positive thing. Xi is well versed in this kind of manipulation. In 2019, BBC journalists took to the streets of China with the famous photograph of the man standing in front of the tank in Tiananmen Square in 1989. This was the day when hundreds or even thousands of anti-government protesters were massacred in the square. The BBC journalist could not find a single person who would even acknowledge that they recognized the photograph, let alone talk about what it was of. The Chinese Communist Party is well versed in controlling narratives and shaping the minds of their people. However, as the survey data from Taiwan shows, it doesn't seem to be working there. Stronger actions are proving more necessary for China to regain ownership of the island. Xi is not opposed to making the occasional military threat, but this year in particular seems to have marked a definite shift in the air. Chinese Coast Guard vessels have consistently conducted patrols in the Taiwan Strait. While precise figures are elusive, they're estimated to deploy hundreds of patrol vessels. These substantial vessels, with some displacing up to 5,000 tons of water, painted a distinctive bright white hue adorned with red and navy stripes along the bow. These ships are easily visible from afar, even from the horizon. These white ships patrol the strait day and night, always visible to Taiwanese fishermen. Tensions have existed for years, but in early 2024, they were ratcheted up another level. 2 Chinese fishermen drowned after being chased by a Taiwanese patrol vessel. China's response was to redouble their patrols. Taiwanese fishermen who were once comfortable fishing where they wished now have to steer well clear of any Chinese vessels for fear of retaliation. But even these large Chinese patrol vessels will now keep an eye on the horizon, as a fleet of ships that make them look like children's toys are steadily arriving one by one. In 2024, the United States is expected to deploy half of its aircraft carriers to the waters just outside China's doorstep. The U.S. Navy currently has 11 aircraft carriers in its service. This doesn't necessarily sound like that many until you realize that there are only 21 aircraft carriers in the world. The U.S. has over half of them. The remaining 10 are owned by the UK, India, Italy, France, Russia, and China. As of now, the U.S. has 3 aircraft carriers in Asian waters. By the end of the year, they're projected to send another 2 carriers to bolster that lineup. Most carriers are named after former U.S. presidents, such as the USS Abraham Lincoln or the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower. The current fleet has all been Nimitz-class ships, serving alongside the lead ship of the same name, but that is set to change over the coming decades. The U.S. has ramped up its production of aircraft carriers since 2013, with 10 more on the way over the coming years under the new Gerald R. Ford class. The lead ship of the new fleet, the USS Gerald R. Ford itself, is the largest warship ever constructed. Powered by a pair of Bechtel A-1B PWR nuclear reactors, its range is virtually unlimited. Launched in 2022, it'll be in service for the next 50 years. It carries a crew of 2,600 with a complement of 508 officers and 3,789 enlisted. It has 3 Phalanx close-in weapon systems, 4 guided missile launchers, and 4 28mm machine guns. Its deck can hold over 75 aircraft. One of these ships alone is a moving fortress capable of intimidating any army on the planet, and the U.S. has 9 more of these under construction for the coming decades. So, when the U.S. decided to start gathering these aircraft carriers near China in early 2024, it was to send a very serious message. We mentioned earlier that the U.S. has been walking a tightrope between China and Taiwan since 1979. The tightrope line appears to be wearing thin nowadays, making it harder and harder for the U.S. to balance between the two. Only 12 countries, including Vatican City, recognize Taiwan as a sovereign nation globally. Those are Belize, Guatemala, Haiti, Holy See, Marshall Islands, Palau, Paraguay, St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Eswatini, and Tuvalu. Notice that none of these are global superpowers. The United States and countries from the EU are noticeably absent from the list. Taiwan has very few allies in an official sense. This is due mainly to China's aforementioned ties to the global economy. The People's Republic of China, i.e. mainland Communist China, refuses to have diplomatic relations with any nation that recognizes Taiwan's independence. However, countries are allowed to have non-political ties with Taiwan, meaning that there are several international quasi-embassies in Taiwan from foreign nations and vice versa. The United States, the United Kingdom, Japan, India, Pakistan, and Canada all signed on to the One China policy, under which the PRC is the one and only Chinese government and nation. The wording here gets us into a very delicate diplomatic language. The U.S. acknowledges that Taiwan is independent, but it does not recognize it. Like we said, a very thin tightrope. Despite the United Nations recognizing Chiang's Taipei government from the 1960s through to the 1970s, due to its anti-communist slant, It was eventually forced to concede that the Communist Party does control China. Yet Taiwan still exists as a thorn in the giant's side. So why does the US care about Taiwan at all? Again, it's complicated. Most of East Asia was in ruins at the end of the Second World War. Japan was reeling from the shock of 2 nuclear attacks, and the Chinese military and the government were stretched thin and fractured in many places. North and South Korea were locked in a conflict between 2 opposing governments, one communist and the other capitalist, which continues to this day. And the same thing was happening in Vietnam. The US, due to their response to Pearl Harbor and attacks on the Eastern Front, was inherently tied to all of these conflicts. To the American people, communism seemed to pose the next great existential threat. It had taken over Russia and China and could soon take over the world. The ideologies posed were seen as antithetical to the freedoms and the open markets that had seen the US become the powerhouse it was after the war. If they allowed East Asia to fall entirely into communism, it would make China and the USSR, the sources of much of the communist push, incredibly powerful and a real threat. So the US decided to fight back, arming national leaders sympathetic to American ideals, and in some cases putting boots on the ground in support to fight proxy wars across the region. This was the Cold War in a nutshell. A particular group of nations was seen as key military targets for the US, the so-called First Island Chain. This was the string of islands close to mainland China that, if the US could have a military foothold in or alliance with, would give them a strategic advantage in a potential war between the 2 nations. These are all nations that the US has invested heavily in since the end of the Second World War and fostered close diplomatic ties. The countries in the chain are Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, and crucially Taiwan. The smallest and likely weakest of the 4, Taiwan is also closest to Chinese soil and not far at all from Hong Kong, another partially westernized pocket in the region, far enough south from the Chinese supercities along and near the northern coast, and with possible backing from Hong Kong, a potential invading force from Taiwan could get a foothold on the mainland in a hypothetical case of a full-scale invasion attempt on Chinese soil. At this point, the more likely scenario seems to be the opposite, an invasion from mainland China onto Taiwan. CIA Director William Burns has made a grim prediction in this department. He expects Xi to invade Taiwan by 2027. This poses 2 questions: why now, and how can we tell? In answer to the first, China's economy may be starting to plateau. The rampant growth we've seen yearly since 2000 is leveling off. China's GDP did not grow substantially from 2021 to 2022 and is expected not to have fared much better across the following years. Industrializing countries can often enjoy sharp growth for a period, but eventually, as they shift their economies towards service and away from industry, the economy can level off. China is having to spend more on its citizens, standards of living have increased, and with them healthcare and social services costs. For years, China has sustained its industry on very low-paid workers. This has been a big draw from foreign investors so they can make their goods for less in China. This has steadily started to change. They also have an aging population, which means a slowdown in the number of workers available to sustain continued growth. Add to this the fact that China did not spring back from the COVID pandemic as predicted, and you have a recipe for the early faltering steps of a slowing economy. And this is not to say that China is on the verge of economic collapse, but rather that this could mark the end of their golden era and transition into a new, more steady service-based economy with a stronger middle class and reduced industry. So why now? Well, it could be Xi's best chance. With China's economy slowing, Xi might want to strike while the iron is hot. Rather than risk China declining or being outpaced by competitors, he wants to capitalize on its status as an unquestionable top 2 global superpower. There's more to it as well. Following Putin's invasion of Ukraine, a conflict that the Chinese government supports, and the invasion of Gaza by Israeli forces in 2023, a precedent has been set around the world. Despite Ukraine having close ties with the West and on the doorstep of the EU, no other countries have done anything to defend the nation other than sending weapons and aid. The US and NATO as a whole have not put boots on the ground to stop Putin from taking Ukraine. In Gaza, it's a similar story. No other nation wants to get involved. Following Vietnam, the Cold War, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and countless other conflicts, the West has become hesitant to wade into foreign conflicts in the way they once would have. On top of this, a lot of military spending is being funneled into sending aid to these countries. The US has directed roughly $75 billion to Ukraine so far in this war. Even for a country as rich as the US, that is no small sum. The United States' eyes are torn between watching Ukraine, Gaza, and the Houthi strikes in the Red Sea. Then, of course, there's always Kim Jong-un's threats from North Korea, as well as domestic problems all across the US in a run-up to another presidential election. It's possible that under the chaos of these conflicts, Xi is planning to catch the US at a moment that they're stretched too thin. And this, experts believe, is the precise reason for the US sending so many aircraft carriers to China's doorstep. It's a clear message back to Xi Jinping that even though they're engaged across the world, they still have enough military strength to defend Taiwan if necessary. That leads us to our next question: would the US step in to defend Taiwan? Well, there is one country you need to speak to find out the answer to that question, and surprisingly, it is not the US. Since the end of the Second World War, the US and Japan have been working in partnership. One of the fundamental agreements that the two nations have with each other is the presence of US military bases on Japanese soil. The US has heavily invested in this type of strategy. Across the world, they have over 750 military bases in around 80 countries. As a result, the US military has grown a truly global presence. In the event of war anywhere in the world, they do not have to ship soldiers for days on end just to get to the front lines, and they are likely already within arm's reach. In the case of Taiwan, these bases are in Japan. So regardless of whether the US government agrees internally about sending soldiers to help defend Taiwan, they first have to get the all-clear from the Japanese government. Any US bases on Japanese soil would be the targets of Chinese airstrikes. Even in the best-case scenario, collateral damage would spill out and impact Japan's 127 million citizens. They would likely want a say in what is happening. Given that Japan has been staunchly neutral since the events of World War II, it's not a guarantee that they would side with the US and allow themselves to be dragged into another war, no matter how good international relations are. The next port of call would be South Korea, which hosts many US military bases, but this would be a different issue. North and South Korea are locked in a fierce stalemate in a war that's still officially going to this day. On either side of the DMZ, there are lines and lines of long-range missiles pointed at one another's capital. If the US was granted permission to launch attacks on the Chinese military from there, China would well give Kim Jong-un permission to launch his attacks on the South. Remember, Chinese military officials were pictured at North Korea's military displays last year. Launching attacks from here could set off a domino line of events that would plunge the entirety of Asia into a conflict. So let's consider a hypothetical. China launches an attack on Taiwan. How would it play out? As much as the US has been sending weapons to Taiwan for decades now and steadily bolstering its military, it still does not hold a candle to the size and strength of the Chinese army. China has a total active force of just over 2 million, while Taiwan can only muster 169,000, less than a tenth. This discrepancy extends to practically every metric between the two armies. China vastly outnumbers Taiwan in every way. It will likely start with China continuing to do what they're doing now, steadily pushing the goalposts further and further. A patrol may pass within 5 kilometers of Taiwan and could pass within 4.5 the next day. Jet patrols could take to the sky doing laps of the borders of Taiwanese airspace, just slightly encroaching more and more each time. This is what Putin was doing in the run-up to invading Ukraine. Russian military units near the border were moving fences that were supposed to mark the border by a few meters daily. On the world stage, Xi Jinping assures everyone there's nothing to see here, and that it's simply Chinese soldiers on Chinese soil running exercises and monitoring dangerous rebel groups. The US and NATO will firmly assure China that any escalation will be opposed, but it'll not commit to saying what their opposition will look like. According to them, and almost all of the international community, Taiwan is their own land, so this is well within their rights. They'll push up a little further each time, make the Taiwanese defenses sweat, and second-guess when the actual invasion is going to happen. Then, one day, it will. China will have already squeezed its way so close that it'll be able to invade in an instant. A cyber attack on a technically advanced scale never seen before will overwhelm Taiwan's core infrastructure, leaving the country immobilized. Chinese ships will sever undersea cables that link Taiwan's islands together and connect them to the internet. Missiles will hurtle toward government buildings, military outposts, and critical infrastructure. Within hours, the entire country will be crippled to the point of partial defeat. Soldiers will be forced to engage in guerrilla warfare, launching ambushes and sneak attacks that they have spent their entire military careers training for. This is where the real war will begin. Assuming the Taipei government does not heed China's demands, they'll enter a protracted and bloody engagement designed to whittle Taiwan's resolve and military strength steadily. At this point, Taiwan will have only one route to survival: holding out and waiting for foreign intervention. They will be utterly dependent on the United States to not only send them aid and weapons but also actively engage in combat. Those hulking aircraft carriers lurking on the horizon need to make a choice. Will they deploy their forces or sit and watch as the people of Taiwan fight a losing war for their survival? Let's say the US engages. They've persuaded Japan to allow them to conduct limited military operations from Japanese soil solely to defend Taiwan from invasion. US jets would engage Chinese fighters in the air. Marines would fight to hold strategic locations by land, and the US Navy would use anti-air weapons to defend Taiwan from strikes. How long until the US is forced to push China back to engage them on their own land? That assumes that US intervention has not already kick-started a wider conflict between the two nations. If this war were to escalate even to the point of US and Chinese soldiers fighting one another, it would be paving the way for a third world war. Chinese allies, Russia and North Korea, would likely seize the opportunity to advance into territories guarded by the US. Japan would also be dragged into the war, and South Korea would likely be too. Other nations with historical tensions between the two sides, like Vietnam, could find themselves taking sides. In the Middle East, countries and military groups carrying out anti-US sentiment, stirred up by decades of conflict, could take the opportunity to launch bigger and more audacious attacks. The US would need to call on NATO for support, but it would get incredibly complicated. With so many conflicts from so many angles, what would NATO do to help? And what should they stay out of? And hanging over all of this is the biggest threat of all: the world's nuclear superpowers being engaged in active war against one another. The last time nuclear weapons were fired, it was intended to end a world war. How long would it take before a country decided to do the same again? Only this time, what would be stopping their enemy from retaliating? That's a lot to think about. So let's take a step back and think about all this from start to finish. Do you believe any of this is actually likely to happen? In 2011, Harvard psychologist Steven Pinker published a book called The Better Angels of Our Nature: Why Violence Has Declined. In it, he argued that we live in the most peaceful period in human history. While we may look at the news each day and see countless people dying from wars raging all across the planet and think the world is in ruins, it's just our exposure to those things that have increased. Rewind a couple centuries and the world was in worse shape, but we saw less of it without the internet, international news, and instant global communication. This argument has been thrown around as fact for the last decade. We live in the most peaceful period in human history. It reflects a view of the world that we believe is true. As a species gets smarter, more connected, and more wealthy, we become less violent. Our ancestors' living conditions necessitated their violence, conditions that we have improved and outgrown, meaning that we can lay down our arms and enjoy peaceful lives. Pinker argues that while we might sit at home watching horrific acts of violence and war on the evening news, the reality of our situation is that we are most likely sitting in a comfortable home in a city that is not being bombarded with artillery. Wars are the minority, but tend to fill our imaginations. But is Steven Pinker right? Much of his argument is based on the trend of declining death rates as a percentage of the population. Years ago, war could wipe out 20% of a nation's population, but now it might only be 2%. This difference, however, is that the world's population has exploded over the last 100 years alone. That 20% figure could be 500,000 people in the past, but now 2% could be over 1 million. We have smaller armies proportionally to the overall population, but who wield weapons capable of leveling entire cities in hours without putting a single pair of boots on the ground. We have nuclear weapons pointed at each other's capitals, capable of inflicting so much damage in one blast that they would wildly throw off Pinker's statistics on wartime deaths for an entire generation. Now go check out What If China Attacked Russia, or watch this video instead.